wonderful performance. Thank you, Nicharawangsa Group. All right, if everyone is ready, let's begin our morning session today with a fireside chat focusing on state cyber defense. This engaging session will explore the evolving role of state government in fortifying cybersecurity infrastructures. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Rodney Lee, Chief Executive Officer, Cyber Berhad Malaysia, and panelists to the stage. Please welcome our speaker one, Technologist Eddie Abdul Majid, Senior Assistant Director, Head of Compliance Unit, Cyber Security Division, Sabah State Computer Services Department, Sabah, Malaysia. And please welcome speaker two, Mr. David Chan, Network and Security Manager, Sabah Net Berhad, Sabah, Malaysia. Moderator and speakers, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Okay, they don't give me a chair yet. Hey. I will take the side chair. Okay. Do me a favor, all right? Today, try not to look at the beautiful scenery out there. All right, I know it's very, very nice. I was worried when they say they're going to switch on because nobody can ignore that kind of scenery. How many of you are not from Sabah? Whew. Okay, Sabahan, you know what to do. Let's give them a warm welcome. All right, today we're going to focus on incident response. I have two very, very hardworking gentlemen with us. All right, I'm going to get them to speak about themselves, explain to you who they are for just 2 to 3 minutes. Now, I'm a very hard-speaking moderator. Kalau dia cakap lama sangat, I will stop them. All right, so don't worry. Okay, Eddie, why don't we start with you? Please tell us who you are, what you do in Sabah, and what's your phone number, whether you're married, and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Mr. Rodney. Good morning to distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Okay, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Eddie bin Abdul Majid. A little bit about my experience. So I joined civil service government servant in year 2001, and then in early 2003, I involved in cyber security assessment team as a pen tester. The role is until now. And then after that time, I attached at the posting. My first posting is at the Jabatan Kerja Raya Sabah. At that time, they call Kumpulan Sokongan IT, and now the name changed to Pasukan Inovasi Digital. So in 2010, I come back to headquarters, Sabah State Computer Service Department, and that time, the 2010, it was a first division established, cybersecurity division, and until now, I involved in cybersecurity compliance and all the operation about the cybersecurity defense.
That's the time I met you, Ken.
Yeah, 2010, yes, correct.
I was already here to 2010, so I'm half Sabahan, okay? Right. And if Eddie wants to look at your laptop, jangan bagi. You heard him, right? He's a pen tester. Okay, so be careful with him. David, what about you? Tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Rodney. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, my name is David Chan, born in 19. I have been with Sabanet for almost 20 years. Basically, I grew up here from young, well, slightly older now.
Slightly older.
So I started in a customer support organization, and then eventually I turned into a network technical. Until today, I start involving in the cybersecurity. So I'm still quite new in this area, not yet a veteran. Every day is a learning journey for me. Over the years, I handle the network and security in my organization, and I'm actually grateful to be still in here, growing alongside with Sabanet lah. And even though I'm still quite a beginner, I actually still require support from other industry experts. Support lah. So we share all the knowledge on cybersecurity things. So we try to grow stronger together lah.
Thank you, David. Now, we're going to jump into the real crux of the matter today, all right? Based on the incidents that we have seen so far, what do you think is the biggest reason organizations fail during a cyber attack? You want to give us some comment, David, maybe?
Okay. If you look at all the incidents that have happened, the biggest reason for an organization who fail for the cybersecurity attack, I think is simply actually the operational or mentally is not well prepared for it. In other words, panic when the cybersecurity occur. So actually, what is missing is actually not the tools or the people. I think they are there. It's just the readiness. We are not well prepared for it. So actually, everyone should have their own specific role on what to do, what the scope. Even a simple SOP also can be well prepared for it. Eventually, when a real attack happen, actually the requirement, the process is a communication, because you need to tell your management or your leader on what's going on, so that the leader will guide you on what are the next step and the decision to be made. When the team is actually being trained, well prepared, I think they can handle it, the challenge on the cybersecurity attack. At least a stop can be done as soon as possible. Yep, that's my comment.
Thanks, David. So based on the some of the incidents that I've seen, especially in the market, a lot of time we are not prepared because we panic. And I have a question that I always ask whenever I'm faced with events like this. How many of you have been experiencing fire drills? Have you all gone through fire drills before? Have you all? Naikkan tangan sikit. Thank you, thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Now, the next question is, have you done cyber drill before? You see, many of us spend time doing fire drill, and when fire happens, we know exactly what to do, just like what David says. We know exactly what to do. But the problem is, because we have not practiced, some people say practice makes perfect, right? No. I want to teach you another word. Today, you need to know that practice makes progress. You progress, because cybersecurity is not a destination, it's a journey. So you need to continually make progress, because the target and the finish line will always be further and further away, all right, as we move into technology. What about you, Eddie? Do you have any comments or incidents that you have seen that actually tells us that story?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roni. Maybe here I can share our experience, perspective of Sabah State Government. Actually, we are lucky. In 2010, first we met. We have started doing the certification on SMS, if you remember. And then in the same year, 2010, we have develop the ICT policy and still we using it until now, but still 2010. But we are in the progress to upgrade to the latest version, using to align with the current standard. I mean the ISMS current standard to version 2022. So come back to your question about IT drill. During the implementation of the ISMS, we have did the IT drill several times, but practice make perfect, right? So the first 2 years, maybe we have failed to achieve to the target RTO. I mean the objective lah, the security
Recovery
objective.
time objective.
Yes, right. So that time we learn something about why the drill fail, and then we improve 1 year to next year until now. Really, we success doing the IT drill. Maybe we simulate if the incident happen, for especially for Sabah State. I think we ready to face it.
I'm going to ask you a very serious question because your two bosses are here. So, David, if something happens to Sabahnet today, you know you are in control and nothing will hit you. Yes? No?
I please say yes.
Good. Let's stop there. All right. Eddie, what about you?
I think also
Mana
same
Ebenezer?
answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You see, what we always do is remember, practice makes progress. All right. You want to continually progress to the goal that you've set. All right. Like for example, what Eddie mentioned, the RTO, recovery time objective. What is your recovery time? How much time can you lose to an incident? That's very important for the organization. You need to set your RTOs so that you'll be able to meet those objectives, practicing it, run the drills so that everybody knows where to run to when something goes wrong. All right. Second question, how do we shift organizations from reactive firefighting? Kita cakap tentang fire drill kan? So this is like firefighting. How do we shift organizations from reactive firefighting to proactive defense or proactive resilience? Maybe Eddie, you can start.
Okay. In perspective of Sabah State government, I think the first thing we must get is support from top management first. Then after that, we can go further. So there are 3 method or 3 factor where we shift from reactive to active. The first thing is, we must have a policy, and then if after we have a policy, then we can align what is our objective in cybersecurity, what is our protect. And then second, technology, maybe technology. After we have the policy, when we can enforce any technology that can help us to protect our asset, our data in Sabah state government. And then lastly, what the last one? Process technology and people. Yes, last is people. So we must make the government staff awareness, give them awareness. What is the importance of take care the data and secure the device, and also our information, especially.
Wonderful. Sekarang I nak dapatkan kredit sikit. Right? Back in the year 2000, my mentor and I, we were working for a cybersecurity organization. We were the one that actually came up with the 3P methodology, which is people, process. Of course, technology, we replace it with product so that you remember 3Ps, all right? And 25 years down the road, we realized that people are still using this 3P, process, people, and products or technology, all right? Let's go to people, all right? We often talk about talent shortage. Afterwards, there'll be also another panel talking about talent development. What skills, David, do we actually lack the most in this region?
We talk about the talent shortage. Actually, it's not that we don't have the people. Actually, we do have. Just that maybe we need the skill set, the experience, need to groom them and evolve them to the next technical subject of matter. But yeah. So in this case, basically it's like the technical guy or the talent that we are grooming them to be for our future, they have to be hands-on on experience, real life scenario. They cannot based on the theory or from the textbooks. Eventually, you have to build up their confidence also on the preparation for any incident. That's the gap that we are looking into it. Yeah.
Eddie, how do we build local talents in Sabah without relying on people like this, with the white hair coming, talking all the time? How can Sabahan build local talents?
Okay. In my opinion, I agree with David. How to build a local Sabahan talent? Maybe, in my opinion, we should have like more for youngest lah. For youngest, more program like that Sabanet organized this, such as cyber challenge, one of that, and then we must, for the perspective of Sabah state government, especially for government staff, we must identify and then the staff who have the talent in cybersecurity, we groom them until they get the highest level or the professional level. Then from that, we we can teach the others local Sabahan without calling from outside expertise. Just rely only on local expertise.
Yeah, I think you guys have got a lot of local guys who are interested, all right? And I think especially bosses around here, if you were to give an opportunity, especially to your local students, working with the universities to create internship programs, that will definitely work, all right? And I have to kudos to Sabanet. Every year they are running the cyber challenge. Do you know that there's a cyber challenge, or some technological people say hackathon running next door, right? So later, if you have, just walk across. Can they go there and see?
Yes.
Okay, you can take a look how they, do the competition, and look at the young people. All right, there are, I think, about
50 packs.
50 people, yeah, are running the hackathon right now. So Sabana has been doing this, and we hope that your CSR program will be also able to assist in building up the local talents here. All right. One last question before we open up a little bit for your Q&A. what advice would you give? I think this one, David, will have to start first. What advice would you give a young technical engineer who wants to grow into a cybersecurity person or a leader?
Okay. If you want to grow into a cybersecurity leader, first you must start with curiosity. Because I believe cybersecurity is cover a lot of range and field, different specific scope and domain. Never stop learning because I myself also from network security that I have to jump into a more various field such as OT, AI, ML learning. Really don't rush. You really need to build up your foundation first. So with all the basic of networking system, eventually you'll grow into a pen tester, then coming up to become a red team or blue team. So that's basically the how the technical both lah, ini. So other than that is that you take one skill at one time, or you can also concurrently run all together. You have the capacity. Not for me actually. Uh, then learn from mistake. Yes, that's the experience. I always make a mistake when I was young. Hopefully, no more after this lah.
Okay. Eddie, your thoughts?
Okay, my advice to the youngest.
Wait, hold on.
Huh?
These advice are not for you guys. It's for your children.
Yeah.
All right. So go back and tell them. Write down some notes. All right. Because we know we are all not young anymore. Okay. Go ahead,
Okay.
Eddie.
First of all, we must strengthen our fundamental first, the understanding of cybersecurity in every part of cybersecurity, such as operating system, networking, and others. Then, yes, we must make sure our communication with the top management also good. So anything our request or our demand will approved by top management. And then I think the most important here, I want to take the kapan of Sun Tzu. If my pronounce is wrong, please correct me. Sun Tzu's statement, kapan said, know your strength, know your enemy strength, and then know your strength, and we can win 100 battles. So maksudnya, this mean before we are attacked from hackers or any from outsider, we must learn what is our weaknesses, and from that we can build up our strength from zero to higher levels.
Thank you. Actually, myself, I have also gone into cybersecurity accidentally. All right. In fact, I went into IT also accidentally. My background is accounting. I studied accounting and LCCI in my early days. And I was working with a company that has green monitors. Now, those of you who smile, that means you're my age. All right. Those people that have been using green monitors. Right. So the company was digitalizing data and all that. And being an accounting person, we used to work until 9 o'clock every night. One time the computer broke down and I took the interest to repair it, to fix it. And my boss said, hey, Rodney, why don't you take care of all the 60 units of computer in the company? You know, and that's where I started doing IT support. 10 years down the road, I was working for a company, a GLC, owned by Khazanah. And they always encourage people to go for certification. So there was an ISMS certification program for ISO 27000 lead auditor. And of course, being a leader, I encouraged my team to go. So 4 of them were registered. But one of them got sick during the course and he couldn't attend. So tak ada orang there to take up the position. When tak ada orang buat, you as a leader kena buat lah. Because you have to take leadership by example. So I have to go there and of course I passed and I became a lead auditor and that was accidental as well. So you see, sometimes opportunity comes to those people who are ready. Right? And this is what we are talking about when we talk about incident response. We talk about how we get ourselves ready, right, to practice, to make sure you progress, make sure you remember the 3 areas of focus: the people, the process, and the technology. All right. Now we're going to give you 5 minutes for question if you have. All right. The mics are on the floor. Anyone with questions for us? These 2 guys are the roll-up sleeve, working on the ground technical people. So don't worry. Network and security we can cover. Anyone? Tak ada. When you don't have questions, it means 2 things. It means that we did very well and all the message that we have is delivered to you, or we really did crap, and you got nothing today. Anyone? No? If not, maybe I can ask you one question. Who's willing to take one question from me? I normally go for those people with white hair. Don't wear your cap now. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Halo, selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Saya Muhammad Zami Solehin dari bagian pengurusan dan keuangan Jabatan Ketua Menteri. Saya mau tanya, pernahkah berlaku percobaan penetrasi sistem kerajaan negeri Sabah seperti SM2 dan sebagainya?
Okay, soalan tu susah nak jawab. Cakap yes pun susah, cakap no pun susah. Macam mana? How?
Okay, thank you Tuan.
We get the State Department to answer you.
Thank you Tuan yang bertanya. Okay, untuk makluman diri dan hadirat sekalian, di JPKN and di Sabahnet also, we have a security operation center that will monitor all the attack from outsider. So, basic to your question lah, untuk menjurus kepada soalan Tuan, kita dalam secara statistiknya lah, secara general, saya tidak cakap exactly dia punya figure lah. Dalam sebulan mungkin kita terima attempt ataupun attack lebih daripada 100,000 lah kepada aplikasi kita. So far until now, maybe dia ada juga loophole, but kita boleh still manage the attack lah. So
masih okay lah.
Okay lah.
Terima kasih.
So 100,000 a day is actually very little. All right. I have seen organizations that have been hit with attempts over a million, and some even 8 digits, tens of millions. This is something that the hacker do. They spray. They will spray the attack. They will list and just especially now with AI capability, we have a panel later, talking about AI. With AI capabilities, I don't need to do anything. I can just create a script and run it, and it will continue to scan networks and let me know if there's any response or there's any weaknesses or any open doors. Right? So it's not abnormal to say that you have hundreds of thousands of attempts on your network. Right? Most of the time, I've seen banks, I've talked to CISOs, many of the attempts, I would say 99.99% of the attempts doesn't get through at all. But then you will ask me, Ronnie, then why did I see, this bank lah, that bank lah, kena hit lah. Actually, for the benefit of all of us here, most of the banks don't get hit directly. They got hit because of third party. All right, it is through their vendor who are less regulated. It's through the vendor's vendor, which is a fourth party, and so on and so forth. So, and sometimes it is through us. All right, people who mistakenly we need help to clean up after a holiday, and we register for an application to hire a maid, and that's it. You get conned. All right, and when they get your when they get your credentials, they will use your credentials to attack your organization. So this is where the people part Eddie was mentioning. All right, and the rest is they basically do spray attacks. All right, they will continue to do that because it doesn't cost them anything. Right, so that's one of the reasons why our National Cybersecurity Agency came up with the guideline, Act 854, and the code of practices that will be rolled out in Sabah soon, right? And I believe this will be a very, very good tool for you to baseline yourself as government agencies so that you'll be able to know exactly what to do. It is just like your information security management system. You can actually use this as a baseline so that you know exactly what to do, what not to do. I wanted to say one thing at the end, all right? Jack Ma says this, smart people know what they want. Wise people know what they don't want. What you need to do for 2026 moving forward is know the risks that you do not want. Know the challenges that you don't want in your network. All right? Identify those critical assets that you have and know them so that you'll be able to be wise people. I'm going to, oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Carry on, yeah.
Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi. Very good morning to all. My name is Arif Mandangan from UMS and Malaysia Cryptology Technology and Management Center. I have one question.
UMS.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, I have a question to my friend, technologist Eddie. So as we know, we're talking about cybersecurity today. We talk also about the post-quantum cryptography. I just want to know what is the Sabah state government preparation to face the potential quantum threats in future. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Arif. As you know, I think last week, we have Benkel about the post-quantum cryptography. And then PQC. For your information, at the moment, we heard about AI, ancaman AI. And then now, quantum computing is around the corner. And then maybe dalam 2 or 3 years, we don't know, that will happen, the quantum computing. So for the Sabah State initiative, we follow the national agenda, actually from the initiative from NAKSA and Pusat Teknologi PKC. And then from that, we are trying to give an awareness first to all the agencies in the Sabah state government. Maybe I think this month we are very packed, busy schedule. Maybe then in next week we have a Benkel about I think the code of practice, and also in that Benkel we also have a slot to give all the agency, especially the NCII, to give them about the PQC. Thank you.
So tunggu next week. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have 30 seconds of closing, all right? Because, yeah, David, just last takeaway, 30 saat dari sekarang.
Nothing much to share because as I mentioned, I'm still quite new in this cybersecurity. But then I do hope we will focus on the coming next generation. I wanted to groom them, the younger generation, so that they are well much prepared than what I have been faced before lah.
Eddie?
No words for me, but simple word. Cybersecurity is not a product, but it is a process. So we together to make sure our data, our government data is secure.
Every day, these two gentlemen berusaha. So I want to call them YB, Young Berusahas. All right, let's give them a warm clap and thank them. Thank you so much. Okay, I hand the time back to you.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for the meaningful discussion and perspective share on regional preparedness in cybersecurity governance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have our next keynote speaker who will share insight on National Cyber Defense Initiative. Without further ado, please welcome Puan Norsilawati Abdul Halim, Deputy Chief Executive Operation, National Cyber Security Agency from NACSA, Malaysia. Puan Norsilawati, the stage is yours.
Firstly, ask for the rostrum so that you don't see me shaking up here. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So you are right, Mr. Rodney. It's a very beautiful scenery here. Anyway, good morning, distinguished guests and partners from Bimp-Eaga region, ladies and gentlemen. Again, my name is Norsilawati Abdul Halim, and I represent the National Cybersecurity Agency of Malaysia, or NACSA. It's an honor to be here today to share our national strategy and commitment to securing our collective digital future. So we are here at Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit because we all share a connected digital ecosystem. Our economies, our infrastructure, our people are more linked than ever. But this connectivity also presents a shared risk. So today, I will be outlining Malaysia's new national cyber defense initiatives, a strategy we believe is crucial not only for our own sovereignty, but for the resilience of our entire nation. Yes, I know. So the reality we all face is that the battlefield has fundamentally changed. So yes, I will talk about a very serious matter. Battlefield, nampak ganas sikit. Please bear with me. So for years, we spoke about cyber attacks. In simple terms, viruses, website defacement, or individual hackers. But those days are long gone. We are now in the era of a sophisticated, persistent, and well-funded adversaries. We face AI-driven attack campaigns that can mimic, manipulate, and mislead with terrifying precision. So we see ransomware that doesn't just log data, but exfiltrates it and threatens exposure. We see deepfakes used to defraud businesses and state-sponsored actors targeting our critical infrastructure. So the key takeaway is this: a passive defensive posture is no longer a viable option. So the time for simply building walls and hoping they hold is over. The new reality demands a new philosophy. So our new Malaysia Cyber Security Strategy, or MCSS 2025-2030, is built on this fundamental code, shifting from a defensive posture to a proactive stance that prioritizes cultivating indigenous capabilities. So this isn't just a policy update, it's a paradigm shift. It's a shift from being a technology consumer to a technology creator. So it is a shift from relying solely on foreign systems to building our own sovereignty ability to defend ourselves. It's about moving from a reactive to a proactive mindset, where we actively hunt for threats and build resilience from ground up. So this philosophy is guided by a clear vision and powerful team. So our vision is to become a cyber resilient nation that protects against cyber threats while thriving in digital age. We believe security and prosperity are two sides of the same coin. You cannot have a thriving digital economy without a resilient and trusted foundation. Our team encapsulates how we will achieve this: sovereign cybersecurity resilience, nurturing an adaptive digital society. So let's break down those three keywords. Our team rests on three critical pillars. First, sovereign. This is about national self-reliance. It means cultivating our own indigenous capabilities, our own expert, our own research, and our own technologies, so we can develop, control, and defend our critical cyber infrastructure independently. Second, resilient. So this is our human-centric pillar. We recognize that technology alone cannot secure us. True resilience comes from positioning people, process, and our institution as the primary drivers of a defense in that posture. A resilient nation is one where its people are its strongest defense. And third, adaptive. The threats of tomorrow will not look like the threats of today. An adaptive society is one that continuously learns from incidents, that anticipates new threats on the horizon, and that evolves its protective measures at every level, from a single user to a national response. Sovereign, resilient, and adaptive. So this is the core of MCSS 2025-2030. Manually. Next. This new strategy stands on the strong foundation of our previous MCSS 2020-2024. So we established strong governance by launching NACSA, a national lead agency, and the NC4, our National Coordination and Command Center. We passed groundbreaking legislation, the Cybersecurity Act of 2024, which provides a comprehensive legal framework from protecting our critical infrastructure. We spurred innovation by launching specialized cybersecurity centers of excellence within our top-tier university. So we have begun to build talent through key partnership with industry and by nurturing young minds in competition like the ASEAN My Cyber Hero. And we have strengthened collaboration taking an active role in global dialogues at United Nations and within our ASEAN regional forums. Not this one. But despite this progress, we remain clear-eyed about the formidable challenges ahead. Our strategy is designed to address these four critical. The sovereignty gaps, we have an over-reliance on foreign technology. So this isn't just an economic issue. It's a critical strategic risk. So it exposes us to supply chain vulnerability and geopolitical dependencies that we can no longer afford. The second one is the talent shortage. Like many of you, we face a critical mismatch between the thousand of skilled cyber professionals we need and the number of our talent pipeline in currently producing. The third one is the R&D to market gap. We have brilliant researchers, but we must get better at turning the homegrown research into a viable, commercial, and most importantly, deployed security solution for our own nation. And the fourth one is SME vulnerability, our small and medium enterprise. So they are the backbone of our economy and the foundation of our supply chains, but they remain a soft target, creating a vector for attackers to reach our entire ecosystem. Next. So addressing these challenges cannot be the job of the government alone. Our strategy is therefore built on a whole of society approach. So this is a partnership, a shared responsibility. So the government acts as the enabler and coordinator. We set the national direction, we provide the legal frameworks, and we coordinate all sectors. Businesses is our engine for innovation. They are on the front lines and they are responsible for implementing robust security, driving innovations, and sharing their invaluable technical expertise. And the community, our citizen, our foundation, it is our job to ensure that they are informed, that they are participate in these initiatives, and that they become a vigilant human firewall. So no single entity can do this alone. Only by working together, we can be truly secure. So the MCSS 2025-2030 translates this whole of society approach into action through 15 strategic goals, which we have organized into four key focus areas. The first one is legislation and governance, which this is the foundations, the rules, laws, and structures. The second one is risk and resilience. So this is our shield, protecting our most critical asset. The third one is capacity and innovation. So this is our engine, building the talent and technology for the future. And the fourth one is culture and people. So this is our heart, embedding security into the very fabric of our society. So I will briefly touch on this, on each of them. Next. So our first two focus areas are about strengthening our core. Under governance and legislation, we are enhancing our entire governance ecosystem. So this means strengthening the new Cybersecurity Act, streamlining interagency coordination, and deepening our international cooperation with partners like all of you here in the BIMP-Riaga region. Under risk and resilience, our focus is twofold. First, hardening our national critical information infrastructure or NCII. And second, uplifting our SMEs and businesses, giving them tools and frameworks they need to protect themselves, which in turn protect us all. Next. Our next two focus areas are about building our future. So under capacity and innovation, we are tackling the talent and sovereignty gaps head on. This means nurturing a world-class talent pipeline, creating pathways to commercialize our R&D, and strategically leveraging emerging technologies like AI and post-quantum cryptography. So under culture and people, we are undertaking the most important and most challenging task, building a security-first culture. So this involves protecting citizen rights in the digital space and critically ensuring that there is no one left behind, especially our vulnerable communities who are often the most targeted. Next. So I want to take a moment to double click on that innovation piece because this is where we see our path to true sovereignty. We know we cannot compete with everyone in every domain. So our strategy is one of the strategic specialization, which Malaysia is proud to rank 7th globally in cryptography research. So we are not just technology consumers, we are creators in this highly critical field. So therefore, our strategy makes post-quantum cryptography a cornerstone of our technological sovereignty. For this, I would like to thank PTPKM, Pusat Teknologi Pengurusan Kriptografi Malaysia, for the hard work. So kita ada representative from PTPKM here. So Dr. Arif will help Sabah State for PQC matters. Saya buat komitmen di sini ya, Sabah State. So we are investing in this now, developing the indigenous PQC capabilities to ensure that our nation's data, our government, financial and defense secret remain secure against the threats of tomorrow. Specifically, the day a quantum computer can break our current encryption is a proactive resilience in action. Next. Next. A strategy document is useless if it sits on a shelf. Our implementation framework is designed to be a living, breathing process, a continuous adaptive cycle. So it starts with engagement, bringing all stakeholders, government, business, and community to the table. So this leads to direction where we set clear strategic goals. We then commit the resources, the people, funds, and tech to get it done. This builds our capability, our skills, and our infrastructure. And finally, and most importantly, we are adaptive. We constantly learn, we measure our success, we identify what's not working, and we improve, starting the cycle over again. And this is not a 5-year plan, tuan-tuan perempuan. It is a permanent loop of national improvement. So in conclusion, Malaysia's National Cyber Defence Initiative, a comprehensive whole of society commitment. Our theme is, so together we build, together we stay safe. Kita bangunkan sama-sama, kita selamat sama-sama. So we are moving beyond passive defence. We are building a sovereign nation with indigenous capabilities. We are fostering a resilient nation with a human-centric defense, and we are nurturing an adaptive nation that is ready for the future. We are committed to this path, and we are equally committed to our regional partnership. A secure Malaysia contributes to a secure Bimp-Eaga and a secure ASEAN. We invite all of you, our partners, to join us in this journey. So for that, thank you for your time and attention. I've told the organizer I'm not going to take any question from the floor. So if you need any clarification, so I will be there, or we can open table at the back. So yeah, let's discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puan Nur Silawati Abdul Halim, Deputy Chief Executive Operations from NACSA Malaysia, for that highly informative presentation on national strategies that strengthen our cyber defense landscape. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to panel 1 with the title ASEAN Women in Cyber, Strengthening Trust, Defense and Data Sovereignty. This session will spotlight the remarkable contribution of women leaders and experts in cybersecurity across the ASEAN region, examining how inclusive participation strengthens digital trust, fortifies cyber defense, and reinforces data sovereignty in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Professor Dr. Awang Asri Awang Ibrahim, Chief Digital Officer and Director of the Digital Department, University Malaysia Sabah, Malaysia, and distinguished panelists to the stage. Please welcome panelist 1, Puan Sharifah Rashida Syed Othman, Deputy Director General, Department of Personal Data Protection, PDP, Malaysia. And please welcome panelist 2, Dr. Karin Teo, President, Cybersecurity and Governance, ASEAN CIO Association. And last but not least, please welcome panelist 3, Colonel Francel Margaret Padilla Taborlupa, spokesperson for Armed Forces Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo QC.
Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Before I start asking questions, actually this is the safest place for me today. Why? Because I'm surrounded with women, 3 strong women who can, protect, secure, and defend the cybersecurity in also this area. So being the thorn among the roses, I need to make sure, I promise I will ask a good question and will avoid all these silly questions to make sure that I will safely going down from stage after this. Okay? And good morning again. We have actually 30 minutes. It's supposed to be, when I look at the title, it's supposed to be for 3 days. But they are giving us only 30 minutes with 3 panels. It's quite challenging for us, in fact. But we try to make it on time. Yeah. To talk about Asian biggest digital challenge with 3 leaders on the front line. And let me introduce our panels today. The first one is Puan Sharifah Rashida Syed Othman, which is Malaysian Personal Data Protection Commissioner, the guardians of our data sovereignty. Yeah. And then we have Colonel Francel Margaret Padilla Tobolupa. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Okay. Spokesperson for the Armed Forces of the Philippines, okay, and the defender of Philippine national defense, definitely. And last but not least, Dr. Karin Teo, the president of cybersecurity for the Asian CIO Associations, the builder of regional trust. Well, this is our first time actually I meet all of you on stage. We have no chance to talk before. But before I ask further questions to 3 of you, so let me just set with the audience as well, the context that we are going to discuss today. As we know that ASEAN is now negotiating the Digital Economy Framework Agreement, which is the DEFA. Yeah? And which is our first region-wide binding treaty dedicated entirely to the digital economy. Its goal is simple, which is to accelerate Asia's digital integration. So the EFA aims to harmonize digital trade rules, strengthen cross-border data flows, to support digital payment in digital ID, to enhance cybersecurity and online safety, and grow
interoperable system across all members of the states. It also promotes talent, mobility, and cooperation in digital skills. So if it is done right, this DEFA could unlock up to, it was reported, US 2 trillions in value in 2030. So, but this DEFA also brings us to the core challenge that we must confront today with our three panels, which is the Asian cyber trilemma. We have dilemma and we have trilemma. What are these three? We are trying to balance these three things at once: data sovereignty, regional defense, and economic trust. So all these are essential, but yet each pulls against the others. So when a country enforces strong data sovereignty, it protects national control, but it also can slow cross-border data flows and weaken regional cooperation. There's so many problems will involve. So the challenge is clear. How do we strengthen sovereignty, defense, and trust at the same time? So this brings us to our core conflict, which is the sovereignty versus security. So let me start with Puan Sharifah. Yeah. So your office is implementing vital new data laws like the 72 hours breach notifications and the local DPO requirements, which is the Data Protection Office. Yeah. And how can we safeguard sovereignty, kedaulatan, while still enabling the cross-border data flows essential for economic growth as we try to plan under the framework that I mentioned just now? Please.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for the organizer. Thank you for the panels. And let me sit with all these two lovely ladies to have a conversation. Unfortunately, we only have 30 minutes. Your question is really, really big. I can speak this for the, for the next 2 hours. But one thing that I want to leave here, because I think it is very important, since the team here, which the organizer explained to me how Sabah has trying to navigate and put a central theme of women in cyber, let me also and allow me to put some of the flavor here to centralize the roles of women here in terms of cybersecurity. One is I have never seen and I have never put the differentiation between women and men, female and male, because I think women can only survive if we have men as a mentor that complements, as an allies. And men can actually leverage on the strength of women. I mean, you know how we are wired differently, naturally, biologically. We tend to be structural. We tend to be very meticulous. But men, on the other hand, are wired in terms of can compartmentalize things, where they can actually see more holistically sometimes. So these are the strengths that can complement the roles of women and men here too, at the end of the day, to achieve the objective of where you are, your organizations, whether you are governing at the national level or you are just probably, not just, I think that is the big role in terms of setting up the perspective of the next generation and what we are talking here in terms of cyber. One. Secondly, in order for you to look into particular cybersecurity, I'm talking here about cybersecurity, while I am currently looking into data protection, personal data protection, but all cybersecurity practitioners here know that we actually need to start with risk assessment. Risk is the first step of every single thing. Then, because we do not have enough resources in the world, we do not have enough people, we do not have enough budget, that's why we need to prioritize. And the term of identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, the identification is to identify what's your crown jewel. it goes back to how a nation needs to prioritize. One is if you look cybersecurity or personal data protection or data security and sovereignty as a technical issue, then you have technical solutions. That is actually most of the understanding of people who comes from the technical background. But as the cyber now becoming another domain in security which associate with national security, at the same time your question, Prof, is about economic value. As a nation, not only Malaysia, I think even globally, even the biggest nation, the developed countries also have limitation in terms of skills and resources. So, and we do not have time to train people. We need to actually uplift people in terms of finding out where they are good at and leverage on that. So if you look cybersecurity as a national security issues, there goes the element of how you want to put the right people to invest. For example, in our country, in Malaysia, we are fortunate that we are not in the event of armed conflict. We are in a peaceful environment where we want to leverage, maximize the economy. Hence, where our focus here is to ensure that the economic platform, where we can actually leverage on the technology, we can maximize that by doing the right investment. At the same time, we cannot stop by just looking into the economic part. Hence where the issue of governance just now, Puan Nursila mentioned about how the Malaysia cybersecurity strategy was shaped. Because at the end of the day, as a country, you are also obligated to protect your people in terms of national security. There will be times where the elements of defense and security needs to be in place. But if you shape cybersecurity or personal data protection and security controls and looked at the risk-based element, you will see the similarity of investment at organizational level, at national level, to ensure that the right basic hygiene needs to be put in protecting the PII, the privacy, including the cybersecurity controls and hygiene to be put in place. Lastly, where I want to shape it out, at the United Nations, where a nation, a member state of the United Nations, including all of ASEAN member states are, we are obligated to the framework of responsible state behavior. We are also the members that already signed the Digital Compact, Global Digital Compact, Pact of the Future, which will be the movement for the next after SDG that talk about how the developing country wants to shape the rule-based order, not only for the ordinary domain, but also to look how cyber can be used in a way that is peaceful, that is being introduced in the shape of rule that can protect the sovereign right of a country with the obligation that the country has made with regards to the framework of responsible state behavior. So let me stop and give an opportunities to others as well.
It sounds like conclusions for overall. We probably can stop here and then we go down. But thank you very much for such a answer. Well, you talk about the risk assessment and also defense, but I think I want to go to maybe Colonel Padilla. Can I call that Colonel Padilla? Is that okay?
France is fine, sir.
Okay. Colonel Francis Francel. Yeah, Colonel Francel. Okay. Colonel Francel, from the defense perspective, if our data move freely across borders, and attackers can use the same channels, and how do we keep the country safe? As based on your experience, does this idea of trusted data flow create a real risk for instance, armed force of Philippines? Yeah, and how you prevent trusted data flow from becoming the security vulnerability? Yeah, please.
Well, basically, sir, data now is sort of a battlefield currently. We look at this as another domain of operation along with the kinetic ones, land, air, and sea. Thus, the Philippines came up with the Armed Forces of the Philippines in particular came up with the Cyber Command now. So we are treating this as the fourth domain of operations. And now we're veering towards non-kinetic side of things. So we are saying that at this point in time, we're already at war. We are at war with words. So information, propaganda, and all. And now it's veering towards the battlefield of our minds. It's shaping our perspectives, how we view things, how we perceive things. And thus, this flow of data that you're saying is something that we should not curtail, but we should adopt to how we implement it. So it's more of not having less, but having it be trusted and secured. So with DEFA coming up, I think it's a very good forum for us to address the borderless domain of cyber. So with the alliances that we have with different nations and also with ASEAN, we are addressing this, the cross-border implications to that. Also, how we could trust the data that really flows in different areas. And of course, another issue here is also data sovereignty. Who owns the data, especially if these are PIIs, the personal identifiable information, if it passes through different borders. So the thing is, if say, like Sharifa said, she's using an iPhone, so if she has her data in the cloud, who owns her data? Is it her being the owner, the PII of the PII, or is it where the servers are located, or is it the owner of the application per se? So these are all questions that we need to address. And with DEFA, we are really trying to put into play different organizations, different nations into addressing all of these issues.
I'd just like to chime in. Very good morning, everyone. I'm Corinne here. So I think a very good input from Colonel Francel. So as we know that we are in the era of high interconnectivity, high interdependence, right? So in the world of cybersecurity, in the realm of cybersecurity, the main thing is that what is the basis that we go back on? So what is the cybersecurity framework? So in cybersecurity framework itself, a lot of time, the main core of it is the IPDRR, right? The identify, protect, detect, response, and recover. And on top of that now, you need a governance to protect it all, right? So this is very, very important. So as what Sharifa has said earlier on too, which is, and I think the earlier panel have mentioned, first thing when it comes to assessment and you come to identifying, know what is your 20% that deliver your 80%. So this is your critical infrastructure. So this is your critical system, your crown jewels. This is the one that of the highest level protection that you have. Because we do have to understand that not all data are equal, not all systems are equal. So what is the most critical one? So identifying is core. Identifying is critical. So this is the first step they need to do. So this is when it comes to assessment and so forth, right? So identify, protect, how you can protect it. And then you need to have response. We had the team that spoke about drills, right? So knowing and updating and keeping your cyber incident response plan to be current at all times, to know that who do what when the time of crisis is highly important, right? Then recovery need a good DR. Governance is very important. We're moving into an era where compliance, governance, regulatory body coming into actions, right? So now we have Cybersecurity Act, we have PDPA, a lot of things being enforced. And then in terms of cross-border, right, within ASEAN, even with different nations, everything, within Malaysia itself, critical infrastructure, we have the NC4 group, right? So close group, who are you sharing information with? Because the thing is that when it comes to cyber, you know that you need a good friend, right? So, but who is the trusted friend? That is key, right? So, and then when it comes to nations, each of the nations, we also have a tight group of contact person. So this will be our friends. So I think in terms of cybersecurity, it's a space where we need a lot of collaborations, trusted network, and then at all times, as we know that we are in a space of where cybersecurity, cyber threats are ever evolving. What is safe today will have passed all the testing, and the pen testing might not be safe tomorrow because the threats are ever evolving, and then there are new methods, there are new TTP, the techniques and procedure that come into place. So this is why learning how to do things. So as we know that there is also always the offense and the defense, right? So on the attack side, right, there's always more sophisticated methods that are coming in, new ways of coming to attacks. And those that are playing defense is always millions against one, right? And once we have successfully defend the millions of attack, we say, okay, it's a good day today, and we'll come back tomorrow, and it's the same thing again, right? So
Yeah. You know what? This is that's why we call them as the panels, because they can even read my mind. What should I ask next? Yeah. But well,
I just want
can
to
say it.
add
Yeah.
one thing, which I think is super important that has been explained a little bit by Terry and Francis, which in terms of data is not equal. She mentioned about that. And Francis mentioned about the sovereignty part. And your question talk about sovereignty and free flow of information. Today, I think the way we need to look into sovereignty is different, whether we like it or not. As a country, as an organization, I mean, of course, sovereignty is country, not going to be an organization. An organization or institution will rely on the regulators where they sit in. Whether we like it or not, the truth is, we are talking about cyber is a cross-border issues and whatnot. It will always tie to the legislations of the land. So that is a factual things that we need to accept. But the technology moves so fast where the data today is not equal. Is it a national security data? It is what level it is government data. But we know that between the government, inter and intra, there are already changes. And now it's beyond. If you look into the private sector, even the government. So how do you want to ensure data sovereignty? So we need to think sovereignty in a different way. And it goes back to the things that we talk about: identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. Identify the risk. Then, who governs you? How do you do that? One thing about security that I've learned all this while, you need to demand. So that's where the education skills are important. And you need to understand how you define your sovereignty so that you can maximize the use of technology. At the same time, you can secure the data. There are technologies out there. If you want to use cloud, you can use multi-cloud. That goes to the mind and skills of people how to differentiate that by identifying the risk. You can also put your HSM, where your key here, in your sovereign countries, and differentiate and mesh the data into 30 or 20 different countries. If any advisories comes and get your data, it is garbage. So this is where and how the security architect, the people who understand the business, which is the core function and process and procedure and data that own it, need to understand how to shape that. Coming back to the region, because your question is about DIFA, we need, as ASEAN, as a bloc, we need to demand. When we demand the basic requirement, and we need to uplift that, then the way we do it, data anonymization, there's already a technology. Encryption, there's already a technology. From the data, the software, the procedure, the protocols, they are already technologies out there. But we need to ensure the core element that we need to put in, which is interoperability. You need to allow different kind of technology that can interoperable between each other and can be verified. We have listened about zero trust framework. Zero trust is not technology. It's a framework that you need to encapsulate in your processes, in your system, in your procedures, in your policies, so that you can put, will only trust after I verified. How do you verify? You need to have proof to that.
Yeah. Thank you. Since we only have 10 minutes to go, well, you see, one questions cover everything. But I think I want to go to Colonel Francel. Building on our discussion just now on sovereignty and cybersecurity, so I think the next critical issues will be about the AI. You know, we identified this AI-driven misinformation as a serious national security threat. Definitely. So, how does the armed force defense for nations, defend the nations from weapon that targets actually our mind? Because we know that AI, we have this potential of bias, and so many issues. So how we probably can protect now, trying to not physical, but the mind of our region here.
Yes, Professor. Actually, this cognitive warfare, this misinformation, disinformation, and
Yes.
malinformation, all equal to fake news, is actually a very grave concern at all fronts in terms of how we handle data in the Philippines. Because with the cognitive warfare, now with the use of social media, you can actually fight a war without firing any shot. Think of it as not already related to, you don't even need an army to tell a whole lot of lies. You just need an algorithm with the use of AI. Used to be, we had attack vectors from troll farms, one person, many gadgets, and all. But now with AI, it just takes a keyword and they will now answer all of those all posts in social media. And the thing is, because of the algorithm, it will say that, say, for example, you watch a reel of one side of the spectrum stating their piece. Now, the algorithm of AI will say, you're interested in this. So it will now feed you with the same information over and over again. And so the parallelism of ideas is no longer there. So you don't even see the other side of the spectrum anymore. And so it clouds your judgment, your perception of things. So this is something that we really need to address. But, the Philippines are distinct with us having so many Filipinos all over the world with the sheer number of overseas Filipino workers that we have. And because of that, we used to be the tax capital of the world, by the way. Now, we are the country with the most number of hours spent in social media. On average, a Filipino spends around 8 to 9 hours in social media. And so this can be a strength for us. In information domain, the one who has the data, the information, actually already won the war before anything already happened. So what we are looking at here is that there are two domains of operations where there are no rich and poor country, no superpower. It's the information domain and the cyber domain. The fields are level in these two domains of operations. And so we're looking at this as a possibility of how we can do this. And with the Philippines, our call to this is called the Transparency Initiative. So what we do is that the truth is our greatest weapon. So we are calling everyone with eyes and the mouth to speak, and eyes to observe what's really happening, to speak for us, share the truth of the Filipinos, what's really happening in our country. So this proved to be quite different kind of a strategy. So we're doing it the strategic way, using because every state has different powers, right? Diplomatic, information, military, and economic. So we're using the top two at the upfront, diplomatic and information. And while this is all being done, the military, us on the sides, are upskilling our personnel, enhancing our troop strength with recruiting so much numbers for reserve forces as force multipliers and all those things. We also are implementing the comprehensive archipelagic defense operations. This concept will try to determine salient points that we need to adopt in terms of building bases, having more strength for our armed force and all those things. So overall, the bottom line is we really have to look at the strategic implications of all these things. Of course, Now the battlefield is to our minds, what we perceive, how we do it, but the greatest weapon that we are trying to implement right now is the truth being put out there.
Thank you. But so military actually looks like look AI probably can become a weapon as well. Yeah. But for the business, Dr. Theo, um, the CIO want to use AI to drive the business growth. But it was reported that 70% of Asian companies operating without proper AI ethics or bias framework. So how can this business, use this tool that actually can be turned into so-called weapon for them?
As we all know that the adoption of AI is fast and furious at the moment, right? So, but the thing is that for any businesses or for any government, or even as an individual, before we go into that, we need to have the right principle and processes to ensure that AI is used ethically and also in a non-biased manner. So that's why before an organization or an entity actually move into AI itself, right? Be it adoptions, using it, or even implementing it within organizations, you need to have the proper AI governance to be in mind, right? You need to look into items such as ethical and also non-biased to be inside. Make sure that transparency and explainability to be inside. Because how does the AI give you the output, the answer they're looking for? And it be explained. There is algorithm, they can't just say that, oh, it's just an algorithm and they can't explain it. So you need to have transparency and explainability. And of course, accountability. Who is going to be accountable for AI adoptions within an entity itself, right? And then the data governance is always rubbish in, rubbish out, right? Integrity of the data itself, that's very important. And then, of course, risk assessment. Because as we know that any of the AI machines on there, any LLM, it is a machine that is learning. And the more questions, the more active it is, the smarter it gets, right? So that's why the things that the maturity of it, of the engine behind it, is it will develop through time. So are we ready for that? That's something that we have to look at. So all these pointers should be in considerations when it comes to the AI governance adoptions. I think I would also like to add on what Colonel Francel said about the era of misinformation and disinformation. This is very true. According to the World Economic Forum risk report, so World Economic Forum, they always come up with risk report every year for past 20 over years. So 2024, top risk, misinformation and disinformation. It is not critical infrastructure attack, it's not warfare, it's misinformation and disinformation. Why is it the top risk? Because misinformation and disinformation, they are different. One is, as some of us, we're just following without verifying things. And then one is with a malicious intent. So the danger of it is they are shaping the public mindset. So when you see the first video, you're like, okay, maybe it's true. But second, third video, and this is how the algorithm works. If you think that they can even check that, oh, you look at this 2 seconds longer, might have interest. So they'll feed you more, right? And then if you start watching the whole video, then eventually it's like, so that's why it's like any of our social media, everyone's is different because it have learned what fits you. So the era of misinformation and disinformation, like what Francel have mentioned earlier on, this is very true. So it's shaping mindset, shaping public.
Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah, right. I think since we have, let me go to the last questions. Yeah, before we wrap up. So the title of our forum today suggests the solutions. We have regulator, we have military, the commander, and also the industrial chief on stage with us, and all women, yeah, except me. So this is not typical. Job satisfactions for women in cyber has dropped. Yes, 15% in 2 years. It was reported. Yeah. And many face discriminations. So Colonel, you champion the women peace and security agenda, which the UN now link directly to cyber defense. This information in iGovernance. So my questions to three of you, one by one. But I think you just answer at the very beginning, but maybe you can repeat that. Yeah. Why is female leadership essential to solving this trilemma? The one that I mentioned, the three just now. What unique perspective do you bring that breaks down the traditional silos between policy, defense, and industry as a female leaders?
Okay. Let me share my experience shortly. I am fortunate to be in the Women in Cyber Fellow at the United Nations in the disarmament. So I started joining that in 2020, and it brings a smaller number of people. Now we are growing networks. I think maybe almost 100, if I'm not mistaken. I could not count it. All women. So it's an initiative by some developing country, a numbers of developing country. For example, I am being funded as a fellow by Australia. There are United States, Canada, a lot of it, New Zealand. So depending, there are processes. So they bring people from a developing country. One thing that we are in, not only we are talking about fellowship in cyber, technically, but they also give a safe place for all of us to demand what training, and it comes from a diversified group, where there are IT people, technical, there are people who do certs, there are people who do legal, there are people who do diplomats. So they bring everyone together and we discuss openly, and there are demand and supply of training. For example, they will ask, what else do you want to do? What else do you want to learn? So they train us from time to time. The training materials and the regrouping are by demand, and also there are online communication. So I think in the experience that I have, one thing for sure is issues women and gender equality is not just confined to one particular region, one particular nation, one particular continent. It is actually the same, similar all over the world. What change? What change is when you have the right mentor, right female or male, that brings everyone together, that believe that you should bring everyone and treat everyone equally, and everyone have their own strengths and weaknesses and leverage on that. And there are a lot of opportunity in that group that I had to see how, from the level where I don't understand how the UN works, which is really, really complicated, there is a place for us to ask, to verify. And some of them in the group will say that, oh, I don't know about that, but I know somebody there. Building up the right networks and keep connected, that will actually assist in terms of building up the next. And another part that we will encourage is, one, the moment when I finished the fellowship, we were called to share back and to mentor back. So it's a continuous program that we do, and I try to do it in Malaysia, within my department, within my community. And I think this is where I bring and I identify people and bring back to the group and say that I know some youngsters that can actually have potential. Can I bring them and can you evaluate them? So bringing more people, giving them more opportunity, like what I used to be given. So I think that is how actually build up the network and the community that you have that will continue to shape how actually the thinking and the community that can work together in terms.
Something that we need to maybe Sabah need to look into that as well. Doctor?
Yeah, so I'm going to share some numbers from, I'm a member of ISC Square. So ISC Square is a certification body, right? So ISC Square published this cybersecurity workforce report every year. So when I first became a member more than 10 years ago, women in cybersecurity is always at 19%, 22%. Now we're about 25%. So this year's report, one thing that is interesting is that those that is below 30, the number have jumped up a lot, which is very good, right? And then they'll put 30 to 37, that's another number. So it dropped a bit, but it's still pretty high. It's like 20 something. And then 37 and above, which is, we are 37 above. So, right, it became like 17%. The question is why? Because as we're talking about leadership, right? So is it because moving up the leader and then these are the questions that they can't explain why. But I would like to concur what Rush has said earlier on. It's like we always build women network in cyber. I met Colonel Francel for the first time many years ago in Manila. I know Rush from Mampu to Naksa days and to here. So basically, one thing that I find that women in cyber, the network, which consists also of men, because the thing is that men are good supporters, good allies, right? Because the things that basically you champion the cause of it, women in cyber, because it is important. I think Rasha mentioned earlier on, we have now cyber threats that's increased in sophistication. We have seen tactics that have never occurred before. So that's why we need a more creative, more innovative cyber solutions. It cannot be business as usual in terms of coming out, how do we do defense? How do we come up with solutions? So this is why people that's joining cybersecurity professionals come from multiple, I would say, disciplines. I've seen people who are like Ronnie said, I used to be accountancy. My degree, my first degree is actually electrical engineering, electrical electronics engineering. So a lot of us are from various different type of background. But the thing is, what we want is the way you think. How do we solve a cyber problem? How do we come up with the best defenses? Because the threats keep on changing, and that's not gonna, it's gonna be more sophisticated, it's gonna be more unseen things and all that. So how do we come up with solutions? So this is why women, biologically, we are different. Capacity, our brain matter, everything is different. And also everyone with based on their background, bring in different perspective, and that gives us better cyber solutions. And in terms of women's network, yes, we do encourage men and women to be part of the network. So the network is wide and deep. I have, based from cybersecurity itself, I have friends from Africa, Middle East. So if I go Middle East, I already have Dr. Reem who said, I'll just take care of you, in the US and everything. So basically the network it is always there. Because we are in a cyber realm, right? It's one common place.
Yeah. Continue. I just received a message from a man to be delivered to women.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I would like to view this as a teamwork, more of male and women, men and women, and not really women being siloed with it. I would like to think that we have reached to this level because of merits and not because of gender. So, in my case, in my background, I'm from STEM. So I'm a signal officer, C4S, Command Control Communications and Cyber, and then in the Army to the armed forces. So that's nothing more male dominated than that. But now, from cyber, I was designated to be the very first female spokesperson for the Armed Forces of the Philippines in 88 years. So the pressure was really on me, but it was so humbling more than, something that I would really flaunt and say that it's more of an accomplishment. Not really. It's humbling in a sense that it is at a time where our country is facing so many challenges. So how do you speak for geopolitical tension, speak for the Air Force, the Army, the Navy, the Marines, all the intricacies? We have internal security operations with our all those things, and on top of that, current affairs and the political tensions as well. So the learning curve is so high in my case that if I fail, all the dreams of the younger generation's female looking at me saying, I will be somebody like that someday and be the face and the voice of the armed forces. Because for the armed forces, you would think somebody would speak with conviction. It should be a male voice. But it's the first time they put me in. But I'm already 1 year, 11 months on the job, so I might be doing something right. I really don't know. But it's humbling, but in a sense, it's also very proud to say that through the networks that we gain through the years with Dr. Karine, we have met each other for so many years, eons ago. Now with Sharifa, we already connected, no, in a female level on maternal talks. That's women in action. We bring something to the table, a different flavor, a different color to the conversation. And that we are the glue that sticks everything together. And I think that's the power of having a female in the team. So I say, if they don't give you a space at the table, we have to bring our own chair. So with that, I think our moderator will wrap up because there's already violent reactions from the men in the group.
I think
Thank
we are
you.
very fortunate to have all these three iron ladies on stage. I think this is the time for you to take this opportunity, especially ladies, women, to meet maybe after over the coffee. But this time around, I think I still have short time. No, just 1 minute. But I'm very strict now. Only one sentence. Yeah. To Colonel Francel, what is the top defense priority for 2026? The top defense priority
Defense priority for
2026.
For 2026 is be able to strengthen alliances and of course, two keywords, integration and interoperability. That is key. Collaboration is actually
Okay,
the
thank
key.
you. And Puan Sharifah, maybe first. What is the top sovereignty priority in 2026?
Top sovereignty priority. Okay, that is an answer. That is a question that needs to be answered by National Cybersecurity Agency.
One sentence.
Yeah, but that is not within Personal Data Protection Department. I will answer on Personal Data Protection Department, which is calibrate, cooperate, coordinate.
Thank you. And Dr. Kiran Teo, what is the top trust priority for 2026?
IAM, Identity Access Management. Do it well and you'll be fine.
Good. Thank you for giving me one sentence. So as closing, trust, defense, and sovereignty. Today our panel has shown these are not separate goals, but a single intertwined challenge. And the solution is not only a new technology, but also a new model of leadership. One that is collaborative, multi-sectoral, and as we have seen today, powerful, led by women. Yeah. So many thanks to our incredible panelists today. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry kalau terlebih sedikit. Yeah. Then I pass this over to the MC.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for that inspiring and insightful discussion on the integral role of women in shaping a more secure, resilient, and trusted digital future for our region. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a tea break for 15 minutes. Please take this time to enjoy some light refreshment and visit the exhibition booths to explore more innovative cybersecurity solution. And we will continue at 10:30 a.m. for our next presentations. Thank you. And a very quick announcement. An identity card IC was found at the registration table earlier. It belongs to Mr. Ukuderi Medal. Yeah, if you are here, please kindly proceed to registration counter to collect your IC. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also like to inform you that the Cyber Challenge competition is currently taking place constantly at the Kinabalu Room Level 5. A total of 50 participants from various agencies across Sabah are competing in this challenge, demonstrating their cybersecurity capabilities and technical skills. We welcome all delegates to visit the Cyber Challenge area at any time throughout the day to observe the competitions and support the participant. At Kinabalu Room Level 5, we extend our best wishes to all participants and we look forward to celebrating their achievement later today here.
What can I help you with? I can do many things, but I'm only allowed to help with 40 manager tasks.
Hi there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite all the delegates and the participants to please make your way back into the hall as we will be resume the summit shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Us into the realm of AI power future, focusing on how artificial intelligence can drive inclusive excellence in cybersecurity service delivery. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kelvin Chua, Senior Regional Director System Engineering, Fortinet Southeast Asia. Mr. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. It's always very exciting to be back in Sabah. Last year I was here, and this year I'm back again. So I think first of all, on behalf of Fortinet, I just wanted to extend, thank you to SabahNet for inviting us, and it was pleasantly surprising for me this morning, where we talk about a lot of things relating, promoting women in cybersecurity, which, it is a good thing, and I love to see that. So in view of time, because I was told by the organizer that I need to stick within the 30 minutes. So let's try not to delay any further and just go straight, to actually show you some of the things that I'll be discussing, how AI is going to be used in cybersecurity. Okay, so I think if you look at the world today, right, obviously AI is a priority for many business leaders. I think in the early panel, they talk about AI governance, they talk about, some of the things that, organizations are actually using for AI, right? AI obviously has helped a lot of strategic transformation for many organizations. It is also a strategic enabler for many business solutions, right? And the conversation today, in many organizations, whether you are state-owned government, enterprise, is really, not whether the company should use AI or not, but rather, how can you actually deploy it securely and effectively to gain a competitive edge against, your others people, right? I think AI is already the main driver of emerging technology. I think you have seen that in big data, you have seen that in robotics, you have seen that in IoT, generative AI. I think the most common one that we are probably very well exposed to is the generative AI, right? So in the next 30 minutes, I'm going to actually share how AI can actually be applied in cybersecurity delivery. So while AI actually created many opportunity, as we all know, likewise, it has also created many challenges for businesses, right? And especially cybersecurity risks. I think you have probably heard about things like MCP, A2A, LLM. So they have a lot of cybersecurity risks, that as a cybersecurity vendor, we are very conscious about those risks and definitely working, every day very hard, to ensure that, when organizations start embarking on AI, how can we actually keep them secure, right? So if you look at 30% of the cyber attack, that we've seen were involved in AI generated deepfake, adversary AI, right? Up from 2% way back in 2022, right? 45% of the organization also using third-party AI model, whether is it going to be an open AI model, closed AI model, have experienced some sort of a security incident due to unvetted AI dependency. But the good news is obviously 80% of the enterprise, will adopt AI augmented SOC, especially, to combat AI-driven threat. So how do you really securely use AI? I think in Fortinet's context, we believe AI is for cybersecurity, but there's also another thing, cybersecurity for AI. So, in your mind, you will be thinking, hey, what is the difference? What is AI for cybersecurity and cybersecurity for AI, right? So, so if you look at how to actually securely use of the AI, I think in Fortinet context, we look at three things, right? First of all, how do you actually ensure that you got visibility and control of AI usage, especially protecting against some of the AI emerging threat, right? How do you actually, have real-time autonomous defense with AI intelligence? And last but not least, how do you secure AI infrastructure and supply chain? Yeah, right? Because I know that many organizations that I talk to, they have planned to actually build up their own so-called AI infrastructure. Obviously, that requires a lot of money, but the organization who actually wanted to keep this local, will definitely be building their secure AI infrastructure. And most importantly, how do they actually secure the supply chain? So in our context, right, I think we actually break them down into three parts, right? The first part is, we call it the FortiAI Protect. The second one is the FortiAI Assist. And the last one is going to be what we call a FortiAI Secure AI, right? So let me try to talk about FortiAI Protect, okay? So in your mind, you'll be thinking, hey, what is FortiAI Protect? I mean, essentially, it's really protecting against AI threat, right? So I'm going to actually show you a demo so that, you can actually better appreciate it. So if you are using actually FortiGate, this is by default already supported, right? So what you essentially can do is enable it. And the moment you actually enable it, this will actually allow you to control some of the shadow AI usage. So the feature will give organization, complete visibility into all generative AI. So in this case, you can see, when you actually turn it on, right, it will tell you, hey, what are some of the Gen AI that your organization is using? Whether is it going to be DeepSeek, Claude, ChatGPT, right? And it will tell you which are the user that is actually using it, right? And it will also give you a rescore of all this Gen AI application that is being used. What is the rescore? Where is the data center that is actually hosting this Gen AI application? Right? And with this itself, obviously you can then say, hey, now I understand the usage of Gen AI. How can I actually control it and ensure that, shadow AI is not being used in my organization? So it's very exciting, right? I mean, because not only this give you complete visibility of what Gen AI is actually being used, this will also allow you to limit, unnecessary Gen AI application that is being used in the organization. And this doesn't come, any additional cost, right? When you have a FortiGate actually within the organization. So it will also give you things like information, what are some of the open AI API detected, within the organization that is used by the users, right? And when you actually click in further, right, example, this is an open API query, you can actually go to the app controller and understand exactly in this Gen AI application, what messages is actually posted, either on a Gen AI prompt or through an API. So, this is how essentially for organizations who are really worried about shadow AI usage in the organization, right? You can't stop employee from using AI. So this will allow you to get better visibility and ensure that they are not using any shadow non-sanctioned Gen AI application within the organization, and also give you a better understanding how your employee is using the Gen AI application. So it also allows you to actually turn on, some sort of a data leak, in the sense that, if you don't want your employee to actually type something that is sensitive within, let's say, the Gen AI application, which is hosted in the cloud, then, you can use some of the data leak prevention capability, within the Gen AI to help you to actually do this, right? So, of course, other than, controlling shadow AI usage, Fortinet, being a unified threat management solution providers, we also actually have our own AI-based intrusion prevention system, okay, that use advanced machine learning, real-time intelligence, right, to proactively detect and block sophisticated network attack, including things like the APT. If you have heard about, if you are a cybersecurity professional, you have heard about Combat Strike, which many good guys are actually using it. The bad guys are also using it, to exploit organization as well. And through the AI IPS, we can help to keep the organization secure, right? Essentially, to make sure that, any anonymous behavior or zero-day threat, that traditional signature-based network might miss, this is actually being covered, by the AI IPS, that is also inbuilt in the FortiGate if you are a Fortinet customers. Okay? So the next thing I'm going to talk about it is FortiAI Assist, right? I think it's quite self-explanatory, essentially how we use for AI to actually assist in our cybersecurity operation, right? I think what is actually interesting is, I'm going to actually be showing you a demo, right? So this demo is all about FortiAI Assist. I'm going to actually go through a few different use cases first, right? Then I'm going to also talk about agentic AI in the end. So anybody have heard about agentic AI? Yeah, so agentic AI is, obviously, the talk of the town, in 2025 and beyond, right? I mean, a lot of people will start talking about agentic AI, but there's also a lot of problem about agentic AI, to be quite honest, that organizations are worried. I mean, I talk to many of the CIO, the C-level, the cybersecurity professional, they are also worried about agentic AI, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit about agentic AI, how agentic AI is going to be used in cybersecurity so that you can get a better appreciation, okay?
Hi, admin. What can I help you with? I can do many things, but I'm only allowed to help with 40 manager tasks.
Hi there. Can you check if any SD-WAN configuration is present on my system right now?
Of course. Let me direct you to the SD-WAN overlay templates page to check. It looks like presently there are no SD-WAN configurations.
Okay. Can you show me what devices are managed and their geographic location?
Certainly. Let me take you to the SD-WAN monitor page so you can see how it looks and review the current location of all managed devices.
So what you have seen so far is that, this is for the AI, it helps the user, especially users who probably new administrator, not familiar with the tools, to navigate. So that, to help, for the AI, help these guys to actually find information, right? So these are quite basic things, that AI can actually help, especially new admin who haven't actually been exposed to the tools, right? So now let's say, assume I need to roll out SD-WAN, right? I think a lot of people know that, FortiGate, if you are deploying, you are not only using FortiGate as a firewall, you can actually turn on FortiGate, SD-WAN at no cost. So let me try to get AI to help me, let's say, roll out SD-WAN, okay? So that, I wanted to see whether FortiAI can actually help me do this.
Great, thanks. I have an SD-WAN topology diagram that I drew a while ago. Can you help generate an SD-WAN template to deploy?
I can definitely help with that. Please drag and drop your diagram to this window so I can review it. This is what I read from the diagram. Are these details correct to proceed?
So, I did this demo to many times, right? To many customers, and a lot of customers say, hey, I can draw a diagram, right? And, and essentially, all you need to do is to be able to draw a diagram and then, put it, right, upload it to FortiAI. FortiAI would then help you to generate the necessary configuration. And how this is actually being done is because, we have injected or learned, right, on the FortiAI, what are all the application deployment model, right? And with what you actually put in the diagram, it will help you to actually generate that configuration. So now, let's say assuming I check the configuration, this configuration looks okay. Okay, maybe I say, hey, let's proceed, right? Get AI to actually install for me.
Yes, confirmed. Please proceed.
I have created the SD-WAN deployment configuration based on your diagram. I have saved the configuration in the SD-WAN overlay template table. Please review it, and when ready, I can help you install the configuration.
Thanks. Please go ahead to install the configuration.
Installing configurations to devices. Configurations have been successfully installed to the devices. I am redirecting to the SD-WAN monitor page so you can monitor the setup.
So, okay, clearly, the configuration is installed. It will help you to actually do all this installation by uploading a diagram, come out the configuration. And it also show you, with the map itself, there is a red line. And it looks like there's a problem, right? I mean, one of the branch is having a problem, right? So, yeah, we know that there's a problem based on the diagram. The configuration is installed. Let's see whether AI can actually take us further, right? To help us troubleshoot the problem, right? Hopefully to solve it.
Oh, it looks like there's a problem with branch 1. Are you able to diagnose the connectivity issue?
Certainly, from investigation I found this. The problem is caused by the admin status of interface port 1 on device BR1 being disabled. To resolve this issue, I recommend the following action plan. Would you like to proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
I have enabled the admin status of interface port 1 on BR1. Installing configurations to device. All done. Please verify the VPN status.
Okay, obviously you can see now the red line has changed to a green line. It is working. So, the problem is solved. Obviously, AI can actually help to solve this kind of problem. So now SD-WAN is enabled. So what's next? Right, I think, if you look at the industry, other than SD-WAN that many organizations are embracing, one of the big things that, organization really wanted to look at is how do I secure my remote users, right? And one of the most talked about technology, especially during the COVID period, was SASE, right? So again, FortiGate has the ability for you to enable SASE. So let's try to see whether we can get AI to help us to enable the SASE, right?
Perfect, it's working. Next, I'd like to enable SASE for remote access to this network. Can you enable the FortiSASE connector?
Okay, I found an active SASE instance under your account. I've enabled the connector to it. Here are the current deployment details.
So of course, FortiSASE, is based on FortiOS. It has the same capability, same feature, including SD-WAN. So, we can simply enable this. And let's say we wanted to enable all these 3 branches to our existing SD-WAN network, okay?
Okay. Can you please connect these SASE nodes to my SD-WAN network?
Okay, will do. I can also synchronize the security profiles deployed for on-premise SD-WAN users to the SASE users. Would you like to include those changes?
Yes, please go ahead.
Installing configurations using FortiSASE connector. Okay, I've updated all SASE configurations. DLP, AV, and 10 other security profiles are now active on your FortiSASE instance.
So, hang on for a while. Okay, so as you can see, right, SASE instance has actually been enabled. But I can see that the map is actually getting a little busier, right? Too many lines. So let us AI to help us to simplify it, okay?
Thanks, it looks correct. To simplify the map view, please mute all tunnels which are performing correctly.
Okay, I have changed those links to light gray color.
Perfect. Thanks for your help.
You are welcome. If you have any further questions, feel free to ask. FortiSASE AI Alert. A new remote access connection to the SD-WAN network without zero trust protection has been detected. Here's a summary of the remote access connection, connecting from Berlin, connecting to the Frankfurt POP, accessing an application located in the Geneva branch. Recommendation. Would you like to enable these changes?
So firstly, obviously there's an alert, right? And this is actually an alert generated by FortiAI agent running on FortiSASE, right? I think this is a very, really useful, example of using AI, especially, in SASE, right? SASE portal, everything is supposed to be simple. It doesn't need much, assistance. On the other hand, doing something like enabling zero trust is quite difficult, right? Because you need to actually constantly inspecting, understanding who the users are, what are the applications they are accessing, and then this changes continuously over time, right? So FortiAI in this use case can continuously help you monitor and analyze and prompt you when something is not connected properly, or something is connected without zero trust. So, and help you to build those necessary complicated configuration.
Okay, please enable zero trust.
Installing configurations using FortiSASE connector. All done. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. FortiAI Ops Alert. Urgent Wi-Fi connectivity issue at branch 1. Would you like me to query FortiAI Ops?
So now you got the second alert, right? Obviously, this alert actually come from our FortiAI Ops, right? Which is a product that we have it actually quite some time, probably 3 years already. Usually, our customers deploy this in a standalone mode with our 40 AP, our wireless solution, and our 40 switch, which is our switching solution, right? And this 40 AI op, help organization provide some kind of a troubleshooting assistant, and most importantly, provide, preventive measure recommendation. So in this situation, what we do is that we connect the 40 AI ops, into our 40 manager AI engine. That means, all the alert that is coming from AI ops will be injected into the 40 manager. And that's the reason why, you saw this alert, right? So now I know that there's a problem, right? But I do not know exactly how to solve this problem or troubleshoot this problem. So let's get 40 AI, to see whether it can help me.
Yes, please retrieve the analysis of this location from AI Ops.
Issue analyzed by 40 AI Ops. Issue, too many interfering APs, 9 on channel 36, significantly contributing to over-channel utilization 90% and availability.
So you can actually see, which is actually quite classic, common, right? I mean, channel availability, overlapping, right? So, based on what AI op has actually come back, it tell me that, hey, I got too many interfering AP on channel 36 that create, that constitute or contribute to over channel utilization and availability. Now I know what the problem is. Let's see whether AI can help fix it.
Are you able to fix this?
Yes, I can enable DRP on the APs managed by BR1 to optimize it. Note this will take a few moments and disrupt client connectivity to those APs temporarily. Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
All done. Channel interference looks to be stabilizing.
Perfect, thanks.
You are welcome. If you have any further questions, feel free to... 40 Analyzer AI alert. New incident regarding a slow server at 172.16.88.23. Would you like to investigate this?
Okay, so, obviously the third alert, right? The third alert is more on security related alert, right? It's not on AI operation or whatever. So before we move on and investigate, the next alert that is coming, from a 40 analyzer, let's do a quick recap of what AI have actually helped us so far, right? Okay, first, obviously AI have actually helped us navigate around the use of the product, right? You saw it. It helped us also to build and deploy some of the SD-WAN configuration. It also helped us to monitor the SD-WAN, help us troubleshoot the SD-WAN, help us to fix the problem, on the SD-WAN, right? It also helped us to add SASE, especially supporting the hybrid users. And it also helped us enable ZDNA over SASE. Right, and then it also help us leverage the 40 AI ops and troubleshoot and fix the wireless issue. But when we talk about AI, right, it's not only about just like this, right? It has to be more, right? So I wanted to actually take this opportunity to introduce agentic AI, right? So what is agentic AI? So if you do not know what is agentic AI is an application that are autonomously designed, okay, to independently achieve goal and complete complex tasks with minimum or no human intervention, right? And they function by making their own decision, planning the action, adapting to their environment, using reasoning and tools to complete the workflow, right? So, it's very exciting, right? And I think we are just at the beginning and we are also trying to embrace and learn a lot about how agentic AI can help organizations in their cybersecurity journey.
40 AI, can you help me to fully investigate this incident?
Sure, let me start the investigation. Incident summary. The slowness was due to a Monero miner C2 connection. Attacker used a brute force login to access the server and spread to other endpoints. Recommendations. Quarantine infected systems. 2. Block malicious traffic. 3. Enforce multiple factor authentication. 4. Patch the vulnerable systems.
So as you can see, right, I mean, this is actually agentic AI in action, right? Based on the third alert, which is coming from the Faulty Analyzer Security Event Alert, I get agentic AI to kick into action, right? It's not the regular, you ask, they reply. So agentic AI over here, based on the incident, he will be taking, the necessary action by itself. So as you can see over here, there's a lot of stuff going here. So let me quickly go back and step through to see exactly why it comes to this recommendation that is provided by agentic AI, so that you get a better appreciation, why agentic AI is that way, right?
Sure, let me start the investigation.
So first thing, as you can see, right, agentic AI, what it do is that when they actually see the alert, right, it investigate the incident ticket, it find that there is actually a private IP associated with this slow server. Remember what's the problem? The problem is there is a slow server, right? And the next thing, obviously, what agentic AI do is it go to the EMS, it retrieve the detail of the endpoint, right? The second step, as it retrieve the detail, obviously, it find the process, and there is a process, right, that actually, consume a lot of CPU. Okay, and that causes the server to run slow, right? Based on the process, it also see that it's connecting to a public IP. But this IP, we're not sure whether is it legitimate or is it suspicious, right? So the next thing is agentic AI will go to look at this IP via the FortiGuard, which is our threat intel, as well as the Forti threat intel platform. Then the third step, obviously, you find that indeed it is suspicious, right? So the next thing is, they wanted to understand whether there's any other system that is involved. Okay. So what it does is that, it will find whether there's any other system involved. Is it only one server? Is it relating to many servers? So in this case, you find that, multiple systems in my environment actually got compromised. So it will go and figure out what is the first system that got infected. Chances is that, they also wanted to know how attacker actually got in and spread to other. And finally, based on the first system, okay, this is actually caused, right, by brute force attack. Okay, which I'm going to show it to you, okay? So, and the system will then provide a full summary, right, and report and provide a set of recommendations to take. So that is how, the entire system provide that recommendation. As I said, right, this will actually analyze. They find that there's an outbreak detected, investigate the breach detail on the original server. Okay. Right, then they analyze the output, which I have actually explained. Yeah, unfortunately, the clicker, doesn't work properly.
Incident summary. The slowness was due to a Monero miner C2 connection. Attacker used a brute force login to access the server and spread to other endpoints. Recommendations. Quarantine infected systems. 2. Block malicious traffic. 3. Enforce multiple factor authentication. 4. Patch the vulnerable systems.
So, as you can see over here, right? I mean, this is really agentic AI in action, right? And with agentic AI, we can actually train it on the entire scenario, and it can actually expand it over time, right? By, some of the new things that, we uncovered. Example, in the area of SOC investigation. right? Of course, guardrail get to be put in place. You know, you like AI. You know, AI can do a lot of automation, automatic thing, but you need to make sure that there is a guardrail, right? And how far do we want to take AI is subjective, right? It varies organization by organization. The key is, you know, AI is not going to replace cybersecurity professional. Essentially, it's going to help cybersecurity professional to make, you know, final decision. You know, the final decision has to be taken by the people, as well as, you know, it is the people who decide, you know, whether they want AI to take appropriate action. But agentic AI can definitely significantly shortcut the time to investigate. Okay. Okay, the third topic, right, is 40 AI secure AI, right? I mean, as I talk about this is the third thing. Okay, so why is it important? Because, you know, I talk about the rise of agentic AI, and obviously agentic AI also have its own security risks. So also the risk and the concern with securing Gen AI as well as LLM model. So in this area itself, okay, you know, these are things like, you know, people are concerned about, you know, when we talk about Gen AI or LLM model. So things like model poisoning, unauthorized access, malicious prompt, data leak, right? And I think if you follow, let's say, some of the AI risks in the industry, you know, they have this OWASP top 10 LLM risks. Now they even also have A2A protocol vulnerability risks. They also got MCP. I mean, if you don't know what is MCP, it's a model context protocol. It's something that is very new in the industry, especially for AI. So, and how Fortinet can actually secure, right? I mean, quite straightforward. There's a few things that we can do. You know, we can actually secure access to the AI workload. We can find vulnerability in the AI apps. We can sanitize the prompt and input, and obviously prevent data leak. But, you know, the list doesn't stop here. There will be more things that you're going to see very soon. I think in this quarter, probably sometime in November, we will be making a new announcement on a new product, you know, which is very exciting. So, you know, do look out for it. You know, if you are in the area of building, let's say AI, right? Please speak to us. We can definitely help in ensuring that as you build your AI, you know, whether it's your own private LLM or open source LLM, you know, definitely there's an area that we can help, right? So with that, thank you so much for giving me the time. I will be, you know, nearby. We have a booth over there if you wanted to have a more in-depth discussion on how Fortinet can actually help securing your AI journey. Please, you know, come over to our booth. We will be gladly to answer any question that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kelvin Chua, Senior Regional Director, System Engineering from Fortinet Southeast Asia, for highlighting the importance of AI as both a tool and a transformative force in the cybersecurity ecosystem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session delves into the frontier of post-quantum cryptography, or PQC, a topic that is rapidly reshaping the global security landscape in anticipations of quantum computing breakthrough. Please welcome Teknologis Dr. Arif Mandangan, Pakar Bahagian Asimetrik Pusat Teknologi dan Pengurusan Kriptologi Malaysia.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, salam Sabah Maju Jaya. To all distinguished guests, international delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so to all international delegates, welcome to Sabah, right? So to all my Malaysian non-Sabahan fellow friends, selamat datang ke Sabah. And to all Sabahan, I'm pretty sure that we are in fever, right? The state election fever. All right, so anyway, so first and foremost, thank you very much for having me today in this great occasion. On behalf of Pusat Teknologi dan Pengurusan Kriptologi Malaysia, PTPKM, I would like to send our gratitude for giving us opportunity, this presentation to share about post-quantum cryptography. So before that, this is the title of my presentation. My name is Arif Mandangan from PTPKM and also UMS. So before that, allow me to, this is the content of my presentation. So let's start with introduction, data, security goals, cryptography, quantum PQC migration. I'll introduce a little bit about PTPKM and some insight for our way forward. Before that, let me introduce myself. Actually, I'm a mathematician. I'm not an IT guy. My educational background, my degree was in computational mathematics and my master in mathematical cryptography. And then I pursued a PhD in cryptography, focusing specialization in post-quantum crypto. So I'm not the IT guy, so my presentation will be not too technical, just my perspective as a mathematician, cryptographer. Right, so this is my background. Right, so currently I'm a senior lecturer in UMS, but in May I was appointed by the head secretary of Malaysia government to serve as an expert of asymmetric in Malaysia Cryptology Technology and Management Center. Right, so let's start with the presentation. So as we know, we are living in digital era. Almost all parts of our lives are connected to the digital world. Start from the food that we order, to our education, to our healthcare, and also our leisure. So it doesn't matter whether you are from industry sectors, from the government, or also as individual. Every single day we produce tremendous volume of data. Right? So this data can be either communicated through networks, transmitted through the internet networks, or saved in database and also in cloud environments. So in all these situations, we know that security is no longer optional, but it's essential. Right? So for example, when the data is transmitted, of course, we know we want the data to be inaccessible to any unauthorized access. Right? From the eavesdropper, from the attackers. Same goes when we put our data in our database. We also don't want any unauthorized deletion and unauthorized edit or insertion, deletion of our data. Only authorized party can access and can modify our data. That is our intention. Right, so actually we have 5 main security goals. We have confidentiality. We don't want our data to be understood by an authorized party. We also have authentication. We know that we want that our communicate with the correct party. About data integrity, we don't want our data to be edited by unauthorized party. Non-repudiation, okay, to disallow any denial of commitment in any transaction, and also availability. We want our data always available whenever it is needed. So all these security goals actually can be provided by cryptography. All right? All of the security goals can be achieved through cryptography, through encryption, through digital signature. All right? So what is cryptography? So basically, cryptography is a science to secure our information by using mathematical principles as well as the computer science as the medium of implementation. On the other hand, we have a cryptanalysis. If cryptography is for the constructive purpose, so cryptanalysis is for the destructive purpose. Right? So the study of and practice of analyzing cryptographic systems with the goal to find the weaknesses and finally to break the crypto system. So the combination between cryptography and cryptanalysis fall under a field what we call as cryptology. Right. So this is, if you categorize cryptography based on a key, so we have 2 different classes of cryptography. The first one is what we call as symmetric key cryptography. In symmetric key cryptography, as the name suggests, it is symmetrical between the sender and also the recipient. Both sender and recipients will share what we call a secret key in order to communicate securely. All right, so data will be encrypted through the open channel like the internet, where the eavesdropper is there, the attacker is there, and then while receiving the data, the recipient need to unlock or to decrypt the data in order to read the data. In our today's technology, there are various symmetric crypto systems such as AES, Cha-Cha-20, Blowfish, Twofish, and Camellia. So the other part of cryptography is what we call as asymmetric. So compared to the symmetric, this kind of cryptography is not symmetric. It's asymmetrical cryptography. So in this case, the recipient have to generate two different keys. The first one is the public key and another one is private key. And both keys are mathematically related. Okay? So the message will be encrypted by using the public key, and only the authorized recipient who has the private key will able to decrypt the data. While the attacker will not be able to decrypt because that attacker doesn't have the correct private key. So as we know, cryptography now is anywhere with us. Okay? It's embedded in our devices, protecting us from any kind of attack. So we have RSA, ACC, Diffie-Hellman, we have also ECDLP and El-Jamal. So as I said before, cryptography is anywhere in our WhatsApp. So our WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted, right? And in our, what else? In our Facebook, it uses ECC. In our Shopee, it uses RSA. And Maybank, it uses, again, RSA. So this is how important cryptography is in our life. So, but now, okay, the term quantum is very familiar to us, right? In Marvel movies, you say quantum, quantum, quantum. So what is quantum actually? So quantum actually can be defined as the smallest discrete unit of energy or matter that a physical system can possess or exchange. All right? So there are three different terms which are always related to the quantum. So I want to make it clear, then you can understand what is the difference between the quantum computer, quantum cryptography, and as well as the post-quantum cryptography. So for the quantum computer is the computing technology that leveraging the quantum mechanics. Okay, quantum mechanics for the computing purpose. It's super fast compared to our existing computer. The next one is quantum cryptography. So quantum cryptography is another type of cryptography, which again leveraging the quantum mechanics to provide security. All right, and finally post-quantum cryptography. So when you talk about post-quantum cryptography, actually we are referring to the cryptographic algorithms which are designed to remain secure, not only in current technology, current computing technology, but also during the quantum era. Whenever the cryptographically relevant quantum computers is ready, it's mature, then we can still able to communicate securely. So that is what we call as post-quantum cryptography. Right? So how the RSA, the ECC can remain secure? Because they are protected by what we call as hard mathematical problem. For the RSA, it is protected by integer factorization problem. ECC is protected by elliptic curve DLP. For the Diffie-Hellman, it's protected by discrete logarithm problem, and the El-Jamal as well protected by DLP. So let's see. Let's have some mathematics lecture. So how the factorization can protect the RSA? So this is the key generation of RSA, right? So we got lecture, mathematics lecture. So in RSA crypto system, the key generation of RSA, we start by choosing or generating two distinct prime numbers, P and Q. And then we compute the product, which is N, and we compute the Euler-Torsion function phi N, which is can be easily computed as P minus 1 times Q minus 1. All right? And then we choose the encryption key, which is public, and then we have to compute the private key, which is D. Okay, so the D is computed by using that congruence relation, ED congruent 1 mod phi n. The public keys are E and N, while the private keys are P, Q, and D. Okay. For the authorized party, it's very easy to generate the keys, right? Easy to generate the public, easy to generate the private. Why? Why? Because the authorized party is only need to solve the following equation, which only consists of single unknown. It's very easy to solve, very fast to solve. So this is the situation faced by authorized party. But for the attacker, for the unauthorized party, he knows the public key, E and A and N, but he doesn't know what is the actual value of P, Q, then obviously the private key D. So because the P and Q are unknown but to the attacker, so the attacker cannot compute the phi n, which is P minus 1, Q minus 1. He don't have any idea what is the P is and what is the Q is. So what is the effect? He cannot compute the D, which is the decryption key, because the congruence relation now has two unknowns compared to the previous one, single unknown. So that's why RSA is secure. So to attack the RSA, simple. We just need to factorize the N and come out with the product of with the prime factors, P and Q. So the attacker can compute the phi N, P minus 1 times Q minus 1, and finally compute the decryption key. So how the integer factorization problem can provide security? This is the reason why. As we know, if I give you two numbers, very easy to multiply. But if I give you a single number and I ask you to separate that number to its prime factors, it's computationally infeasible, especially when the numbers is huge. For example, this is the modulus n for the RSA 2048. It consists of 617 digits. Can you factorize it? It's difficult. It's computationally infeasible. Why? Because even if we use the best factorization algorithm, which is GNFS, and we run using the fastest supercomputer El Capitan, it takes, how many years is that? See? That is why the RSA is secure. Right? But not for too long, because this is pra-quantum calculation. So when we come to the post-quantum calculations, now it becomes easy to solve. Why? Because of the existence of what we call as Shaw algorithm. So the Shaw algorithm is managed to reduce the problem from factorization problem becomes a period finding problem, which can be done efficiently by using quantum Fourier transform function. It's extremely fast. The calculation which takes the universe time now down to few hours, few days. So what happened to us? What does it mean? That means all of these are no longer available to us, which is a big problem to us, not as individual, but also as a nation. So this is the quantum computer. It's not a fiction, it's real. We went to the IBM Zurich to experience directly from the IBM experts to know the development of the development of their computing technology. It's real. It will be coming soon. If you refer to this timeline, which is available in the quantum in the IBM website, it's too near. They're expecting that in 2029 they will be able to develop the computational cryptographically relevant quantum computers, which is fault-tolerant quantum computers in 2029. So that is why, what is the solution? We have the threats, so what is the solution? The solution is post-quantum cryptography. So post-quantum cryptography means we are looking for the new hard mathematical problems which are unaffected by the quantum computer threats. So as an initiative done by NIST, National Institute for Standard and Technology, USA, they come up with the standardization of few algorithms. We have the MLCAM, we have also MLDSA, they have SLHDSA, okay, and coming soon, come up with FNDSA and also HQC CAM. So all of these are the algorithms which will be used in the PQC era. So of course, Malaysia also don't want to left behind. Under the cybersecurity initiative, they also come up with the list of trusted algorithm, the National Trusted Cryptographic Algorithm List. So this is the reference. If you ask what kind of algorithm should we use, so this is the answer. It's having evaluated. I'm one of the panelists. Okay, we evaluate the algorithms and come up with the list. All right. So in Malaysia also we have our sovereign scheme developed by our experts, named as Cryptography Atasi Zara or CAS algorithms. So these algorithms is still under the evaluation. Inshallah, coming soon will come as our first national algorithm. Inshallah. So, what is the PQC migration? We'll talk about PQC. It's always related with the PQC migration. The PQC migration means we are moving from the era of number theoretical based crypto systems to the new era, which is PQC schemes. So these PQC schemes are based on lattice, based on code, based on hash, and also the elliptic curve isogeny problems. So these problems are still unaffected by the quantum attacks. So that is why we are moving now to this new direction. So why we have to move now? The question is why is now? Why don't we just waiting for the quantum then we start? No. Because the attack is happening now. What we call as harvest now, decrypt later for the encryption, and also for the trust now and forge later for the digital signatures. This is the biggest reason why we should start now. All right? And another reason is because the migration is too challenging. There are various challenges to doing the migration. For example, compatibility and interoperability problem or issues, and they come up with the performance and resource constraints, right? And then policy and governance challenges. And of course, the biggest one is budgeting, right? So the budgeting challenges and also human resource. We lack of experts in this specific area. Okay, so some of you from my generation and then maybe generation before me, we know about the Y2K issues, right? So let's compare between Y2K and PQC migration. For the Y2K, it's predictable. We have the date and we prepare before the date. But for the PQC migration, the quantum threats doesn't have any due date. Any company can come out one day and they say, we have the cryptographically relevant quantum computers. Then we finish. It is why we have to start our migration. Now, it's totally different between the Y2K and also the PQC migration, especially because of the time that we have. Okay, so other than PQC migration, we also have a previous digital migrations, right? We experienced the migrations. It's too painful, too timely, and also it's too difficult to be done. For example, the migration from DES to AES, migration of the RSA key length, we increased the key length for better security, the migration from SHA-1 to SHA-2 and 3, and so on. So we have some lesson to learn from this previous migration. The first one, the migration process is slow. Even after vulnerability is discovered, still take time to adoption for adoption purpose. The second lesson is legacy system are the bottlenecks, obviously, right? And then the next one is policy pressure matters, and the next one, the most important one, is the human expertise is crucial. Okay, right. So, because Malaysia looks the PQC as a big issue, so Alhamdulillah, the government approved the establishment of PTPKM, Malaysia Cryptology, Technology and Management Center. So what is PTPKM? Cryptology, this center is a Malaysia's dedicated national hub for cryptology research, development, and also management, operating currently under the purview of NACSA. So aspiring expertise come from UPM, of course, and then the USM, UITM, UTM, UMS, and cybersecurity. So what is the role of this center? So our role is to serve as a research hub in the field of cryptography, including the development of cryptographic technologies aligned with the nation's cybersecurity needs. What is our mission? So our mission is to position Malaysia as an agile leader in cryptology through innovations towards sustainable and resilient cybersecurity readiness for the well-being of the rakyat. And finally, our vision. Our vision is to be a world-class center to protect and strengthen our nation's sovereignty. So, this is the divisions in our center. The first one, we have a PQC migration division, which currently lead the PQC migration process in the whole nation under the supervision of NACSA. We also have a policy and compliance division. We also have technology integration division, my division, which is asymmetric division, and symmetric division, and also finally the administration, asset management, and finance division. So, along this year, we have organized multiple programs related to national PQC migration. We have national PQC migration programs. We go to every single state in Malaysia to provide and to disseminate information and to provide awareness about what is PQC, to give them understanding and also motivation to start the migration. We also have the proof of concept PQC sandbox. We want the industries, the government sectors to experience how the migration works. Right? We also have strategic collaboration with international agencies, and obviously we also have cryptographic security research. So that is our timeline for the migration. We start in 2024 with the establishment of the center, and for the 2025 and next year, we start with the migration pilot and testing validation phase, and followed by the nationwide migration implementation in 2007 onwards until 2030, and in 2031 and onwards, we have a monitoring and continuous improvement phase. So along this year, we together with NACSA, we achieve some significant achievement, right? Inshallah, for the next year also, we'll come up with various programs related to cryptology and PQC, especially. So as a way forward, because I'm an academician, obviously education is the key to success. We have to give awareness, we have to give education, let people understand why should we migrate. What is PQC? What is cryptography? What is quantum computers? So all of these are related to education. We need to nurture seamlessly. Okay, and we can make sure that the process can go smoothly. The next one, quantum threats is real. It is not about if now, but it's about when. As I showed just now, the threat is happening now. As we talk, it's happening. Harvest now, decrypt later, attacks. The next one, strengthen our regional cooperations, like what we have today, Bimp-Eaga, Cybersecurity Summit. So this is all very important to us, okay, as a nation and also in our Asian region. Next is to build local and also regional expertise. After all, behind the technology is human. We need human to start and to do the process. That is why we need to build more and more local and regional expertise in this particular area. And finally, upgrade nations and industry infrastructure for our nation sovereignty. I think that's all from me. I open for any question from you. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Technologist Dr. Arif Mandangan. Is there anyone with a question? A question from the floor?
No questions. Because I'm a lecturer, that means I have to ask you.
Ah.
Just kidding. If there is no question, it's okay. I'm just here for today. We can have tea time, coffee time after this. We can discuss further. Yes.
Sorry, hello. My name is Baron. Question on the PQC. What is your opinion on how what's this groups, ransomware groups or criminal groups are going to utilize this kind of quantum computing to evolve their attacks?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Okay. So the basic principle in cryptography is we're always assuming that the attackers is very powerful. They have everything to launch the attack: capability, intelligence, budget. So we have to prepare. We have to prepare. As a cryptologist, our task is to come up with the new methods, new algorithms, new approach, just to overcome that kind of attacks. Yes, the attacks will evolve. Currently, we have quantum attacks. In future, we don't know. But we as a human, as an expert in the area, we have to move our work every time to make sure that the every kind of attacks can be mitigated and can be solved efficiently. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we back to the slide, please? I have something to show you. I forgot. I'm sorry. The last page of my slide, actually. Okay. Right. So, inshallah, in the next year in Sabah, we also have a new another PQC event, which is Cryptology 2026. Okay. We Sabah as the host. Collaborated with the MSCR, Malaysian Society for Cryptology Research, right? So of course we are calling for papers, and so we're calling for sponsors, right? So I think that's all from me. Okay, so I think that's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Teknologis Dr. Arif Mandangan, pakar bahagian asimetrik Pusat Teknologi dan Pengurusan Cryptology Malaysia, for that fascinating exploration into post-quantum resilience and cryptographic innovation. Alright everyone, we will now continue with our session featuring Speaker 4, who will share insight on AI-driven cyber security, accelerating service delivery and resilience. Please welcome Mr. Yong Kangshan, Senior Solution Manager from Sangfor Technologies Malaysia.
Testing. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yong, Senior Solutions Manager from Sangfor Technology. It's been a pleasure as Sangfor Technology invited as a speaker and exhibitor for Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit for 2025. For 2025, main topic is about for the AI growth. And other than the infrastructure and the computing and the normal digital transformation AI, but however, I would say in the cybersecurity, also take a very essential role to safeguarding our data, transaction, even for the confidential information, and the AI has to be adapted into cybersecurity, and this will be my topic throughout the presentation. So maybe we're having an insight on the AI. So maybe in the very earlier part, the AI actually this phrase is already coming out, right? So AI will be means to be performing as a human-like task. It can be act like human. But after all, actually we have the machine learning. It means to be teaching the system to learn from the data itself and able to perform as well. After that, also there will be a deep learning as well. So deep learning, they will be using a neural network for advanced pattern recognition as thinking as what our human brain is for the neural network. Afterward, they were also having a natural language process, which help machine to understand and generate the language, like phone in our Siri, the Google Assistant. But for the recent year, I would say the generative AI was taking a trend for deliver a very highly human-like text and intelligent. So that's why we are having this kind of huge topic today and also all around. So generative AI, of course, changing our life. Like example, for the source code generation, like for the programmer, there will be generating a functional module, they'll be a lot easier by the helping of the GPT, ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, and others, or even Google Gemini. For the AI development, also will be faster from where we before. It will be eventually, they will be coming out with 5 times faster. Secondary, I will call about is the intelligence for the operation. So believe in maybe operation, they will be related to many. You'll be related to, can be seeing on, we can foresee the data center cooling system, whether there's any issue. So therefore, we're reducing the false positive rate by 40%. Other than maybe there's flawed by the alerts, so you need to cross-check all the while. They'll be caused by alert fatigue. Other than that, data analysis is important as well, including with the business. So we need to be having the data analytic to seeing what will be the trend and also what is happening, what will be the growth and drop in our businesses. So comparing with the last time, maybe we are doing this kind of the business analysis, doing a normally a human intervention using Excel. But however, now the financial organization can reducing this time up to 100% to providing the more accurate data, or eventually for the marketing as well for the feedback. So this is how the generative AI is changing our life. But however, the generative AI also eventually helping for another part as well, for the dark side. It's meant to be the cybersecurity risk lah. So eventually, other than ChatGPT that we are normally using, of course, maybe in the dark web or maybe for the cybersecurity, for the hackers, for their community, they eventually have their own GPT as well, dark GPT, warm GPT, even for others. So eventually, the coming up for this kind of the GPT technology, they'll be causing many issues. Example for the deepfake. Deepfake as a recruiter to attend an interview, actually is meant to be to gain some of the information and secret information from the company. Or eventually, can be also crafted as an email. From last time, actually, for the phishing email, it can be still some of the things that actually we can able to recognize. But however, if there is some, if after the GPT helping it, so there will be more likely and even can be wireborder, even can be designed as a phishing email using different type of the slang, even for the language, can be used across the region. As well as the vulnerabilities, right? So I was saying that actually from now on, maybe the cost when doing executing with a cybersecurity attack to an organization, it might be take a certain amount of time. But however, with the use of a generative AI, the generative AI in the for the dark web community, there will be a lot speed up. So eventually, we can feel that in the recent year, the rising of cybersecurity threat will be much more higher. So other than the GPTs and other than the threat for the cybersecurity, so also I would like to address about the complexity and the fragmentation on our cybersecurity solution. So example, maybe you have multiple security components within one of the site, but however, for the security personnel, the security professional is always lack of. At like maybe in the starting of the for the first session for today, they were also mentioning this one as well, right? So the fragmentation is meant to be they cannot link up, or maybe there's more burden toward to the security engineer. Meanwhile, you have to having the requirement on, you have the knowledge in the cybersecurity, as well as the complexity and a lot of overwhelming. Example, maybe you have a central log centralization, but however, how you going to be filtered up? What will be the true positive from that centralized log, and how can we eradicate those kind of false positive? And expenses might not deliver optimal cybersecurity, right? So actually, we know that for a organization they want to improve for their security solution, they will be like to be spending, right? So some of the statistics from the Gartner itself, this mean to be saying that the increasing for 14% comparing with the year 22 to 23, there will be around 14%. But however, the mean time to identify and contain a threat, there will be no increasing, although the cost is increasing, but there is increasing the day. So it's meant to be saying that in conclusion is that your spending on overall cybersecurity is increasing, but however, you are most likely to cannot keep up with the trend. We cannot contain the threat. We cannot identify the threat the much more efficient way, although we're spending more money. So in cybersecurity, for our topic today, maybe I would like to start out fresh with one of our solutions, what we call as the Athena XDR. So Athena XDR is meant to be delivering with the multiple function unified platform, right? So Athena XDR will be as a foundation, like we're doing everything. all of the thing, framework, or maybe for the service organization, the foundation, the baseline, the platform is important. As for the XDR, they will be overwhelming. They will be having the functionality like SIM, SOAR ticketing, delivering the values like compliance, like we would like to be compliant with the Cybersecurity Act 54. Eventually, we can also make use of the generative AI to helping into our cybersecurity as well. So in short, for the XDR, what this XDR functionality can be done? The first thing is the attack prevention. So comparing with like for the zero-day fallacy attack, ransomware, for those others, actually XDR play as a main role to cater for others. So for your info, actually in SANG4, we have multiple products across a security appliance, including firewall, endpoint, NDI, and others. But however, XDR will be the one as a master for all of these. Secondary, AI-driven precise detection. So for the behavior analytic, UEBA, user entity behavior analysis, so those are things that actually are made use of the AI. As the XDR are providing this kind of functionality. The third one will be rapid investigation for the AI analytic. So of course, there is overwhelming, there is many of the data and log that you will be receiving if you have more security appliance, more solution that are ingesting to our XDR. So actually for the analytic and even for the incident response, they will be relying on the AI to provide the recommendation and even so to reducing our burdens. So let us introduce a bit for a security GPT. So the security GPT actually is invented by ourselves from SANG4. It's one of the components and they will be helping across our XDR, like the AI analytic, the incident response, and also to improving our accuracy. So those actually, they will be the main core functionality is the security GPT from ourselves. Of course, it's like building a building. We're having lots of data for security data. As previously, we have our own neural X core as a threat intelligence. There are many information that we can feed in. Large language model, of course, for the architecture, for the DeepSeek, QBT, so those architecture we learn for. And of course, for the architect, the people who design, and also the expert that we invest, even for the GPU that we invest to come out with this GPT. So that's why actually we're having three separation of the GPT engine. The first one is a detection GPT to further reducing the false positive and only showing the true positive. So this one, to be very honest, maybe for the user itself, they have a less likely awareness because they usually work at the back end. But however, for the anti-phishing GPT, as we can recognize, we can understand their pattern for the phishing email. For your info, actually, thanks for the generative AI, actually maybe in terms of the Bahasa Malaysia, for the email, actually we also do get away with it. So now actually we are able to recognize for another country as well because of the generative AI. The last one is operation GPT. So how we do the operation is we need to look through all the logs. But however, after following security GPT from the operation GPT itself, they will further to finalize and simplify all the true positive and already eradicate the false positive by the detection GPT itself. So actually for this security GPT effectiveness, it has been proven in the year 2024 blue and red team exercise. And yes, we're having this one. Is that actually from one of the side we will be launched an attack to a destination is a user. So therefore actually throughout for this exercise on the web attack actually we have successful to block the 40 plus exclusive 0-day detection. Of course, for all the things that we detected for the signature will be updated in our signature database. 600 more APT and 95% true positive. Right. So the 95% true positive is also built up on top of our signature database, and there will be further add on more. There will be more accuracy from the GPT, and they will be get a lot better after they are trained, or maybe after they are running and learning throughout the time. For the phishing part, because actually there is a phishing campaign that also will be executed to our user as well. So actually we also have exclusive phishing detection, 2,000 plus, and industrial phishing detection, and even for the false positive, I would say there is no in the year 2024, right? So actually for this security GPT is already being proven in the market, even throughout the operation, customer, even for the blue red team exercises. So other than the detection and also with the functionality as well, but however, XDR, most of the vendors maybe they are started with the native XDR, same like SANG4. But however, in futures, maybe there's many components for the security appliance. Maybe the firewall, you have your own preference. You have like SIM. Maybe you have another multiple kind of the endpoint security. So actually, in our XDR, we were also embracing with the open XDR concept. Means to saying that if you have a third-party telemetry from your firewall, from other vendors, even for the endpoint security, it will be able to integrate it to work with our XDR. So XDR for SANG4 itself is no longer only served for SANG4 appliance. And same goes with if you have another requirement, like for the retention and also with the reporting compliance. So for the log, 6 log ratio API synchronization to the SIM, actually we can able to done it as well. So that will be a main product for our XDR. But however, in SANG4, we will be embracing to selling as a solution because we want to solving a problem. We cannot be selling a product, but we can selling an answer, selling a solution. So I'm presented here, actually throughout our Athena, we have our solution called as Athena SecOps, the security operation. So just now, actually XDR is one of the components in our solution. So how we deliver this for the Athena security operation? At first, I will use an example of the Athena XDR as a fighter jet. It's a J-35A. It's a China fighter jet, but however, it's a fighter jet anywhere else. But however, for the flight control system, it can be assisted and also can be controlled by the security GPT. So these are the system that is ready inside the XDR itself. But however, when they're going out with the mission, of course, the fighting jet will not go alone. They will require a wingman. So the wingman is meant to be like a native telemetry, which is the security appliance, the solution, the product from SANG4 itself. They will be assist further in the XDR. And meanwhile, fueling aircraft, maybe the third parties telemetry can be also do as a come into the overall picture for the cybersecurity planning with XDR itself as well. So this will be the solution. But the pilot is important. So if you ever see the movie, the Top Gun, they were saying that it's not about the pilot, it's about the pilot. It's about the pilot, it's not about the plane. So for this one, right, the pilot also there consists two. One is co-pilot, one is the main pilot definitely. And afterward, the XDR can be delivering with the multiple method. It can becoming a military base on-premise if you're having a dedicated places, or you want as a aircraft carrier in the sea. This is what we call as a SaaS. So you can be coming onboarding our XDR as an on-premise, as a cloud-based. It are very agile. It can be controlled. So let me come back to the pilot. So who will be taking care of the pilot role to controlling the XDR, the fighter jet, even for all the things? So that will be our MDR services. We'd like to introduce the Athena MDR. Right. So for our SANG4 Athena is going to be or will be the cybersecurity solution from SANG4 itself. So in this Athena security, we have foundation, the baseline, the firewall endpoint is fall under the left-hand side category for the foundation. We have the SASE, embracing for the zero trust architecture. They'll be sit on a cloud security at the right-hand side. So for the main part that we talk about is about the security operation. The main component that will be coming from our XDR and the MDR itself. So for the MDR, it stands for Managed Detection Response. It's part of the main part as well throughout our Athena security operation solution. So what can it do in terms of capabilities? Deliver 24/7 MDR services, dedicated customer success manager, reporting and visibility on the portal. So what's the value that provide? So worry-free protection for the non-office hour, because actually the hackers will be very smart. You can imagine there is hackers from another country. They are like to be checking the holiday in Malaysia. Because why? They are like to be launching the attack within the weekend or even for the holiday because they know there will be less people to wear on that timeline. So the 21/7, I will believe everyone is working very hard during our working hour. But however, how about we go hiking, we go off-site, we don't have connectivity, so therefore we cannot react on this part. So however, this is why that the 24/7 is very important to cater with the cybersecurity incident response. Secondary, the people who deliver these MDR services actually is an expertise from SANG4. It's not an engineer only certified by the product, but of course can be certified by multiple security organizations. to proven their capability in the cybersecurity. And of course, for the real-time security status update, the manager want to know, the person, the user want to know the status. So here are the things actually we will update. And the right-hand side is the market requirement, as the market performance are proven on the things. So about the data localization, actually the POP side and the cloud that I mentioned, everything is in the cloud, means to saying that it's not in the customer side, but actually is still in Malaysia. So for the data, after you subscribing our MDR services, your data won't go beyond the Malaysia boundary, as we are able to do it as a data localization. And other than that is reputation. For the NACSA certified as the act, you need to saying that if you want to provide the cybersecurity related services, you need to be certified. And of course, to proven that your SOC is proven with the ISO 27001. So here's something actually is well prepared by the Athena MDR itself. So let us come into the picture on the very simple topologies. Right. So maybe in the left-hand side will be the premise on what we're in placing. Firewall, endpoint, even for NDR and other product. So the XDR and MDR eventually is a services can be provided remotely in the cloud side. Of course, for the XDR, you like to be on-premise, it can be done as well. So actually, we have the people right-hand side. It's meant to be our customer success manager. It's becoming a main responder for customer environment cybersecurity status. So for all the while, they will be conducting with the notification, respond to the customer to notify whether there's any of the security events or maybe incidents following with our SLA. And of course, for the user that like to be oversee the status, we're providing with the service portal as well. So this is what made to be saying that the security operation is essential. So overall, for our MDR customer experience, the first three actually just now I do explain it. Detection by our telemetry, analysis by our threat intelligence, and so with our MDR. And lastly, actually is our dedicated customer success manager. So for your info, for the customer that subscribe our MDR services, they will provide it with the dedicated personnel to in charge of it. Example, maybe the name is called Yong. So Yong will be the one that has a PIC for cybersecurity. So anything they were doing a notification or maybe response part, they will be done by this personnel. So let me drill down into the notification part. So the screenshot actually is nothing special but WhatsApp. So for your info for the notification method, we're including with phone calling, email, and even for the instant messaging. Because we always believe the instant messaging will deliver the most fastest response, even so you can easier to communicate comparing with the email. So this is one of the screenshots that we have one of the customer already subscribed our services. So if we detect an alert, so we're prompting out an alert in this format. Notification is sent with the evidence proven, and you can the date that actually eventually happening after the office hour is at 7:30 p.m. at the night. So after we notify the customer, so customer can suggest what will be the next action that we can done. Of course, this is the SLA actually we can define when we onboarding. So if the customer are like to be having a more aggressively blocking, afterward only inform, we can do it so. But on this case study, we'll do it as maybe we would like to be informed first, only we act after the user consent. So in the screenshot here, the user acknowledged that the notification and they allowed the customer success manager, the MDR services to block it. So eventually, it can also be configured as automated response. But however, I know that maybe for some of our guys who may still like to be more keen to be the human intervention on doing this kind of response part. So actually the SOC will be updated. The policy has been blocked. Eventually will be showing with the evidence as well provided with the screenshot. So this will be the flow that we're flying to as starting for the notification notified through WhatsApp. After getting a user consent, we block it and eventually provide the evidence to prove that actually the action can be done. So providing these services for the Athena MDR, the MDR services, you must have a very strong persistent, not only in Malaysia but also in globally, because actually there is multiple branches for all other regions as well. So we having the SOC center in Malaysia, Indonesia, UAE, and even Germany. They were providing the services to locally, even for the language and even for the slang that they will be more similar. Eventually, another part will be the customer success manager, as we were assigning a dedicated person. So comparing with the locking ticket, like for the normal issue ticket, they will be led to be escalated to the level 1, level 2. But however, for the cybersecurity, we believe that the faster response is very, very essential. So for this part, the customer manager will be assigned when the customer is becoming an Athena MDR customer. So in a summary, for the security operation Athena, so it's same like the first session today about the PPT framework. It can be becoming a framework, it can becoming a challenges, but here let me to synchronize and also summarize all the things by this PPT framework. So the first one is a platform, the basic. So you are required this XDR to being a centralized, faster response, even with the AI powered insight to oversee all the things is happening in your environment. Secondary is the people. So the people, maybe we are lack of security personnel. So therefore, actually, you might be required the Athena MDR to helping you in terms of the security delivery and also with the notification. And the last part will be the process. So the process will be done by the synergy across our product, as actually for our product in the script in Sangfor itself, it can do integration with XDR, MDR, and so on and so more. So for the very ultimate goal in the security, it all can be correlated in log ingesting, even for the response part. So these are the part that we can get. So in here, maybe for the audience, there is a question about for the services, the Athena MDR can do most of the job in the security operation in your organization. But let me end my slide with the delivery method. So just now actually what I'm mentioning is about the full managed part, is that the Athena MDR and the Athena XDR is a tool. Athena MDR will be sent across to guarantee and also to ensure our Athena MDR. But however, if we like to be onboarding to educate more people to knowing about cybersecurity, we can go forward with the co-managed part. Mean to saying that the customer and Sangfor having a shared responsibility and also controlling on the security. There will be the customer itself, they also can be learned throughout the phase, but eventually if they want to pick up themselves after a few years, actually it can be done. So the comparison is like the full manage is you going to a restaurant, you sit there, you order, and you just eat. And maybe the food is not that good, you can complain. But however, for the co-manage, what will be the duty? It's like doing a hot pot. You are ordering the meats by you cook by yourself. But however, actually you can learn this one and eventually cook at home as well. So this is how we're onboarding to embracing to educate the cybersecurity. And the last one, the self-operation. So maybe for the customer itself, they're really compliant, or maybe they want to do it by themselves. It will be a lot harder, I would say, the part. But however, the customer really have this planning, must have the capability. So they might be only using our XDR only as a tool to utilize, to simplify the security operation in their company. So it's like cooking at home. You know the recipe, you know how to cook it, you have all the equipment, so you're able to cook yourself at home. So therefore, afterward, you can think of which direction you want to go for. You want to go for restaurant, full managed by ourselves, together with the XDR, co-managed with shared responsibility, comparing with MDR and also with the customer, or even for the partner, they like to doing an SOC. So there will be multiple different type of the collaboration method. And the last part is you like to doing self-operation by using XDR to helping on your security operation. So these things also can be done. So that's all for my presentation today. So thank you again for the opportunity provided by the organizer. So do you have any question like to be asked? Maybe to me. All right, if there is no, because running out of time, but never mind. For your info, actually, for Sangfor booth, actually, we will have the right-hand side from the stage for the hall. So actually, you have any question, you can always look for us. As actually, we're not just having cybersecurity, infrastructure, HCI, even for the basic, for the firewall, actually, we are sit across as well. If you'd like to know more, you can always reach me at the booth at the back. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yong, for highlighting how AI innovation is reshaping cyber resilience and operational readiness. Next, we move on to panel 2, the title AI and OT Security. This discussion will focus on integrating artificial intelligence and operational technology for a more robust cybersecurity framework. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Technologist Ebenezer Godomon, Deputy Director 2, Cybersecurity Sabah State Computer Services Department, and our panelists on the stage. Please welcome panelist 1, Mr. Andre Shori, CISO from Schneider Electric Singapore, and panelist 2, Mr. Chris Farrelly, Vice President Asia Pacific and ANZ Concentric AI. Moderator and panelists, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially to Andre and Chris, we are faced with an impossible task because looking at the time, and since this morning, this is the seventh, number tujuh, the seventh session. So we've been talking about very heavy subjects, and it's only getting heavier now because what we are talking about would be something which is very scary if it happens, and it already happened, perhaps without we even knowing. So this topic is about AI. Everybody, we hear about AI every day. Now we combine it with OT. Now what is OT? In government, we always say OT, overtime, bayaran extra. But OT here is operational technology, which is the other side of information technology, or the other matter apart from IT. So operational technology, I believe our panelists here will explain a little bit more. However, I want to give one true case regarding OT security incidents which really happened. But before that, I want to talk about in the movies. When we talk about what is the impact that we see, maybe people talk about the movie Terminator, 1984, right? But I would like to go back further, even the time before I was even born. In 1968, if you remember, there was a movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey. And there is a combination of artificial intelligence gone crazy, and it affected, well, you can call it operational technology, the spaceship. And everything was automated, and it refused to open the door or refused to obey the human masters, leading to them fighting each other. So I will not spoil the plot of the movie. You better watch it yourself. It's one of the best movies of all time. And then going back to the future, in April 2025, which is only a few months ago, it was reported by the government of Norway that Russian hackers infiltrated the dam system, if I got the name right, I forgot the name already, but there was a dam there, infiltrated and taken over by Russian hackers. They let water out for 4 hours at 500 liters per second, if I'm not mistaken, and nobody knew about it until 4 hours later. So there's a few interesting points there. Number one, they mentioned about a weak password. The weak passwords, I thought, should not be present in such an advanced country like Norway. Perhaps in Sabah or Malaysia, yes, but not there. And number two, nobody knew about it. So what happened to the monitoring or the alert system? So that's an interesting stage setter for this early afternoon's discussion. And then I'll let Chris and Andre I've given them 2 questions, so we cannot spend too much time. I think we go straight to the questions. The first is about AI for asset visibility and legacy systems. I just read through the questions. Given that much of the Sabah state government's critical infrastructure, including water, power, etc., relies on operational technology or OT systems that are often legacy and air-gapped or poorly inventoried. How can AI-driven discovery and anomaly detection be realistically and cost-effectively implemented now to achieve immediate asset visibility and detect breaches without requiring expensive full-scale system replacement? Maybe Chris can start off first. Maybe you can talk about yourself for like 30 seconds. Thank
Sure. Chris Farrelly, thank you for having me in Sabah. I'm the VP of APJ for Concentric AI, one of the new leading technologies in data security, posture management, and protection of data regards its use with AI in the world. I'm based in KL myself, have lived in Malaysia now for 5 years, and this is my first work trip to Sabah. I've been here for enjoyment, but this is my first work trip, so very happy to be here. To talk about the question, so I think when we talk about utilizing AI, the key is, I think we mentioned earlier, we had Brian Sila and Colonel Francel say that data is the new battlefield. We're working in a new battlefield. Understanding the data we're trying to protect is going to be key to how we start to utilize AI. And we haven't done that particularly well in the past. I mean, some of the AI we're using over the last 70 years, we've had natural language processing since 1945. We've been using machine learning since the 1980s. We've been using large language models since 1965. But now we have transformer neural networks providing the power and the speed and accuracy to have generative AI and use some of these kind of methods and a lot more usable ways and speed up what we're doing around operations in business, streamlining business processes. But what that's really brought to the table is that we're allowing technology to consume a lot more data than we were before at a speed that we weren't allowing it to consume before, and we need to have a lot more control over that data. And I think what I've done for a living for 20 years is help organizations get control of their data. It was more difficult in the past. We were using things like regular expressions and patterns to look for IC numbers or look for tax codes or looks for passport numbers, and that was the kind of limits of what we were kind of trying to find when we were discovering data. Now with the advent and the use of generative AI, we really need to understand our corporate data better. We need to understand that data with context, its business purpose. What's the purpose of the data in my organization? How do I categorize that within its use in the business? Where is that data? Where does it reside? That's duplicate data, near duplicate data, my stale data. Where does that data reside in your organization? You mentioned there about the legacy systems that exist, particularly in the government ecosystems of all of the world. Really, quite frankly, it's not a Sabah concern. I've worked in the UK, and we have our military systems still based on legacy systems, and being able to discover that data across structured and unstructured, across on-premise data stores and cloud data stores as kind of one pane of glass has become really important. But then understanding that data with context. So do I have NDAs under legal? Do I understand where my investment term sheets are? Do I understand where my PII is also? But what type of PII do I have? What document is that PII contained in, and what's its business purpose, and how is it used internally and externally in organization? So really getting control of that understanding of data is important. And then when we're starting to use AI, maybe giving that a label, giving that identity. Data classification has become really key because the technologies of the past, like DLP, which are generating and moving forward and evolving, they really responded to regex and pattern. We had to tell technology what to look for. We're now able to use AI to tell us what data is, to read documents and tell us what the nature of that document is, enabling us to classify and label that data. That gives data identity. When we label and classify data, we give it identity that's persistent through the security ecosystem. It's readable by other technologies, and security controls that we'll need for AI, whether you're using internal built AI and your own LLMs, or you're using things like ChatGPT and Gemini and Perplexity. The key is our security controls need to know what we're trying to protect. We can't protect what we don't understand. And we need to give data that identity so that the rest of the security ecosystem that we invest in, whether it's Sangfor or Fortinet here today, that we give them half a chance to succeed. That DLP is not the only line of defense, it's the last line of defense. It's the last line of defense, not the only line of defense. So this is really important. I think what I'm seeing, particularly with PDPA, with our new Cybersecurity Act, a real move and shift and a lot of use of Microsoft 365 in organizations, a real cognizant attempt to let's start classifying and giving data identity, know where it is and who's accessing that data and what applications are accessing that data. Whether that be what we see from a user perspective, but also the shadow IT element as well. When we talk about legacy systems, when you need to tell technology what to find and it doesn't know what's on a box, that's very difficult. When we can now connect to legacy systems and be able to obtain what data's on there, and the technology's telling us what's on there, we can now protect that more effectively. So I think, to summarize, legacy systems are not the big problem that we see. There are technologies out there that can connect to these legacy systems. SaaS platforms are there to help us get to a realized state of productivity quicker with these technologies. Air gap is always an issue. Air gap will always be an issue but I think migrating away from that to secure environments, knowing what data needs to be air gapped and not air gapped is really important. And I think to finally summarize, the battlefield is with data. In the world of generative AI, it's data we need to focus on first. We need to understand it better. We need to understand what it is, what its purpose is, who has access, and then how to protect it effectively from there.
Thank you, Chris. So, know your data. We might think we know, but from what Chris said, there's so many things that we need to do to truly know our data. So, Andre, what is your take on this?
Fantastic. Thanks, Ebenezer. First, a quick introduction myself. So, Andre Shori, I'm the Asia Pacific Chief Information Security Officer at Schneider Electric. I'll introduce Schneider on my session at 3 o'clock today, but Canadian, living in Singapore for almost the last 20 years. I was actually working in Malaysia for a while. I have some ancestral ties to Malaysia as well, so it's always great to be back here, reacquaint myself with the country. Thinking about your comments earlier, Ebenezer, about how the potential for our technology to turn against us is very real, I think. Drawing your 2001 example where HAL was the name of the computer, right? And telling the astronaut Dave, no, Dave, I can't follow your instructions, is a very, very scary scenario. But even more so, beyond the dangers of space, I think that with critical infrastructure or with operational technology, which is primarily used in critical infrastructure, we have a very big safety topic as well. Safety is always going to be the number one risk that those environments face before availability being a close second. You don't want your electrical grid going down, for example. You don't want the dam gates on your water treatment plants opening up unexpectedly. But these are some of the risks that and they are related to cybersecurity risks that could occur in those environments if you don't take adequate care and protection of these environments. And one of the complexities, why it's so difficult, because today, honestly, it is utterly trivial for a threat actor to walk into most operational technology and production environments and cause mayhem. The pronounced number of legacy machines that cannot be protected, that cannot run your endpoint detection and response or EDR, that cannot be scanned. For example, if you can't even run a simple port scan because most of the machines on in those environments will fall over. They're just not designed to be able to handle that kind of load from the network. So those environments, you have to be very, very careful in terms of how you handle those machines. You need kid gloves whenever you touch any of those machines. So getting your detection, your response, or even your asset inventory in place in the first place is always a big challenge. If you think about OT environments, many of them span multiple decades. There may be 20, 30 years worth of equipment in there. And the people that installed the first generation of machines have long retired or moved on. They may not be with the company anymore. Nobody remembers where all these machines are. They may not remember how they're configured. It might be something that's in a cupboard underneath the desk. It might be a machine at the back of the room that keeps pumping out widgets as part of your production. But nobody truly has stopped to say, well, exactly how does that machine work, and what does it talk to, and what protocols does it use, and more importantly, how do we prevent somebody from coming in and turning off, say, the safety control system on that machine, or how do we make sure that somebody doesn't come in and change the chemical composition of a mixer, or the gas pressure, the maximum gas pressure that a machine can handle before an alert is triggered. And then the machine blows up and people get hurt. So it's always very, very challenging to determine what you have and how to protect it in the OT environment, because of all the legacy that you're dealing with and all the shadow IT that you're dealing with. AI can help with that. One of the things I like about AI, the promise of AI in the OT environment, is it can help you analyze and make decisions. It can, for example, take your network traffic and your network protocols that are passing through your core switches, right? Today, it is not really humanly possible, not convenient, not very easy for a protocol analyzer, a packet analyzer to really go through. There are things that can understand what the traffic is. It might be Modbus or BACnet or any of the OT protocols out there, but it's really hard for today's technology, before AI, to be able to determine what the risk level is of a machine, say, based on its network protocols or your network traffic. But with AI, that is now within reach, right? Because it can do contextualized decision-making and analysis and help you make informed decisions. It can give you a lot more telemetry, a lot more information that's absolutely useful for you to be able to map out, what your risk looks like, and also how to remediate that risk, right? It also can come up with effective solutions as well, which is fantastic. It would ordinarily take I would say a team of 1,000 people to be able to do that, but with a single AI engine, the promise of AI is that it can actually do that for you, right? And with LLMs, it can even, like we were saying with the Fortinet demo earlier, it can actually take voice inputs and natural language and be able to analyze exactly what you need and give you an answer. Now, of course, there has to be some maturity and there's a lot of work to be done as well. But I think that AI holds a lot of promise. Also, cost and speed is also fantastic, right? So to be able to do that. I also, when I was thinking about AI, I think that perhaps, and again, I will defer to Chris on this topic, but my interesting thought that I was having this morning over breakfast was, are we asking AI the right questions? Because now with natural language and LLM, we get really excited, and we're instructing AI to do stuff. Do this for me, create this map, give me a risk analysis, do this. But are we really answering? Because there was an interesting, and I love Ebenezer's analogy about movies and TV. There was an interesting, I think it was an old MacGyver episode even, where somebody built a nuclear fission device. Now, nuclear fission, of course, is still in the realm of science fiction today. But they were a physics student, and they built this thing because they had an exam, and the exam question said, list all the different ways that nuclear fission is not possible today. And all they did was they went, well, actually, what if I flip that question around and go, list all the ways that nuclear fission is possible today, right? So that's just an example of how, if you ask a question differently, if you ask a question and you think about a problem a little bit differently, you can come up with some very, very interesting answers as well. So I think that in the realm of bringing this back to AI and cybersecurity, we often ask, AI, give me a risk assessment, do this, map out all my vulnerabilities, give me a threat landscape report. And we're asking for data and analytics. What if we, and we're always looking at architecture going like, how do we defend this? But what if we flipped it around and we went like, hey, AI, help me design an architecture utilizing my current assets that is going to be as close to infinitely defensible as possible, right? Just throw a crazy question at it and then look and see what comes out of it. I haven't tried this myself yet because, like I said, I just thought about this morning, but that would be something really interesting. So I think that AI, again, holds a lot of promise. It definitely can help in the OT world, particularly when you're talking about your most critical assets and critical infrastructure, because critical infrastructure is how you guarantee your population gets clean air, clean food, clean water. So, something to think about.
Thank you, thank you, Andre. So AI can surely help. Of course, it's a never-ending journey towards becoming more and more mature. So in the interest of time, we should go straight to the second question, which has been asked a few times before this, regarding the human factor, the competency, the human capital of the people who are actually going to use these technologies. So I just read the question here. The successful deployment of AI in OT security requires a combination of specialized technical talent and trust within state agencies. What are the top two only, practical Sabah-specific initiatives that you can suggest to us that the state government should prioritize to rapidly build the required local talent pool and establish confidence and governance in using AI to protect critical public services? Over to you, Chris.
And I think I'll mainly defer to you, Andre, on this, but I think the public-private partnerships is certainly going to be huge. And I think I can't remember the speaker earlier who mentioned we don't have a talent gap; we have an experience gap. And to fill that, we must get our huge talent pool, which is really building through our university programs at a great rate, where we have, I think, in this region, one of the greatest talent pools amongst the ASEAN region. But it does lack experience, and experience comes from the partnerships that can happen in major corporations, organizations like myself and Andre run. Last year, I had 2 government officials come and work in the SI I was CEO of at the time. And what we learned about government infrastructure, what we learned about the security challenges, and their day-to-day problems that they're trying to solve, and then the experience we could provide on what we were doing for more corporate-based customers around the world and how we'd solve similar challenges in different ways, really brought both businesses, I think, forward massively. And I think that the insights in bidirectional are really important to help the Sabah government, to help critical infrastructure. We need to understand that better. We need to get involved and really see what the challenges are, help prioritize those challenges based on what we've seen in the past, what we've done, whether it be in London Stock Exchange in England or it be in Petronas in KL, what we've seen and learned, and then how do we apply that to some of the similar challenges, but with different kind of architectures, different infrastructures, and have that kind of sharing of skills, but also sharing of problems and what we're facing today, so we can prioritize better. I think when organizations are facing challenges around security, it's prioritization that's the biggest challenge, and making sure that we tackle things in an order that create a better ecosystem for us over the next 2 years, not just firefighting all the time, which I know Andre probably has to do a lot of in his role. And when we can have a plan and we can move forward, that's best. And I think public and private partnerships are great to do that, but I know Andre has some thoughts on that too.
Thanks, Chris. I really appreciate that. Yeah, right, firefighting every day. I'm surprised I'm not charred on one side. But talent development is always a big passion of mine. I mean, I love to see new up-and-comers entering the cybersecurity workforce. It is, I think, an often misunderstood professional discipline. People have a lot of misconceptions about cybersecurity even today, despite all the societal, social awareness and cybersecurity awareness that we that almost every national authority pushes very hard to their citizens. Anti-scam being one of the drivers. But I think that there are two, since you limited me to two, so what I did was I basically just wrote them down. And so I'll just maybe read them off if you can bear with me. So I have two proposals for the Sabah government specifically. The first one is if you really want to close talent gaps rapidly, you need to, as what Chris said earlier, public-private partnership is absolutely essential in this. You have to marry government agencies, the local universities and secondary schools and institutes of higher learning, trade schools. You have to also bring in industry into those discussions. So for example, utilities and critical infrastructure, where you need, which are the priorities where you need the most cybersecurity talent. So get those prioritized industries to add in an input on this as well. And then also bring in the commercial vendors who often hire away talent and can offer those big salaries, but they also have their own needs and their own requirements and value that they're able to input into this discussion as well. So the creation of something like a cybersecurity talent alliance would be something that I would advise the Sabah government to really consider doing, because that will have a lot of long-term ramifications. You can help co-develop curricula, you can model it, the outcomes after proven frameworks. For example, Singapore came up with the OT cybersecurity skills competency framework, the OTCCF, a couple of years ago, and Schneider Electric, we actually inputted into that one as well. So that's an example of that private partner, public partnership. Saudi Arabia's got a cybersecurity academy that you can also reference as well. AI, we were talking about AI, you can integrate that into modules in there, but you can also create your own professional development and your talent roadmap with certifications and competencies that you can also build up there. So that's the first one. The second one is creation of an AI OT security sandbox. Give people a environment by which they can play, a controlled environment that you create, that you can help govern, that you can fund as well, but an area where people are free to really do the research, the development, to prove models, to test theories, and especially to test the security of all those theories as well, right? If you give them an environment that's safe for them to play with, that's probably a really good thing that I would also advocate for.
Thank you, Chris and Andre. So if I may recap, setting up of a sandbox, but even more important, even more fundamental is to prioritize which are the most important areas, and of course, public and private partnership. We cannot go on our own, especially in this time and age. We need you guys to help Sabah. So we have a few minutes perhaps for one question from the floor. May I invite, especially those with OT technology, perhaps from kalau ada dari Jabatan Air, from Jabatan Pembentungan perhaps, ataupun dari other relevant departments. Take this opportunity to engage with our specially flown experts from Singapore and
Malaysia.
Before that,
I'm Irish. I'm from Ireland originally.
We're happy to answer any question about technology in general. It doesn't have to be about AI or OT. Happy to share our experiences and our thoughts with you as well if you have a general question.
I think Chris and Andre, they are looking forward to talk to you during lunchtime because of the time factor. So thank you so much, gentlemen. And okay, a question from another seberang laut.
Yes, Eric.
Yeah. So good day. My name is Eric Hadi from Nusantara Academy from Indonesia. So I have a question to both Andre and Chris. We might have a lot of skillful incident response team, maybe SOC analysts, but the challenge that we have in different countries is that when incident happens, we need to work in the base of thinking systems of systems, where we coordinate between ministries, regulators, and operators. So the question is, how do we train the talents to think about system of systems? Thank you.
It's an interesting question. I mean, I think that starts foundationally in education, to be honest, with the way you approach things. But I think experience does that as well. Rodney mentioned earlier the 3 Ps, right? People, processes, and products, and that when you get into the experience of working in the workplace, those things are key from day one. And I think those internships, those exposure to the people and processes and how organizations work, going into organizations with very good onboarding plans that understand that, and explain the kind of the full environment of an organization and how people and processes really make a difference, and a marriage together to make operational efficiency is really important. But I guess conceptually it starts at the education level, and making sure that as our talent enters the workplace, they're joining organizations that really understand those 3 Ps are essential and bring that into their onboarding process from my perspective.
I think as well, and since Eric, you're asking specifically about incident response, in my experience, with incident response, experience is really where you learn the most, right? And the sad thing is, if you're involved in the incident response process, you are going to get a ton of experience in cybersecurity, because we have a lot of work to be able to defend ourselves, to be able to defend ourselves where attackers can't get in, and they find the smallest, tiniest gaps all the time. But experience really counts, but because you cannot afford to get your incident response wrong either, so job shadowing also becomes a very big thing that you can do. Mentoring, job shadowing, on-the-job training is really where you're going to get the best experience that I can think of. You need to come with a certain level of basic fundamental understanding. So if you understand the incident response process itself, how that functions, all the way from preparation down to lessons learned, that's very, very important for you to come with a basic foundation. But just like learning something academically, until you actually do it, that's really where you start to get the best lessons and outcomes, and where you can start designing and maybe even teaching it later.
Thank you so much, Eric, for the question, and also the two gentlemen out here with me. So please, MC, you may take over.
All right, thank you to our moderator and panelists for the engaging exchange and valuable perspective share on bridging AI and OT in security operation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had an insightful session from our event here today. This wouldn't have been a success without our esteemed speakers just now. That being said, I would love to invite Yang Berbahagia Puan Erniwati Dewi Abbas, Director of Sabah State Computer Services Department, to present a memento to our speakers and moderator as tokens of appreciation for their valuable time and sharing here today. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, we're going to start with our moderator this morning. Please welcome Mr. Rodney Lee, CEO of Cyber 9 Berhad Malaysia. Next, we have Professor Dr. Awang Asri Awang Ibrahim, Chief Digital Officer and Director of the Digital Department, University Malaysia Sabah. Please welcome Technologist Ebenezer Godomon, Deputy Director 2, Cyber Security Sabah State Computer Services Department. Alright, to all our speakers and panelists, please welcome on the stage Technologist Edi Abdul Majid, Senior Assistant Director, Head of Compliance Unit Cyber Security Division, Sabah State Computer Services Department. Next, we have Mr. David Chan, Network and Security Manager for Sabah Netram Berhad, Sabah, Malaysia. Please welcome Puan Norsilawati Abdul Halim, Deputy Chief Executive Operation National Cyber Security Agency, Malaysia. Up next, Puan Sharifah Rashida Syed Othman, Deputy Director General, Department of Personal Data Protection, PDP, Malaysia. Next, we have Dr. Karin Teo, but I can say that she's not around. Up next, Colonel Francel Margaret Padilla Tabalupa, spokesperson for Armed Forces Philippines, Camp General Emilio Aguinaldo, QCIS Department. And please welcome Mr. Kelvin Chua, Senior Regional Director, System Engineering, Fortinet Southeast Asia. He's not around. All right, we're gonna next. Oh yeah, the representative for Mr. Kelvin Chua. Next, please welcome Technologist Dr. Arif Mandangan, Pakar Bahagian Asimetrik Pusat Teknologi dan Pengurusan Kriptologi Malaysia. Next, we have Mr. Yong Kang Shan, Senior Solution Manager from Sangfor Technologies, Malaysia. Right, up next, please welcome Mr. Andra Shori, CISO from Schneider Electric, Singapore. Last one for today, Mr. Chris Farrelly, Vice President Asia Pacific and ANZ Concentric AI. Alright, before we leave the stage, I need everyone to gather around for a quick group photo together with Yang Berbahagia Puan Erniwati. May I kindly invite everyone to step forward. Thumbs up. I can see the photographer says thumbs up. Done? Okay. Thank you to Yang Berbahagia Puan Erniwati and all the esteemed speakers. You may now return to your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I invite you for the lunch break, it's time for our first lucky draw of the day. Let's see who will be the lucky winners this morning before we break for our lunch. So, the list of the winner we will announce in one go. And all winners may collect their prizes at the counter located at the back of the hall. There will be 8 names for the round 1. Make sure you register yourself. Yeah, and our lucky winner for today . Puan Nur Silawati, Mr. Chow Chi, Puan Siti Nur Hidayah, Puan Elfri Rayanti. Alright, Mr. Jesse Wong, Mr. Pua Eng Seng, Mr. Ali Muhammad bin Samad, and Puan Irdawati Ismail. Is all the winner. The winner will come. They're going back with the dash cam, printer, Razer 3-in-1, Redmi A5, Lenovo Tab 1, Acer Tab A8, Lenovo Tab Folio Case 3, and Lenovo Tab Folio Case 4. So all the prizes you may collect at the counter located at the back of the hall. Alright? Alright, now is the time that we've been waiting for. Before I invite you for the lunch break, please be informed that we will continue our afternoon session later at 2 p.m. alongside with our guest of honor. I would appreciate if everyone can return 15 minutes before we begin with our afternoon session later. So please return here by 1:45 p.m. Go ahead and visit the exhibition booths, enjoy the lunch, and to all Muslim delegates, have a pleasant afternoon prayer. I'll see you again at 1:45. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back into the hall as we will be resuming the summit shortly. And please be seated as our guest of honor will be arriving shortly. A gentle reminder to switch your mobile phones to silent mode. And when our guest of honor arrive, please stand and give him a round of applause to welcome him. After that, please remain standing for our national anthem, Sabah State Anthem and recitations of Iqrar. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, may I invite everyone to please move forward and fill up the seats at the front. Let's keep the energy close together. Ladies and gentlemen, announcing the arrival of Yang Berbahagia Tuan Hasan bin Mahali, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Please remain standing to honor our national anthem Negaraku and Sabah state anthem Sabah Tanah Airku. May I kindly request everyone to remain standing for the recitations of Ikrar. To lead the pledge, I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Saifuddin bin Karim to the stage. Please welcome.
Bahawasanya negara kita Malaysia mendukung cita-cita hendak mencapai perpaduan yang lebih erat dalam kalangan seluruh masyarakatnya, memelihara satu cara hidup demokratik, mencipta satu masyarakat adil di mana kemakmuran negara akan dapat dinikmati bersama secara adil dan saksama, menjamin satu cara liberal terhadap tradisi-tradisi kebudayaannya yang kaya dan pelbagai corak, membina satu masyarakat progresif yang akan menggunakan sains dan teknologi moden. Ikrar. Maka kami, rakyat Malaysia, berikrar akan menumpukan seluruh tenaga dan usaha kami untuk mencapai cita-cita tersebut berdasarkan atas prinsip-prinsip berikut. Kepercayaan kepada Tuhan, kesetiaan kepada raja dan negara, keluhuran perlembagaan, kedaulatan undang-undang, kesopanan dan kesusilaan. Terima kasih.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now be seated. Let us continue with the Sabah Maju Jaya song, followed by Public Service Integrity song.
Sabah tanah airku tercinta, bersatu padu serta merdeka. Negeriku yang aman harmoni, transformasi dikecapi dinikmati. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Sabah maju jaya dalam Malaysia, dikenali di seluruh dunia. Sabah maju jaya, gabungan rakyat, penelaju hidup aman bahagia. Generasi Z, mari bangkitlah, kita bersatu menjadi teguh. Negeri Sabah, bumi yang tercinta, tanah tumpah darahku. Ayo kita jadikan negeri kita terus terbilang maju jaya dalam Malaysia dan di seluruh dunia. Satu aspirasi, satu destinasi, visi dan misi milik kita semua. Kita sayang Sabah, negeriku tercinta, bersatu sehati keharapan.
Integriti di dalam jiwa, jujur dan ikhlas dalam bekerja, niat di hati paling utama, demi Sabah maju jaya. Perangi rasuah musuh utama, maruah tergadai bangsa dihina. Mari kita banteras bersama, bangkit membina bangsa bijaksana. Kejujuran, ketulusan, keikhlasan, budaya integriti jadi pegangan bersama. Amanah dan saksama jadi amalan, nilai etika membentuk kepimpinan. Lestari integriti, jadikan
Ladies and gentlemen, as an opening act, please enjoy this performance of Tarian Sambut Tamu Etnik Sabah. Once again, please put your hands together for Nicara Wangsa Group. Yang berbahagia Tuan Hasan Mahali, Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah. Yang berbahagia Mr. Kamal Tan Karimin, Deputy Director 1 of the Sabah State Computer Services Department. Yang berusaha Technologies Ebenezer Godomon, Deputy Director 2 of the Sabah State Computer Services Department. Yang berbahagia Mr. Chin Kai, CEO of Sabah Net Suram Berhad, Representative of Heads of Government Departments, Representative Heads of the State Chief Digital Officer, our strategic partners, ASEAN delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. A very good afternoon, salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Welcome to the Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2025. To mark the successful conclusions of the Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2025, I am honored to invite Yang berbahagia Tuan Hasan Mahali, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah, to the stage for his speech and to officiate our event here today. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you for introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Kamal Tan Karimin, Deputy Director 1 for State Computer Service Department. Mr. Chin Kai, Chief Executive Officer Sabah Net Berhad, co-chairperson of the organizing committee, Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity 2025, Technologies Ebenezer Godomon, Deputy Director 2, Sabah State Computer Service Department, co-person chairman of the organizing committee, Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2025. Head of Department, Digital Leader of State Government of Sabah, sponsor, speaker, panelists, exhibitor, college from the Bimp-Eaga region, member of the media, and citizen attendant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Malaysia Madani, dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Alhamdulillah, we offer thanks to praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Today we be able to gather for the Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2025. Theme all AI power future, hosting inclusively excellent in cybersecurity service delivery. This theme is aligned with the mandate delivered by the Honorable State Secretary last February, which was theme revolutionizing service delivery with AI, unlocking efficiency and excellence. This year conference is continue of the Region Rebel Conference that began in 2023 and from the part of the Bimp-Eaga series of program. This year we are building the largest of number of speaker, panelists, and moderator in the history of this conference, totaling 19 individuals, in whom 7 are women. This is a significant number, as a 7 out of 19 is nearly 40% compared to the industry average, around 20% female represent in cybersecurity. I wish to convey my high appreciation and congratulations to the UN organizer of this conference, namely Sabah State Computer Service Department and SabahNet Sdn Bhd. This strong commitment and genuine dedication is spearheading to effort to organize this prestigious conference and truly commendable and value. On this meaning occasion, allow me to extend my deep gratitude to the organizer for this invitation, which allow me to share my view through this keynote address and subsequently officiate this conference on this auspicious day. I am also delighted to welcome all digital leaders of the Sabah state government, the sponsor speaker, panelists, exhibitor, strategy partner from the Bimp-Eaga region, and all the attendants. This present all of the significant, the pronounced importance of the issue we are discussing today. I hope this conference serves as a key effective platform for us to build network and foster collaboration, particularly in connection that civil servant renowned experts who have a willingness to travel from beyond Sabah border. I am highly confident that through your focus, attention, and solid commitment throughout this conference, we will only gain an evidence of a new knowledge, but we will also to able to spark various progressive innovation. These innovations are vital, empowering the role of the chief digital officer and ICT security officer in every state government agency, especially in confronting the increasing complex challenge with within the cybersecurity arena. In our effort to evaluate and safety and integrity of the government service delivery to people comprehensively. In incumbents upon this, always be aware, recognize, and adapt a latest cybersecurity concept and technology, and subsequently apply this strategically according to current needs. Distinguished guests, the reality of the surrounding cybersecurity landscape is clear evident through the major incidents that have occurred recently. On of the global stage, modern cyber attacks are not longer merely about breaking through the front door. The new phenomenon we face is that threat risk management has become for more challenging. It is digital domino attack, a third party branch, the third party of the third party branch. We are vulnerable to remote location and compromise the entire ecosystem. Take a recent case study. It all began with the cell love GitHub with the branch, was branch. Cell love in the op- in is the operator of drip carbot, which is then used by large program of cell host CRM. Due to this change, many global cybersecurity gains were exposed and effective. This means our security level is now only as strong as the weakest link, which may lie far down our digital supply chain and outside our direct control. In our rational stage, we read media report elegant that two significant cybersecurity incidents have occurred. The first is September 2024, concerning in leakage of the customer data at the Bank Rakyat, one of the nation's largest bank. And second is November 2025, regarding the ransomware attack on Hitesh Padu, a leading national ICT company that provide critical service to many public service agencies. Both incidents are significant because they involve of organized cybercrime group and two of the most important entitled in the nation finance and ICT sector, thereby highlighting the vulnerability to our critical infrastructure and high level. On the state level, we read media report about the rate of commercial crime, including the one of the scam in Sabah, reaching in serious stage with 300% increase in throughout 2024. A trend has continued this year. There are two significant online scam cases against Sabah residents involving millions of ringgit in loss. The first was reported in December where a 67 years old accountant female suffered a loss of 2.2 million due to a lob scheme, making all payment over 7 years without ever meeting her lover. Second was reported in January this year involving 60 years old consultant male who are suffered and lost 2.8 million due to investment fraud introduced to him via the TikTok application. This incident and crime I have mentioned above underscore the main takeaway: crime security threat, and now widespread, multi-layer, and largest every level. Therefore, no one is exempted. Every organized and every individual must be holistically enhance their cyber capability and self-awareness. Distinguished guests, one of the global stage in the Nation of Convention against the crime, cybercrime, and international threat and strengthen the cooperation in combating cybercrime was signed in October, and our country was among the earliest signatory. This agreement was to provide standard enhance the cooperation among the law enforcement and handle electronic evidence more effectively while protecting privacy and human rights. The Southeast Asian stage, in line with the position of as Asian chair in 2025, Malaysia is leading in preparation of the Asian Cybersecurity Cooperation Strategy in 2026 to 2030. It's a framework and a collectively strengthen regional cyber resilience. One of the national stage, the key document of the 13 Malaysian plan, that cybersecurity is one of essential element for the propelling the country to the status of artificial intelligent nation by 2030 through this implementation of the National AI Action Plan. The Cyber Bill will be intended to replace a Computer Crime Act 1997, will be tabled in the Dewan Rakyat in December. It is enactment will be empower the nation capability to address cybercrime such online fraud, data thief, unauthorized access to system and computer and cybercrime against national critical information infrastructure. Meanwhile, the upcoming Malaysia National Cybersecurity 2025 and 2030 aim to shift the nation's cybersecurity first from protective approach to prevent approach and to safeguard digital economy supported by the Cybersecurity Act 2024. The greatest potential future threat is the convergence in AI and quantum computing, combining the imagine processing power of the functional quantum computer with the adaptive learning capability of AI has the potential to create unprediction level to cyber attack capability. In the preparation of this threat, the National Post-Quantum Cyber Trover Migrant Plan 2025 to 2030 was launched on 12 November 2025, and the National Artificial Intelligence AI Action Plan 2026 is expected to be launched this December. All the set of labels about the state government through GPKN as actively working toward to compliance with the requirement of the Cybersecurity Act 2024, the accumulation, the code of practice and determination of the National Critical Information Infrastructure entirely have already been implemented. In addition, Japan has successfully maintained its Information Security Management ISO 27007 certification for the 12th consecutive year and successfully upgrade its certification to the latest version in November last year. The Sabah Public Cybersecurity Policy was updated of last year. Cybersecurity training awareness programs such the conference and we are currently attending continue to be carried out alongside the implementation of the latest cybersecurity technology. For your information, 2020, only one case of the civil servant falling victim online scam has been reported to the mass media. This small number prove the efficiency of the Sabah state government effort to cybersecurity. Let us collectively continue this effort to keep the number of minimize our well-being. Distinguished guests, all members, public sector must act primary line defense consistently at the forefront, strengthenly the digital government service delivery system to be not only comprehensive but also secure in its integrity. This responsibility requires us to be proactive, quick, master knowledge, and process digital competence that we are constantly evolving. Our performance assimilating apply new knowledge in determining such success. Therefore, I urge all us to intensively our involvement in continue to collaboration with the Ministry of Science and Technology Innovation. We must leverage the rule of the agency under the ministry, especially JPKN, as a strategy pillar to realize the aspiration of creating a robust, secure cyber ecosystem for the benefit of the state. Finally, before I conclude my address, I wish to emphasize importing or building, maintaining strong fellowship led us to expand networking, collaboration, with our counterpart, and only at the state of level, but also at the national regional level, particularly in the Bimp-Eaga framework. This solid, prolonged collaboration is enable asset ensure the continued and quality of our digital government implementation until it achieves world-class status in our shared appreciation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless our effort. Wish the word Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I will official launch Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2025. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our guest of honor, Yang Berbahagia Tuan Hassan. Please remain on stage. And now I would love to invite our VIP to join us to witness the opening montage. Please welcome Yang Berbahagia Mr. Kamal Tan bin Karimin, Deputy Director 1 of the Sabah State Computer Services Department, and Yang Berbahagia Mr. Chin Kai, CEO of Sabah Net Sdn Bhd, to join our guest of honor on the stage. Once again, thank you to Yang Braga Tuan Hassan Mahali for officially closing today's event and for your continued leadership in strengthening regional cybersecurity collaboration. And now, let us now witness this opening montage of our event today. Enjoy.
Welcome to BECS2025, AI-powered futures, fostering inclusive excellence in cybersecurity service delivery.
Bimp-Eaga Cyber Security Summit 2025. Up next, I would like to invite Yang Berbahagia Mr. Kamal Tan to present a memento to Yang Berbahagia Tuan Hassan bin Mahali, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation Sabah, as a token of appreciation for gracing our event with his presence here today and for doing the honor of officiating this event. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you to all our distinguished guests. We'll have a short group photo session. We kindly invite our guests of honor and VIP on the stage to step forward for an official photo. A bit forward, step forward, all right? Thank you to our guests of honor. You may now return to your seat. And I now invite you for our tour at our showcase booth. Please enjoy your visit, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause for our guests of honor today, please. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, up next for a token of appreciation, I would love to invite Yang Berusaha Technologies Ebenezer Godamon, Deputy Director 2 of the Sabah State Computer Services, to start a presentation of memento to our strategic partner today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the success of the Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit and Cyber Challenge is built upon a powerful, shared vision and commitment. We'd like to take a moment to extend our deepest gratitude to the strategic partner and key sponsor who are actively fueling the cyber resilience agenda across the Bimp-Eaga region. We're going to start with CGD Group Sindiran Berhad. Please welcome. Next, please welcome Fortinet Malaysia. Please welcome Pacific Intech. Next, we have Huawei Malaysia. Can we have a representative from Huawei Malaysia? There you are. Next, please welcome Sangfor Technologies Malaysia. Last but not least, can we have Sabah Convention Bureau? Thank you to all the strategic partners and sponsors. Please remain on stage for a group photo. May I kindly invite everyone to step forward. May I kindly invite Mr. Chin Kai to be up on stage with all the sponsors and strategic partners for today. Thank you to all the strategic partners and sponsors. May I kindly invite Yang Berusaha Technologies Ebenezer to kindly remain on stage to present the prizes to our winners for Cyber Challenge Prize, together with Mr. Chin Kai. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue with a lighter moment, which is the presentations of prizes. This segment is especially prepared as a gesture of appreciation to our early participant and supporter of Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2025 for the Cyber Challenge Prize. We are proud to announce the winner of the Sabah Net Cyber Challenge 2025, held in parallel with this summit. Sabah Net Cyber Challenge serves as a premier platform to showcase top local cybersecurity talent vital to the region's digital resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, to witness the prize giving ceremony, may I invite together up on the stage. Okay, He's there already. Alright. Everyone is not. Everyone is so ready for the prize, yeah? Okay, we're gonna start with the winner number 11 to 20th. Number 11 goes to Muhammad Karif Huzal bin Rafizi. All the winners started from number 11 and 20th will going home with the RM 350 ringgit. We got 10 winners over here. Cyber aspirant. Next we have Daryl D. Dionysius. Please. Number 13, Darren Yong Jun Xian. A round of applause, everyone. Let's keep the energy together. Number 14, Chua Yun Yin. Number 15 goes to Farah Isha binti Muhammad Kamal. Number 16, Eng Zi Chi. Girls Power. Number 17, Nur Aldira binti Azmi. Number 18, Sarmila Muhammad Sabir. Alright, number 19 goes to Chong Si Hao. Last but not least, number 28 goes to Eli Jonah Gohan. Alright, may I kindly invite all the 10 winners to step forward for our official group photo. Congratulations to all the winners. You may now return to your seats. All right. Next, we're going to announce from the number 10 to 6, the winner for Cyber Challenge today. 10th place goes to Disney Edward Lai. Five winner for the Cyber Resilience. We're going back with the 700 ringgit today. Ninth place goes to Chua Tong Wei. Number 8, Winston Lim. And number 7 goes to Muhammad Sharil bin Samsudin. Number 6 goes to Saharil Sahari. Five winner for Cyber Resilience. May I kindly invite all the 5 winners to come forward for our official group photo. Congratulations to all the winner for Cyber Resilience. To all the VIPs, please remain on stage. Next, we have number 5, fifth Cyber Apprentice goes to Mr. Odell O'Brien Gapitar. We're going back with 1,000 ringgit today. At the 4th place for Cyber Practitioner goes to Pung Ka Sun. Congratulations. And 3rd place for Cyber Skillful goes to Wong Nya Pao. He will be going back with 2,000 ringgit today. And number 2, Digital Fortress Defender, goes to Sopinal atau Chong Bun Ye. Number 2 for our Cyber Challenge Bimp-Eaga Secret Summit 2025. And for our first prize, Grand Cyber Sentinel of the Day goes to Benjamin Liu. Can we have all the winners to step forward for an official photo? All right, please remain on stage. Can we have all the winners for today? Started from number 20th. Everybody, all the winners for Cyber Challenge today. Number 20th until 11. 10 to 6. They're going back already? With the money? Oh, they got the money, they're going back already. Ah, they don't want to wait. All the winners up on the stage. Freestyle, they said. Congratulations to all the winners of Cyber Challenge today, to all our VIPs. Once again, please remain on stage. And to all the winners, you may now return to your seats. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the Cyber Trailblazer Woman in Cyber Security Award, celebrating 3 women who deliver outstanding performance and resilience in this year's challenge. Placement for women only. All right. 3rd place goes to Farah Isha. I can say that 3 powerful women of the day. Clapping hard for Farah Isha. All right, next, 2nd place, Chua Yun Yin. Woman's Power. Placement for women only. First place goes to Chua Tong Wei. Cyber Trailblazer Woman in Cyber Security Award, celebrating a woman who deliver outstanding performance and resilience in this year's challenge. Can you have all the three wonderful women to come forward for the official photo with all the VIPs? Congratulations to all the winner, to all the VIPs. Please remain on stage. All right. Up next, a Google Gemilang appreciation. Before that, may I kindly invite Puan Clarissa Nancy L. Imoy, Penolong Pegawai Pendidikan Daerah Keningau Unit Tingkatan 6, to up on the stage to join our VIP for our next appreciation for Google Gemilang today. Sabahnet partners with Google Malaysia to bring the Google Gemilang program to Sabah, developing future-ready tech talent. Starting in Keningau, this fully sponsored 6-month online program equip underserved youth with essential digital skills including cybersecurity, AI, data analytics, digital marketing and e-commerce, leading to globally recognized certification. And the program currently involves 6 secondary schools: SMK Keningau 2, SMK Gunsanad, SMJK Kenhua, SMK Suk, SMK Bingkor, and SMK Keningau. At this juncture, it is our pleasure to invite Puan Clarissa, together with them, the VIP, and may have the school representative of today. From SMK Gunsanad, please welcome Mr. Haliman bin Narion, the principal of SMK Gunsanad. Together with Albert bin Ikun, alias Ali Razman Abdullah, Senior Assistant Form 6 from SMK Gunsanad. Congratulations, SMK Gunsanad. Next, we have SMK Keningau 2. Please welcome Kenneth S. Mahinggil, Form 6 a teacher from SMK Keningau 2, together with Rosalie Romanos, students of SMK Keningau 2. Congratulations to SMK Keningau 2. Next, we have SMJK Kenhua. Please welcome Helton Anthony Armebi, teacher from SMJK Kenhua, together with the student Wong Zikan. Congratulations to all the winner. Before we proceed, we will have a short group photo session with all 3 schools. May I kindly invite everyone to step forward for our official photo today. Congratulations to all the winners and to all the VIP. You may now return to your seats. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation continue on the theme of operational technology OT security, exploring how we can integrate OT into the border security posture for a comprehensive approach to cybersecurity. Please welcome Mr. Andre Shori, CISO from Schneider Electric, Singapore.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session. That was a lot of prizes. Fantastic. Congratulations again to all the winners. Brilliant, brilliant. Once again, I'll reintroduce myself for those that may not have been here in the morning session. I'm Andre Shori. I'm the Asia Pacific Chief Information Security Officer at Schneider Electric. My mandate is the IT and OT cybersecurity programs, posture and maturity across Greater India, North and Southeast Asia, as well as Pacific, which is Australia and New Zealand. So as I mentioned this morning, I'm going to introduce you to Schneider Electric. For the record, Schneider Electric, we do not make elevators. It's amazing. 90% of the people that I meet, they go, Schneider, oh yeah, I ride your elevator every day. We don't make those. But we do make the energy management and building management systems that do deliver energy to elevators. We're a big company. We're a French company headquartered in Paris. You can see the key figures for yourself, but I'll just draw attention to the fact that 27%. So North America is our biggest market in terms of distribution production. But the second biggest area that we have is Asia Pacific. So, I mean, just both geographically as well as for economic reasons, on the trade route. There's many, many reasons why we have most of our production, most of our offices in Asia Pacific. So there's a lot to protect. Okay, fantastic. Once again, won't go through every demographic here, but the number that I like to share with everyone is, you know, when we say that cybersecurity is a core pillar, like most corporations do out there, at Schneider, one of the things that I really enjoy is that we really mean it. The investment in cybersecurity every year is significant year on year. Case in point, when I first joined the company just 6 short years ago, the cybersecurity governance department was all of 40 people, and today we're over 800. We have a ton of research and development sites. I think we have more than 120 separate sites around the world. We have also a massive manufacturing footprint as well for all the different products and services that we offer our customers, both hardware and software solutions. I think there's more than 250 sites globally at the moment. But who do we serve? And I think that's where we get into the really, really interesting topic here. So at Schneider, I like to say that everywhere that energy is used, everywhere that you experience electricity, Schneider is there. You think about, say, for example, the air conditioning in this room, the high volume air conditioning, HVAC systems. I found out that Schneider is actually the world's #1 HVAC management company, right? As part of the building management. Our systems actually control most of the HVAC systems in commercial buildings globally. We service a variety of different lines of business, a variety of different sectors. Critical infrastructure is a major one for us, right? So you think about your water treatment plants, you think about airports, you think about ports, think about hospitals, medical buildings, banks, for example, that are also housed that run Schneider systems. Data centers is another major business for us. We're in industrial automation, so many of the goods that you use every day, your shampoos, the things that come out of factories are produced on production lines that run Schneider equipment. And then, as I mentioned, critical infrastructure, energy distribution, for example, your power grids in most countries, in most states out there, do run Schneider systems as well. So we have a distributed management system that runs power. And the whole focus of what we do, a lot of what we do is also, and one of the major differentiators for Schneider is that we're very, very good at sustainability. We're very good at making your energy consumption and your energy distribution very, very efficient, which means saving power, which means saving the environment. For example, on a previous slide, I forgot to mention, we were voted the #1 sustainable company in the world by Time Magazine for the last 2 years running. And when you consider the nature of our customer, of our install base out there, right? I mean, we're also in nuclear plants, for example. Our #1 cybersecurity risk is damage to our customers' assets. We build our cybersecurity program around the protection of our customers' digital assets, whether it's their data or whether it's their physical plants or whether it's the programmable logic controllers and safety control systems and all the technology that they utilize from Schneider. We build it right from the get-go, from using a security development lifecycle in terms of how we develop and research and develop all of our products, as well as all of our software. So we follow that. And we also orient ourselves in many of our processes as well around the protection of our customers' digital assets, because we realize that our customers' threat landscape, our customers' risk is ours, right? It goes beyond just brand and reputation. It goes very much around the protection of basic human rights. It goes around the protection of people's ability to get clean air, clean food, and clean water. Our footprint is so large that we know that any lapse on our side, any breach of, or if we don't do everything possible to make sure that the products and services that we ship are absolutely secure, then that impact is felt by everybody. It's not just our customers, but it's also us as employees, as personnel for Schneider Electric. So it is a big responsibility that we carry. And that's why we build our cybersecurity program around the protection of that. So how do we do that, right? And particularly in the OT space, it's not always easy to do. As covered in the panel earlier today, you know, OT cyber is something that's tough to do. It is often misunderstood. It is the soft, chewy center around many industrial companies. It is poorly protected. There's very little. I mean, the hardware itself doesn't even support most of the cybersecurity controls that are out there. So how do you do that? Well, we've had to learn a lot of these lessons ourselves. And #1 is we drink our own champagne, right? So we use the products that we manufacture in the production lines that we use to manufacture things. That's one way. We also understand that the protection of those environments is also our responsibility. Our factories, the way we protect our factories has to be effective. And the only way that we can do that is by designing security right from the beginning of the product life cycle all the way down to when it's eventually decommissioned. We do that through, of course, people, process, and technology. I think most of you are going to be familiar with people, process, and technology. For us, when we talk about people, we talk about training, we talk about making sure that people understand, you know, cybersecurity, that it is part of every conversation. And as mentioned earlier today, in the OT world, cybersecurity is also a safety topic because OT is cyber physical. When you do something, when you send a signal to a machine, a kinetic activity happens, right? A machine will start up, a robot's arm will move, and we understand that those are also safety concerns, because if somebody takes control of that machine and makes it do something unexpected, then people get hurt. We don't want that. So awareness is also a big topic for us. I mean, it all starts with even just defining, you know, what constitutes cybersecurity in the OT environment. People who work in the OT environment are primarily going to be line workers, shift workers. They're going to be maintenance engineers. They're going to be people that are managing the plant who are very much focused on uptime and production and those and very much numbers. So how do you introduce cybersecurity into those conversations? Well, again, you know, you have to make it a safety topic to help them understand that if they don't recognize when say a mouse pointer starts moving by itself on an engineer's workstation screen, or a message pops up from a threat actor, they have to understand that, hey, that's a cybersecurity issue. That's not, a maintenance issue. That's not a flaw. That's a deliberate act by somebody who's attacking you. So it starts with understanding what cybersecurity is. And then also we get into processes. What do you do when you see something weird, right? How do you report things? How do you react to things? Do you have a mature incident response process? Do you have the ability to measure and track your cybersecurity awareness? So all of these are also part of processes, right? What standards do you apply? In the industrial world, most of you are familiar with NIST because you're familiar with the IT side of the house. But in the industrial side, in the OT side, it's IEC 62443. That's the industrial standard at the moment. There isn't a converged standard yet. I'm hoping and I'm predicting that at some point, with all of the convergence of cybersecurity, where we start to converge product security, when we start to converge IT, OT, and we start to converge physical security as well, hopefully there'll be a single standard someday. It would be very, very nice for me anyways, a lot easier for many of us to have a single standard. At least we've arrived at the knowledge that a single CISO governing both IT and OT is a good idea. So that's something that we have implemented. So we've learned that lesson. But it would be really nice to have a single framework and a single standard to follow. That would be convenient. And then finally, technology, of course, brings up the rear, right? In the OT world, there isn't a ton of technology that we can utilize in terms of security controls. You can put firewalls in your perimeter. You can do things like microsegmentation and have firewalls in between the different zones. 62443 also talks about you run the different assessments. It also helps you to define your zones and conduits about how different zones talk to each other, the different risk levels in each zone. And that's great. I mean, that's a sign to me of the improved maturity when it comes to OT cybersecurity. But there's still a long ways to go, though. You can also have IDS, at least, in the OT world. So technologies like Dragos, Nozomi, Clarity, Fortinet, or maybe still here, I'm not sure. But all these technologies are useful in the OT space. We're starting to see more security appliances and applications that are now OT aware, because the protocols that OT machines use to talk to each other are not the same as the IT machines, right? We use technologies like BACnet, Bus. There are many different protocols that are utilized in the OT world that IT security controls don't understand. In the old days, when we would implement a firewall, it would just let everything through that was OT protocol. Things that should never be on the internet, it would just allow out because it didn't understand them. So, so that has improved in a big way. There's also the role of, when you talk about people in the production sites and the plants, it's very important to have people that come from, and this is another lesson that I'm sharing with you today as well, that we've learned, is that it's easier to have people who come from the engineering and production and manufacturing side and train them on cybersecurity. That was a frequent discussion question a very short time ago, maybe about 2 years ago, where people were asking, do I take cybersecurity people and put them in the OT environment and apply those same cybersecurity principles, or do I take people from the manufacturing environment, teach them cybersecurity? Well, because of the way that the environments are so different and the priorities are different, we've learned that it's much easier to take engineers and people that understand that space and then train them on cybersecurity. So one of the things that we've implemented, for example, is a cybersecurity site leader. So in all those 200 sites globally that we run where we do our production, we have an assigned person who's from the production division, what we call global supply chain. So somebody from global supply chain who's assigned as the cybersecurity site leader for each production site. And that person's job is to help mature that site, to ensure that some of the fundamental basic metrics are in place, that they have visibility over change management and things like that happen on the site. They are tasked and they are accountable for, or they're responsible for the cybersecurity maturity at every site. And it's really important that you assign roles, that you have people understand their roles and responsibilities and the accountability that they bear, which includes cybersecurity as well. And one of the ways that you can, as I mentioned earlier, we have you have to measure your cybersecurity maturity as well, which is really useful to be able to not just judge how you are, but how do you compare to your peers? How do you compare to your competitors? And also, are you actually making any progress? So you can actually, once you measure things, you can actually trend it as well, which is useful, and it helps you with prioritization. It helps you with deciding where to spend. Those decisions become a lot easier to, and conversations are a lot easier to have. But how do you design a metric around being able to judge the maturity of each site? Well, you take, what we've done is we've taken NIST, we've taken 62443, as I mentioned earlier. We've also taken things that we find useful in ISO, NIST 2, and several other standards out there, and we've kind of built our own certification standard. So we've taken little bits and pieces of it. So we have an internal certification status. So we have basic, intermediate, and advanced. One of the cute things I like about Schneider is we love the traffic light protocol, I think. Everything is basic, intermediate, advanced. So I think we like to keep it simple. So 3 simple levels instead of becoming overly complex. But sometimes it can get a bit confusing because you don't know which basic you're talking about. But we do have, for our OT sites, we have those 3 levels. And basic is, again, basic, right? We've defined it as having cybersecurity awareness, very basic controls, nothing really extraordinary. Then you get to intermediate and advanced. And intermediate is where you start to apply your firewalls. You do microsegmentation. You start to do some of the more critical things that happen with sites. And then advanced is really, top of the line. We try to apply every principle that we know and invest very heavily in terms of the cybersecurity controls and technologies that are there. So we have full IDS, full visibility over everything in the site, processes defined, and there's a lot of controls and defense in depth that happens on an advanced site. Very proud to announce that this year is the first time where every single site in Schneider, except for the ones that are brand new, meaning we've just built them and they're still advancing, but every site that existed in 2024 is now at the intermediate level. So we've achieved intermediate across our entire footprint. And advanced is truly advanced. We have several sites around the world that are truly that are at the advanced level. Many of these sites are also recognized by the World Economic Forum as lighthouse sites, which means they are examples of efficiency, sustainability, and security, which is cybersecurity. The closest one to Sabah would be in Batam in Indonesia. So we have a lighthouse site in Indonesia. We also have lighthouse sites all over the world. We have one in Hyderabad, in India. There's another one in Carros in France. There are several around the world. So as I said, it's really important to define those roles, right? To understand who the asset owner and, more importantly, who the risk owner is. Something that when I first started my journey many years ago before Schneider was always very difficult to define. Who owns the risk? Is it an IT or an OT asset? I mean, if you have a desktop computer that an OT engineer is using in the production floor, is that an IT asset or is that an OT asset, right? And well, to answer that question, the simple rule of thumb is who benefits from the machine the most. That's usually the way that I decide on whether or not it's an IT or an OT asset. If the primary user is an engineer, then it's an OT asset. But we have our cybersecurity site leaders. We also have digital risk leaders. So at the ground level, we have the cybersecurity site leaders. And then at the global level, we have a digital risk leader. And the digital risk leader is, again, somebody that comes from that business. So for example, for the global supply chain, we have Raphael Bolze, who's based in France, and he's the digital risk leader for the global supply chain. His job is to assess cybersecurity risk for the production space, that environment, right? He comes from that business, he understands global supply chain, He's a person that's been tasked with helping them understand their risk, helping them manage their risk. So for example, if there's a new implementation, a new project, something that we're doing that's out of the ordinary, or we're starting up a new plant, then I have a conversation with Rafael if it's in Asia and say, hey, do we understand our risks? Do we understand our posture? Is this within the risk appetite of our organization? Is this something that we want to do? And again, I mentioned awareness earlier, so I won't recap that, but training, again, is really, really important. Annual mandatory training, so we do a cybersecurity awareness training for every single person in the company, not just employees, but also all of our contractors as well. It's, again, the justification for that kind of spend is around, if you're going to protect your customers' assets, you're going to make sure that every single person in the company understands how to do that. So that was an easy conversation to have. We also have role-based training as well, of course, so that goes beyond just the basic awareness training, the fundamentals. So for example, if you're a field service engineer, a maintenance engineer that's going to the customer site and going to be interacting with their infrastructure, then we want to make sure that not only are they trained on cybersecurity, but they also have the right tools and processes in place as well. So they have to have a Schneider laptop. They have to have all the security controls installed on that laptop. We monitor them for compliance, meaning they have to have the latest versions of everything installed in there, and it has to be working and functioning and reporting back to us. The processes are, we also train them on processes. So field service engineers, for example, also need to know what happens if they go on site, they're interacting with a customer's environment and they see a ransomware message, or they see some anomaly or strangeness. Simple questions like, and things that you don't necessarily think about until you've experienced it a couple of times. So again, these lessons learned from incidents are important. But a simple question like, who's the first person that a field service engineer should notify if they see some weirdness? Should they tell the customer's manager first, the IT manager, or should they inform their own manager, meaning a Schneider person, or who should they go to? And how do you notify them, right? Just verbally do it, or should you send them an email? Or so these are questions that we've learned that we have to answer. So we train our people on all of those. And by the way, the answer to that question is, of course, you tell the customer's cybersecurity team or the supervisor that you're with immediately that there's an issue, and follow that up with informing incident response team, or to trigger the incident response process at Schneider so that you can do a joint investigation. Because if both parties know that there's something weird going on, it's much easier for both people to be able to input and validate and provide information and logs and stuff and exchange information. And expertise too. So in addition to training, and we also believe very strongly in terms of growing communities of cybersecurity practice within Schneider. So internally, we have cyber champions. We have people whose roles are very much focused around, again, generating that awareness. We have communication channels that are well established in Schneider for kind of a internal social media, something that tool that we use is Viva. So we do Viva posts, and many of those channels are devoted to cybersecurity, or we use the common country or regional level channels as well to send out those cybersecurity awareness messages every once in a while. But that's internally. Externally, we also believe very strongly in terms of engaging with to help build that resiliency. If you think about your supply chain, and I love the word supply chain because chain implies that you have links and everything is connected, and you're only as strong as your weakest link. If any link breaks, then the chain breaks. So we take the same approach to how we view cybersecurity across all the different industries and footprints that we're in. We like to evangelize cyber as well, because we understand that if our customers are not resilient, if our suppliers are not resilient, and of course that's a third-party risk topic as well, but if our customers are not resilient, then we're vulnerable as well, because we can't defend against every contingency out there in the world by ourselves. We need that cooperation and communication between all the different stakeholders, supply chain. And of course, engaging with the public. We also talk to national authorities on a variety of topics, including some threat intelligence that we run ourselves. that we gather and we share with national authorities, including, I believe we've started those conversations with NACSA. I don't know. Oh, no, she might have left it. That's a conversation that we hope to continue as well, because we'd like to share that threat intelligence to show that there are vulnerable, misconfigured and vulnerable pieces of equipment that are out there that we've found that we can't locate the end user. So, but we know that those are most likely used in critical infrastructure. So it's also a national security issue. Slide, please. Okay. So I mentioned, oops, one back. Yeah, perfect. I mentioned incident response. I think this is my last slide, so just bear with me. One of the questions that I got at a different conference recently, I think it was at GovWare in Singapore recently, was that, do you maintain a IT and OT security operations center, or do you have a single security operations center? Which I thought was kind of an interesting question. The answer to that is it depends. Like most things in cybersecurity, the answer is always it depends. It does depend a lot in terms of your setup and your operations and how you run your infrastructure. But in general, the most important thing to make sure is that the people that are either in the SOC together or who are in the separate SOCs are communicating with each other effectively. They're able to share information, talk to each other. They're able to work on the problem together and work the problem together. For us, we've always had for the longest time anyways, we've had an IT SOC. So many decades we've been running IT, like most companies. Before OT was viewed as a viable target by threat actors and became a real risk. In the old days of ignorance is bliss, when nobody attacked OT, we didn't have an OT SOC, but now we do. We have what's called a connected services hub, and that it provides a level 1 analysis in terms of all the logs and telemetry that are coming out of our IDS at all our sites. So we have IDS deployed now across the world at every site. As I mentioned, they're all intermediate now, so that's a control that is a requirement for intermediate. So the telemetry goes to, we have 3 connected services hubs that are around the world now. We have one in Boston, one in France, and one in Bangalore in India. And those, so that does a follow the sun, and it works better as well because our factories run 24/7. They never shut down, 365 a year. The important point that I'm trying to make is that these 2 SOCs talk to each other. The incident response playbooks and processes are run by the IT SOC because traditionally they've always had that maturity and they've always run the playbooks. But when we started introducing OT playbooks as well, we made the strategic decision to continue letting the IT SOC manage the process, but then added the technology and the back end so that we could understand the telemetry and understand the alerts and have the analysts work separately, but then send their results to the global SOC. Okay, and that's my last slide. So again, just to recap again, Schneider, we don't make elevators, but we do handle most of the world's energy. In some shape or form, we help people manage energy. We're the world's most sustainable company. So green energy is very important to us. We cover many different industries out there, including critical infrastructure. So that's very important to us. Damage to our customers' assets is our number 1 cybersecurity risk that we protect against. And that's before business disruption, intellectual property theft, and compliance. Those are the number 2, 3, and 4 on our list. We've taken a lot of the lessons that we've learned through drinking our own champagne, using our own products, understanding exactly what we need to be able to protect those environments and protect our most important asset, which are the people that we work with, our colleagues in those environments. We've built our cybersecurity program around the processes around awareness, making sure that the OT space is maturing and continues to mature. Our target, by the way, is to make all the sites advanced. So we're not satisfied with just stopping at intermediate. It's a journey that we continue to move on. year on year. Cybersecurity, we also recognize as a business risk. And as I mentioned, as part of that value chain, as part of supply chain, you're only as strong as your weakest link. So engaging with communities such as yourself today is a critical and an important part of being for cybersecurity, or at least a cyber-aware organization. I won't say we're mature because somebody's going to test that theory 5 seconds after I walk out of this room. Any questions, please? I think we've got like another minute. Yes, Kareem. You might have to use the mic so that the others can hear you.
Andrea, very good presentation. A quick question. Do you understand that the relevance and the importance of OT security? So this is a question in terms of what is the current cyber threat for OT security? What the top 3, the main threats that we are seeing now?
Top 3, I would rank, and again, I think research will back this up as well. Nation state, because if you can backdoor the firmware on every PLC on the planet, you control every infrastructure that's out there. So we saw similar attacks in the Ukraine. Russians were able to breach and take control over the power grid several times. Actually, they're a fantastic lesson in resilience, by the way, because the recovery has gotten textbook. I mean, it's really, really good now. Number 2 is ransomware. So again, today I would say I'm 50-50 on whether that's incidental, because most of these attacks spill over from the IT space. They start in the IT space. But ransomware, when you think about production uptime, which is the second most important thing in every production environment, ransomware is a disruptor. So if your factory's down and you're losing, $5 million a day, maybe more, then paying a Bitcoin or 5 Bitcoins becomes an easier decision in some ways, other than the ethics around it. And finally, the last one I think are insider threats to me. People that deliberately sabotage, people that have a malicious intent. For us, that's a reality as well, because it may not be people angry at Schneider, but because we supply government, we do a lot of B2G, right? Like I mentioned, nuclear plants, environmental. And again, despite being the world's most sustainable company and selling people equipment that makes them sustainable and helping them on that sustainability journey, some people just don't want a nuclear plant in their backyard. So that's the other thing that we also are very cognizant of as well. Yes, sir.
Hey, Alec from Sabah Electricity. You mentioned that in Schneider, you guys sort of meshed together your IEC 62443, NIST, and ISO 27001. How did you guys get started? And when you found overlapping controls, which one takes precedence?
Okay, that's an interesting second part to the question. When we find overlapping controls, I think the precedence is always which one gives us the safety first. Okay, so that's always going to be number 1. Number 2, which one helps us achieve our goals in terms of cybersecurity? Which one takes us to the maturity posture that is appropriate to the business need, right? So for example, if I have 2 different sites, and site A makes ball bearings, and site B makes a full transformer, right? I might look at a control and go, well, that site is higher risk in terms of I have more to protect, so I might apply a slightly higher standard for that site. So, and it's probably okay that I can use a lower standard, as long as it's within the risk appetite of the organization as well, right? So I wouldn't use a control that didn't meet at least that basic requirement. Now, how we mesh the different standards together, we took all the bits and pieces that were applicable. We started the journey with NIST because that was the only thing that really existed out there. 62443 back not too long ago was really about production and operational excellence. I think can't remember if it started as a cybersecurity standard or it evolved into one. The history is escaping me at the moment, but it needed to mature. It needed to get to the point where it was something that we applied in all the factories everywhere. We adopted this standard. Now, when we say we have internal certification, and yes, we take bits and pieces of ISO, and by the way, ISO, let me jump on ISO before I get to 62443 again. So ISO, to me, and people may disagree with this, is really a quality standard, right? It doesn't measure your cybersecurity maturity. It doesn't measure your resilience. It doesn't tell you anything about your ability to withstand a breach. What it does tell you is how fast you recover from one, because it's quality, right? And that's part of the quality process. So, but that recovery part and those processes are useful because then you can apply those in terms of say things like incident response or outages and things like that. So those are also useful. And there's also market reasons why we adopted ISO as well, because customers demand it. There are certain production lines, and it's not a uniform, like the entire Schneider is not ISO certified. It is certain production lines and certain products where it's required by primarily market forces. But we've taken the lessons from ISO and we've applied them across everything internally. So you can do that, you have that choice. Where these standards come in useful is in audits. I mean, when an auditor comes in, they need to audit against something. They can't, it's very hard for them to audit against your ad hoc created standard, right? Something that you've built for yourself. They train against industrial standards. So it's easier for them to audit us against NIST, against 62443. Good question. Thank you. Any other questions, guys? Oh, I'm getting the please get off the stage signal. So thanks, guys. My pleasure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Andre, for an enlightening sessions on strengthening OT resilience within interconnected systems just now. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our final panel of the day, not the final presentation, all right? Community, cybersecurity, and talent development. This panel will discuss capacity building, educations, and talent empowerment across the cybersecurity ecosystem. Please welcome our moderator for today, Puan Oreni Arinayop binti Mad Arling, Principal Assistant Director Management and Human Resources Division, Sabah State Computer Service Department, and our panelists. Please welcome panelist 1, Puan Jasmine Go, Head of Cybersecurity KWSP Malaysia, and panelist 2, Puan Rita Irina Abdul Wahab, Deputy CEO My Digital ID Malaysia, and last, our panelist 3 for today, Mr. Eric Hadi from Nusantara Academy, Indonesia. Moderator and panelists, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum to everybody. Salam Malaysia Madani, Salam Sabah Banjarjaya, Salam Profesionalisme Trust Keunggulan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, it's evening already lah, but it's okay. We're good. And welcome to Sabah, Land Below the Wind, to Mr. Eric Hadi and also to both my panels, all three of you. It is a true privilege to host all of you at this important summit. And we are just about 30 minutes away from the end of our session. So let's make every second count, okay? So my name is Oreni Arlina Yop, but you can call me Rainy. like rainy day. So I'm from the Sabah State Computer Services Department, and my work is rooted in executing the core goals of the Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan 1.0 2021 to 2025. So for us in Sabah, cybersecurity and digital human capital are not abstract concepts. There are foundational pillars for a prosperous digital state. Today, we have 3 national and regional leaders who drive policy and practice in this domain. Please welcome, first, Puan Jasmine Goh, the head of digital security for the Employees Provident Fund, a key government-linked investment company, and her mandate is to ensure the security of national savings and enterprise resilience. Second, Puan Rita Irina, the Deputy CEO of My Digital ID. She is driving the implementation and national stakeholder engagement for this core government digital identity initiative, ensuring its trustworthy adoption across the public sector and nation. And third, all the way from Indonesia, Mr. Eric Hardy, and as the founder of Nusantara Academy, he is focused on building an industry-ready workforce and is the head of talent development for the Indonesian Data Center Association. Please give them a round of applause. So, as an organization rooted in executing the SMJ development plan, the Sabah State Computer Services Department views this session through 2 key imperatives, both directly impacting the future of Sabah. Number 1 is community cybersecurity, and it's paramount to state and national trust. Also, this imperative is fully aligned with the Malaysia Madani concept, which is keyakinan, confidence. So our duty is non-negotiable. We must uphold the highest level of public confidence and operational integrity for platforms like EPF, Employees Provident Fund, and My Digital ID. This is crucial for Sabah's communities and elder citizens. And number 2, we go to the talent development, which is a principal regional pillar, and Sabah is actively working to bridge its own skills gap to support local industrial growth and needs more trained professionals who can detect and respond to threats in government, the private sector, and local communities. In the next 25 minutes, we will focus on the policy frameworks, human capital models, and engagement practices that drive success. So let's move to our 2 core questions. So let's begin with community cybersecurity. Puan Jasmine, Puan Rita, and Mr. Eric, you manage the front line of national and regional digital trust. And here in Sabah, ensuring digital trust is especially vital as we roll out more e-government services to our diverse communities. And for sure, the human challenge of scams is immediate, right? So question 1 for all the panelists. Sabah state government is dedicated to strengthening cyber resilience within its communities. So drawing on your distinct experiences, whether it's managing a GLIC, deploying a secure national digital identity management initiative, My Digital ID, or pioneering regional skills program in Indonesia. What proven models or successful strategies can we explore and adapt from your work to most effectively translate complex cyber governance and policy into scalable and inclusive public awareness campaigns for Sabah's diverse communities, especially the elder citizen? Pass it to you, Ms. Jasmine.
Okay, good evening, everyone. At least you still had half of the audience. Thank you for staying back. Okay, So I think that for enterprise, why we do, I would believe is customize or use a plain language. Plain language or customized language or awareness to your so-called your audience. So maybe a hand or show a hand, right? How many of our audience here is actually is really, really technical background? Not many. So if let's say I ask you that, do you actually understand of, because now currently we're actually talking about a lot of utilize of the cloud security. So do you actually understand the differences of IaaS, PaaS or SaaS? Or you don't even heard about this term at all? Okay, any show of hand that you have no any of the IaaS, PaaS, SaaS or even cloud security? So I think this is the things that we need to customize our message to our audience. What is this about? We can actually use an analogy that you actually have a condo. Whether it's a condo is an empty slot, empty unit, or whether with the semi-furnished, or whether it's a fully furnished, and what kind of the data, what is the parabot or furniture that you need to take care, what's the responsibilities. So that's mainly for like kind of maybe IT or even our end users. And for the senior citizens, like already mentioned, right? Senior citizen, even in at our organizations, we do actually have awareness sessions to our senior citizen, Warga Emas, where mainly our customized message will be on the scam. So one thing is, right, we did actually ask them, do you actually ever receive a call that you won, menang apa-apa hadiah, tapi you tak pernah pun join any contest? So there's some you say yes. So this is where that we actually educate or make awareness to our senior citizens, saying that don't be greedy, jangan tamak, just that whatever things if let's say you're saving all these things, just to be kind of just take care of your whatever saving, retirement, or even your money in the banks. So that's where that I would say that one of the strategies is you need to customize your message.
Thank you. The consensus is clear. Puan Jasmine shows us the value of using plain language and customized messages, and especially for elderly citizens. What about Puan Rita, Arena?
Okay, I'm just going to go all practical, mom, brand, jiran approach. So I'm just going to test what our dear CISO and VP from Schneider said just now. It's a very quick one. How many of you cleared your phone cache this morning? I'm testing it. Okay. Do you know what that was for? Come on, cybersecurity guys. Help those who don't know what that was for. So, searches on the phone. So when you actually want to drive a car, you have to go and take driver's class kan? Ambil driver's license kan? So those who actually had to take the test with the Datsun 120Y had your trainer with the brake on the left. So you actually know when you're actually going over the curb too fast. There was also a fan over there just in case, right? Now, giving the phone, giving the device to either elderly, kiddo, us, now the phones all come with a different tag, you just ask all the pass and the SAS and whatever. I don't even know how to actually have proper cyber hygiene. I don't know how to actually do and run. So I'm actually open to all the vulnerabilities. So why I started with, say I'm going to go all practical here is, in a normal neighborhood, your moms, your friends and neighbors will say, before you go out of the house, tell your mom where you're going. If you're going to play bicycle, neighborhood will be there. Oh, that's Rainy. She's from that house. She's going to that field. Okay, so Eric is going to be there to watch over her when the ice cream guy comes over. There is already rukun tetangga, this literal firewall. With that firewall, there is already confidence. That particular housing area is selamat. It's ingrained in you that you're actually doing things habitually safe, right? But now, exposing yourself to these vulnerabilities and stuff, where is the gotong royong? Where is the rukun tetangga? You had gotong royong those days, buang semak samun, lalang, buang the air, doan, and stuff, right? But now all these kind of threats in your rukun tetangga is online. It's a different threat. It's a different cyber hygiene. It's a different way of cleaning up. Where is this rukun tetangga? Right? So you've got to now adopt a digital gotong royong. Okay? Just a simple one, just analogy. So when you wake up in the morning or before you go to sleep, clean up whatever things that you don't need on your phone. Clear out your cache. All the things that you've downloaded, passwords that you saved, you actually need them. Files that you actually kind of shared, you check originating whether it's something that's factually. So all these practical, habitual things that you need to do, you also share them. Living in a household, in a neighborhood, you also help the young and the elderly. Road, stuff like that. But do you also help the young and the elderly to kind of track whether, do they know there are scam calls? Do they know that this is not something that you're supposed to do? Right? So I'm not going to say the question that you asked was a bit of a mouthful. It's more than a mouthful. But actually what you wanted to ask is whether some of the things, the practical things that we already know and we're already doing can be translated into this new world that we're in. We have already been practicing it though, locking the house before you go out. But do you also lock stuff that you've got on your laptops and your devices and your phones? Where do you keep them? Right? Where do you keep your passwords? You stick it on your monitors and stuff. So hence a bit of PSA, use my digital ID. So yeah, you don't have to remember all your passwords. You don't have to remember to renew them, right? So digital gotong royong to me is a very practical approach. It just starts with that. And you talk about scams. Scams, if my memory serves me right, up to September, we've lost about almost 2 billion ringgit. So those who are still awake, 2 billion divide by 9. How many did we lose a month? Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's 7 million a month. So imagine if I put 7 million a month in my EPF. That's how much we lost, right? So the government has done so much. You know, kind of looked into the penal code. You can charge people, you know, the mail accounts. But that's what the government is doing. But what are we actually doing? Responsibility is ours as well. It's shared responsibility. But are we actually looking at shared accountability, right? So I would like to go on a very simple approach. Can you kind of adopt that? Right? All this jargons and stuff is a huge mouthful. I don't think the people who were in the previous generation or in the future generation can actually understand what that's about. Practicality to me is good. Using simple languages is also good, but do you actually practice that? Simple experiment we did just now was a good test.
Thank you, Puan Rina. I like the analogy of digital gotong royong. I will tell that to my parents today. Okay. Let's go to Mr. Eric Hadi. What say you?
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, semangat pagi. In Indonesia, is always pagi. It's always morning. Especially if you work in government agencies. Government agencies, they afternoon, night is always semangat pagi. Yeah, so because the spirit. All right. In Nusantara Academy, the academy is not only function as a school. We provide free education to 852 vocational schools across Indonesia. We are being funded by international donors. We are being funded by industry associations as well as companies in different sectors. So what I would like to touch to highlight is that when we start any program, industry program, so our program is always intra-curriculum. So meaning that the final year student will actually apply, register, and then the one who got accepted will be awarded by the scholarship for the next 12 months. So what's the relationship? The relationship is the first session, the first day of our education program. We invite the mummies, not the students. The mummies. So we tell always the mummies what is important, not in terms of technical jargon, but in terms of if you are writing a diary, what would you think if someone else picks or look into your diary? You won't like that, right? So that's the first concept that we tell all the mummies in the academy. Second thing, we always tell the students regarding cybersecurity is that when you talk, because you are becoming an ambassador for your own family. When you become an ambassador for your family, you need to be able to speak in your grandma lingo. Not your mommy's lingo, your grandma lingo. Right, so 3 things. Number 1, aman WhatsApp, secure WhatsApp. Number 2, secure or aman shopping. Why is that? Because the mummies actually are the one who have the power to purchase things in the household, right? So aman purchasing. And mummies nowadays, a lot of Indonesian mummies, they are doing online shopping, right? Right. So Malaysian too, yeah. Yeah. I'm sure if we take a look at any survey data, women will actually dominate the shopping spree world, right? Okay. So the third one is aman document and aman data. Right. So first thing, we don't secure the data, we secure WhatsApp first, because how you communicate, how you receive information needs to be in a secure manner. So that's how we teach the mummies, we teach the students. So they become the ambassador. So aman WhatsApp, number 2, aman shopping. The third one is aman data and aman document. All right, so for those of you who exchange business cards with me since this morning or even yesterday, I have 2-sided business card. The first side is Nusantara Academy. The second side is Podcast Nusantara. So Podcast Nusantara is our monthly show being created by us to reach different communities in Indonesia. Podcast Nusantara. So when we first created the show, we wanted to touch the underserved communities. But then the podcast transformed itself, then it touches the whole family, including cybersecurity topics. And when we do the podcast, we always tell people who come to speak, you need to use grandma language. Okay? Grandma language. So don't use different technical jargon. That's one. Second thing, and then we always communicate using symbols. Symbols instead of long paragraphs. So that's how we try to educate people in our academy, including the families. Thank you.
Can I just add on that? You mentioned about grandmother language, right? I remember those days growing up, we had all these short stories on television. The one that just kind of reminds me of, jangan monyet, jangan. Okay, I can see some of you laughing. Ingat tak? And then there's another one about the gagak and putting the batu in the air. What I'm trying to get at is like the storytelling tu tak ada. The storytelling about cyber safe, being safe and stuff, right? But this jangan monyet, jangan is like stuck here, man. It's like, so we have stopped telling stories, right? So I'm not so sure whether that would be something good for us to revive again. I know there's a lot of stories more to the scare tactics. Oh, I lost this amount of money and this is what happened. But what about the stories about how I prevented this? And I think that needs to come out a little bit more. So storytellers, it's time to jual ailio lah.
Thank you, Puanerina, and also thank you, Mr. Eric. I love the notion grandma language. That's very relatable. To be honest, if you ask my mother what is all this technical jargon, she doesn't know anything. But if you tell her jangan monyet, yes, she knows. Yeah. So okay, thank you. Our final question addresses talent development and our region's future readiness. And as a government official focused on human resources and the Sabah Maju Jaya Development Plan, I recognize that Sabah needs high-level leaders, not just technical hires, to manage the security of emerging sectors like our data centers and digital trade initiatives. We are keenly interested in what successful models we can explore and adopt to benefit the talent development plan for the public sector. So this question is also for all panelists. Looking ahead at the future of digital defense, especially for our critical sectors here in Sabah, what is the single most important non-technical or executive level competency beyond basic coding or networking that Malaysian and Indonesian talent development initiatives must prioritize today to future-proof our cyber workforce and ensure sustained regional resilience? Puan Jasmine.
Okay. Susah soalan tu, Parina mentioned. Okay, I think one thing is still back to the first question is, right, we need to actually make aware, all the public, we need to actually make sure that all our citizens, all our public actually knowing that, like what also Andre mentioned, cybersecurity is not only of the IT security responsibility. Cybersecurity is actually everyone's responsibilities. So I think one of the non-technical things that we will need to actually go back is, right, what's the fundamental of the cybersecurity, or what's the fundamental of cyber risk? There's a base between the cyber risk, cybersecurity, and cyber resilience. So a lot of times cybersecurity is mainly on how we protect. But just like last time, we always say that as long as I have enough of investment, I dah secure, selamat. Orang tak akan penetrate, I ada banyak kunci, ada lock, all these things kan, memang tak akan so-called is being break-in. But now, with the AI, with the all this sophisticated, right, senang aja dia nak masuk. Facebook lah, the social lah, all these things, the phone scam, all these things. So it's like, I think is one thing is like how to, we also, from the security practitioner, also we need to shift our mindset. Sooner or later, you will kena attack. Bila aja. And how fast you can detect, how fast you can recover. So this is mainly on some of the processes that we need to actually kind of practice to make sure we always is prepared in responding, recovering. It's more for the crisis simulation. I know like for Malaysia, the Cybersecurity Act do actually have, you need to do the crisis simulations. I just checked also. Indonesia also have some mandates. Singapore also have, Philippines also have. Brunei at this moment, what I read is not really mandated yet on the crisis simulation exercise, but it's always a good that how you really to do kind of the recovery or test of your simulation. So orang tak akan kelang kabut. Touchwood hari ni kena, like example, semalam ada Cloudflare, worldwide, nationwide down. So what is the reaction of the company that is actually protected by Cloudflare? So whether do we know that how to protect or not? Are we actually resilient enough of our operations to actually able to really still sustain and actually doing the things? Yeah.
Thank you, Puan Jasmine. And we go to Puan Rita.
Okay, so it was a very difficult question, right? It's K-but. Just going to try and attempt to do this in two different ways. One is on hiring the necessary skills for Sabah. My question to Sabah would be, where do you want to go? What are you trying to achieve? So let's say it is managing open waters ecosystem, or it's about food sovereignty because you've got a lot of fisheries, or even harvesting the wind power and stuff. So if those are the gaps that you've identified in your current ecosystem, whether do you want to look at reskilling, upskilling, or actually try and just take us from Peninsula and come and help you? But would that be sustainable? Right? Because you got to continue doing that because the programs that you've got will be addressing the needs then. right? You would not know what's happening the next 5 years or the years after that. Creating that habit, creating that exposure early on to whatever is possible, I think that would be good. Example, we were talking about food sovereignty, and I was just telling Pa Eric, and I said, what if we don't have electricity for 5 days? Just electricity. We will make noise in the first few hours. I can't call anybody, I can't text, I can't do Snapchat, I can't do anything, but you will survive. But you don't have rice for 5 days, no chili for 5 days, no bawang for 5 days. It's different. So technology is also being available, interoperable in across all sectors. So sports, there's also technology. Food, there's also technology. I was just talking about culinary, having Thermomix now is also part of technology. So the skill sets that you wish to hire then will have to address where Sabah wishes to go. But I would suggest that exposure starts early. Case in point, like whether you've cleared your cache today. So kids nowadays need to be exposed to something that's different compared to us. We had 3M, membaca, menulis, pada. Kids nowadays, maybe it's a bit different. So what is the 3 C's or the 3 M's for them? It's different. Maybe it's not 3, maybe it's 6. And then you would then have to look into volunteerism, into the space of technology, space of, like what you did just now with the competition and stuff, it's really good. But what about the practicalities of using those actually? Give me an example. How many of you have Android boxes at home? A lot. How many of you have read the latest research about how this Android boxes has some of these dangerous bots that can be controlled from somewhere else? Are you aware of it? And how many of you are aware some of these boxes have risk to malwares? If you're talking about cyber risk, I see somebody nodding there. If you're aware about cyber risk, but you're actually allowing in your rooms, in your houses, right? So practicality, habits, now ignored. Volunteering to actually explain to people that what you're actually doing is not actually right, ignored. So where is that coming in, right? And the next one, if I may, it's looking at real world problems that maybe Sabah wants to solve. It's very nice to have things on paper, your 5-year plan, 10-year plans, but what actually do you really want to solve? Where does Sabah wishes to take itself in the next few years? What are the problems that you wishes to look into and make it into a solution that will position Sabah in a very different level, perhaps, right? And then you need to also perhaps consider intergenerational learning. Intergenerational learning, so youth that's teaching the elders. Very simple example, I think in Europe, States, you've got old folks' home that's built next to childcare centers. Kids are actually teaching the elders on how to even tie their shoes again, trying to get the synapses talking to each other. It's that kind of learning. You know, my mom, she does not even know how to use Waze, but comes my son and says, don't worry, Ma, I'll just tell you where to go. That signage turn there. Okay, I don't need Waze. But actually she does, but it's just that she does not know how to use it. The exposure as well is also good. New technologies. So, yeah, so monitoring, for example, some of us who are a bit kiasu, make sure that our spouses and our kids are actually tracked. Not in a bad way lah. We just want to know where they go. Some of the moms are smiling. But yeah, it's a new tool. I need to know where my mom went. You know, what if she develops dementia, does not know where she goes? She will not want to carry her bags, but she'll carry her phone. So some of these practical things that perhaps you want to try and resolve, you need to know where exactly you wish to go, what are the gaps you wish to close, what exposures, what technologies, what softwares. And I think that is where perhaps Sabah would like to start with.
Thank you, Puan. Mr. Eric, it's your turn now.
Okay. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Nusantara Academy operates based on the base of industry-driven. Industry-driven includes government as well, because we adopt the pentahelix model. Pentahelix constitutes of academics, businesses, communities, industry associations, government regulators, and media itself. So one of the feedback that we received when we started our academy in the first year from the job off takers. So the very reason we do education is not for the education itself. We educate students, we educate people because we want to give them jobs. So we have ready jobs for them, and for them to be able to work, then they need the education. Okay. So what we measure in our academy for whole 12 months is not only academic standpoint, but also 5K. The first K is kedisiplinan. In English is discipline. The second K is keterampilan. Keterampilan is skills. The third K is kekuatan. Kekuatan is resilience in terms of how you simulate the working condition in the academy as well as in the on-the-job training phase. Right. So the fourth one is communication. And the fifth one is kerjasama or cooperation. So all these 5K will translate to their report card, which is they will have a score of 1 to 5, where is their total blended competency. So that's the 6K. Competency consists of not only technical skills, because technical skills in our academy constitute of 50%, the other 50% is soft skills. And this is the most highly demanded skills in the workplace. And that's how we adopt different measurement, not only by us in Nusantara, but also by industry practitioners. So on a weekly basis, we send industry practitioners, we pay industry practitioners to come to the class and do direct assessment on the 5Ks. And then when so that's for the whole first 6 months, first semester. Second semester is on the job training, 24 weeks, 6 months again, on the job training. So every week, each student get different assignments from the mentors in the workplace. So if they pass, minimum star rating is 3.5. So it's like you do online shopping, right? You rate, right? You rate the vendor lah, star 1 until star 5. So your star minimum 3.5. 3.5 in 5K. So we don't measure technical capabilities. We measure soft skill. So 3.5 you pass. And then the mentors and the HR department in the on the job training company will decide whether they want to recruit or not. So that's how we do direct engagement to the industry.
Thank you, Mr. Eric Hadi. Unfortunately, we are at the end of our session. I've had a great time with all three of my panels. I hope you all did too. And thank you, Puan Jasmine, Puan Rita, and Mr. Eric. Contributions greatly support the advancement of the SMJ Development Plan vision. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and please give a final round of applause to our distinguished panelists. Terima kasih, and I hope to see you one day. All right, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Thank you to our moderator and panelists for those insightful discussion on nurturing the next generations of cybersecurity professionals. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this one is the very last sessions of the day. Last sessions will focus on strengthening regional digital trust through secure and reliable cloud infrastructure. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Toh Wai Hong, Senior Network Solution Manager from Huawei Malaysia, who will be presenting on building a trusted cloud for ASEAN. Mr. Toh, the floor is yours.
Test. Hello, test. So, how to build a secure AI and high quality campus network solution. So that is actually my topic for today's sharing. So just a quick introduction about myself. So my name is Wai Hong. I'm actually a senior solution manager for the enterprise business group in Huawei, Malaysia. So data communication is actually one of my focus domain, which basically covers on the campus network and also the data center network. And as you can see, this is all my technical qualification professionals during my Huawei's journey. I have been in Huawei for more than 8 years of experience and pretty much very focusing on the sector. So today's content, I just want to share with you. I will break out into key 3 topics. So the first topic I would like to share with you regarding the network trends and also some key challenges that most of the enterprise is actually facing. The secondly is actually more towards on how we want to guide customers to have, how to build a secured AI and high quality campus network by introducing the overall solution architecture and a little bit touch about how we want to improve in terms of the quality of the network to have a better secured AI and also the zero trust, solution, from Huawei's perspective. And last but not least, some network scenarios and also some key takeaways. So if you look at today's trend, right, from the campus network perspective, most of our enterprise is actually moving into the digital transformation. And so we actually see that, more and more enterprise have a better productivities and efficiencies from the workspace perspective. And this is where you will see more and more network devices is actually connected to the network and more terminals, including the IoTs, sensors, and also the bring your own devices connected to the network as a unified digitalization. The second key trend is actually more towards on the wireless connectivity. I think most of you guys already know that most of our terminals are now comes with a built-in Wi-Fi, and it is so easy for you to access into the network without relying any cable connections. And so you will see in the near future, IoT devices, your smartphones, handphones, is already supported the latest, the Wi-Fi 7, running the Wi-Fi technology. And the third trend is actually towards the normalization of threats. As you can see, based on this Gartner report in 2024, cybersecurity threats, there are more than 100 millions of viruses in cyberspace. And according to the number of the ransomware attacks, it has been increased 3.5 times ahead compared to the last year. And this is where we will see a lot of diversifications, where all those malicious users and hackers are start to use the AI tools for them to generate even more attacks. Now, if you look at the cybersecurity challenge, so one of the key challenge over here is actually towards the operation cost increase. Now, in the campus network, we have so many different types of component in the network. We have servers, we have storage, security, we also have virtualization, and also from the application point of view. And most of the customers require to invest so many different appliances for them to have all this visibility network. The second key challenge here is actually the poor network experience. Having a very high speed of network doesn't mean that you can able to guarantee user experience connected to the network. Because in the network, we have so many different applications is running. You have your office, emails, your web, applications, and more importantly, it's actually towards the voice and also the video traffic that really take into the consideration to have a better, network experience. The third key challenge here is actually towards the branch security impact headquarters. Now, in the organization that most of the enterprise that I have face in the government, the security policies are still depending on HQ, whereby they have a lot of branches. Those traffic need to route back to HQ, do some security filter, then only can able to go into the external network. And this is where you will see the threats is actually spreading from the branch level to the HQ level as well. Another last security challenge over here is actually the remote office is vulnerable to attack. Now, I think most of you guys has experienced before during our MCO. Use your house network connected to your office, your data centers, to have all your work-related stuff in your home. But the question here is, how secure is your home network? And also another key example is, those cafeterias that they're actually offering free Wi-Fi, whereby you buy coffees, they will actually entitle you to have a free SSID for the guest network, and you can able to surf the internet without any charges. So how secure is the Wi-Fi public guest? So according to the attack analysts, most of us thought that most of the attacks is actually coming from the external. But in fact, one of the first, attack exposure actually coming from your LAN, right? This is actually one of the typical architecture you can see from the campus perspective. We have the core network and also the SS edge level. This is where your internal PCs is actually connected to the network. And from the Wi-Fi perspective, you will have the APs that actually broadcast for your internal access connectivity to the campus as well. Another key exposure is actually from the data center perspective. And this is where all your critical applications, your servers are actually sitting in your data centers. And this is where one of the malicious users or hackers would like to penetrate in this zone as well. And not to mention from the external perspective, where you actually connected to the public internet access and also through the private cloud, your private IPVPN or lease line to all your nationwide branches. And so from the attack path perspective, it can be anywhere. So all those hackers can be sitting in the public cloud, it can be from the public internet, and even though from your LAN perspective as well. So, with all these challenges, Huawei actually introduced us guys on how we want to build a better secured AI with this Huawei AI Campus solution. So in this solution, it actually covers a few components. So one of the main key components in our solution here is actually the intelligent protection. So it's not basically just providing a basic network management system, but it also have the capability have the intelligent O&M to predict the faults. And also come with a security analyzer, which can able to analyze the threat in a campus environment as well. The second key component is actually the USG, which is our Huawei's AI next generation firewall. So you can able to have all these security features enabled without any degradation of the performance in our firewall as well. So from the LAN perspective, we have the core network and also connected to the SS layer. In order for us to have a better security, to have a protections from the LAN perspective, so we introduced the MACsec as one of the encryption from the LAN perspective. And from the Wi-Fi perspective, you can able to use the new Wi-Fi 7 AP with the security features enabled with the Wi-Fi Shield. And the last component is actually the endpoint detection response, where it actually completes the total end-to-end security from the campus network perspective. So how do we basically want to improve in terms of the wireless performance? So this is where Huawei introduced the new Wi-Fi 7 APs, which is one generation ahead of the industry. So we can have a 3 times bandwidth and 4 times user concurrency in our new Wi-Fi 7 flagship model. So as you can see, these users in one single user can able to achieve 4.5 gig of the wireless throughput performance, and we can able to support up to 120 channels, 1080p of HD video resolution in one single AP. So let me show you one quick comparison, the performance between the previous Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E, and Wi-Fi 7. So having a very high speed of Wi-Fi, so definitely you need to upgrade your LAN switches as well. And so Huawei actually introduced you the new multi-gig access switch. And what's so good about this multi-gig access switch is that the port speed actually can be enabled based on our RTU license. And so customer can start to have, a 2.5 gig of the port speed based on this RTU license. And if customer would like to upgrade in the next 2 years, customer can use back the same switch. And we just need to buy additional 5 gig of the RTU license in order for you to get 5 gig of the port speed. And in the future, you would like to upgrade to the 10 gig copper port speed as well, you can use back the same switch as well. And this is where you can help customers to save even more and without changing the hardware. And so having a very high speed of network, of course, you need to enable in terms of the user experience. And Huawei actually introduced this feature called VIP user experience, where we can able to prioritize the VIP users, whereby there has dedicated of resources for these VIP users. And so if let's say there's a common users and VIP users connected to the network at the same time, the VIP will actually have the highest priority to access. And we also can have the capability to map, what type of applications is actually running into this VIP user. So let's have a look about this VIP user experience feature.
Current networks do not distinguish VIP users from common users. As such, multiple users contend for limited network resources. When common users perform high bandwidth services, such as file download, VIP users suffer from network interruptions. Huawei VIP Experience Assurance Solution allows you to add VIP users by one click. VIP users enjoy exclusive fast lanes, and frame freezing and packet loss won't occur, even upon network congestion. As you can see, after we configure the user on the right as a VIP user, video becomes smooth again.
So from the Wi-Fi perspective on basically how we want to have a better security protection and how Huawei actually introduced this new feature called Wi-Fi Shield. And what does this Wi-Fi Shield do in our Wi-Fi 7 AP is that we can able to provide a zero eavesdropping by the malicious users and also zero breakthrough in brute force cracking. So I have a quick video to illustrate this Wi-Fi Shield feature in our new Wi-Fi 7 AP.
When a user connects to a Wi-Fi network using conventional Wi-Fi technologies, malicious users can capture user packets using technologies such as wireless eavesdropping and packet capture. This poses threats to wireless network security. After enabling Huawei's Wi-Fi Shield technology, an AP uses redundant antennas to send extra electromagnetic wave noise. This effectively prevents eavesdropping and packet capture, and safeguards user privacy. Huawei Wi-Fi 7 APs are ideal for secure Wi-Fi connections. After Wi-Fi Shield is enabled on Huawei Wi-Fi 7 APs, protection is assured for terminals connected to the APs. Random noise is added to data packets so that malicious users cannot eavesdrop data packets over the air interface, truly ensuring wireless security.
Another features that I would like to introduce you in new Wi-Fi 7 APs, the Wi-Fi CSI. Not a crime scene investigation, but it's a channel state information. And what does the Wi-Fi CSI do? It can basically able to do sensing, energy saving, and space security. So these features has a two scenario you can do your environment. So the first scenario is that you can use these CSI features to have the space security without any blind spot. You know, unlike traditionally where we know that and able to do the obstacles, where there's bypass that area, they will actually trigger notification. And so with the cameras, we have so many different blind spots. And with this technology, the CSI features can able to identify the human present into that area. And this is basically where we want to have a better security space, right, in our solution. Another scenario is that we want to go green, right? We have this solution, energy saving in a building, in a scenario whereby customers has, you know, a building management system that has the IoT capability. We can able to integrate with their system. With these CSI features, we can basically send the signals to the IoT sensors and able to control the lighting. For example, if there's no user into that particular areas, or if let's say, for example, there's a users within that area, you can turn on the air condition. Another features that I'd like to highlight here in terms of the O&M perspective is this 4-dimension digital map features. So the digital map is basically not just having a very basic monitoring from the network users perspective. We can able to have even more detailed visibility from the users, from the terminals, from the network, and also from the application layer perspective. And so with this one map visibility, you can have a full end-to-end, traffic monitoring in your dashboard to support the 1-second demarcation and also the fault locating efficiency in our solution as well. And you can able to have a one-click optimization to have this mission critical quick assurance in our platform. In order for us to have a very detailed in terms of the user visibility of the wireless quality, in our platform, we can basically able to monitor what users is actually accessing into the network. If the users is trying to roam, from one location of AP to another AP, you can able to see the performance of the users and what type of the application is running. If there's any packet loss occur, you can able to monitor into our system as well. So let me show you a quick video about this digital map features.
AI Master NCE Campus Digital Map builds a multi-dimensional space for users, events, things, and networks, providing a converged management platform for all scenarios that spans the Enterprise HQ Campus, Production Campus, and Multi-Office Branch. Just as important, it can intuitively detect and display the experience of NEs, users, terminals, and applications in real time and locate the root causes of faults with a single click. The map also enables intelligent identification of massive amounts of IoT terminals, automatic matching of access control policies, rapid and precise detection of unauthorized access locations, and isolation of abnormal terminals. That's not all. Leveraging its real-time in-band flow measurement capability, the map achieves experience measurement of key applications from end to end. It can also demarcate and locate faults in minutes based on the time and space dimensions, ensuring ultimate experience of videos and VIP users from end to end.
So in this AI era, most of you guys talk about, what are the AI features can be able to implement in our solution. And so Huawei actually introduced this new feature called NetMaster. So NetMaster has a 2 AI capability in our solution. So one of the AI features that we can use is the Network O&M Copilot. This is actually similar to what you guys use in a ChatGPT or DeepSeek, where you can basically query in terms of the performance that you would like to search from the platform. or any specific users or device inquiries, you can basically use the natural language interaction through our platform. Another AI features is the Wi-Fi optimization agent, where it can able to do a self-healing capability, especially in the APs where you have a lot of interference, and able to do a one-click optimization to help the customer to address the wireless interference and Wi-Fi performance issues. So let me show you this quick video about the NetMaster.
NetMaster, Huawei's large model application in the data communication field, utilizes role-based copilots, digital assistants, and multiple scenario-based agents to overcome traditional operation and maintenance (O&M) challenges. Role-based copilot integrates a 100 billion word Huawei corpus and expert knowledge to accurately understand semantics and generate content, becoming a digital expert in enterprise network O&M. It proactively identifies over 100 faults across 8 categories and locates root causes in seconds. No expert intervention is required, improving O&M efficiency by 100 times. Scenario-based agents equipped with expert thinking chains and AI agents provide unmanned and automatic decision-making for 11 typical wireless faults across 4 categories, achieving self-loop closure for 80% of these faults. With 24/7 uninterrupted monitoring, they ensure network stability and significantly improve service continuity and customer satisfaction. With the NetMaster and the Network Digital Map, original O&M mode will be completely transformed. The NetMaster can quickly detect network problems and effectively help customers solve user-reported issues. The NetMaster supports natural language interaction and powerful reasoning capabilities, enabling the system to think like an expert, accurately locate root causes, and provide AI-assisted decision-making and closed-loop management. By linking with the Network Digital Map and Brain Map, it can locate the fault source in real time and display optimization effect instantly, achieving 1-minute fault localization and closed-loop management. The integration between the Network Digital Map and the NetMaster Brain Map simplifies fault handling.
So the last component is how we want to achieve a zero trust. This is where Huawei actually introduced ISAC endpoint as one of the endpoint detection response. And this endpoint is basically not just having a very basic antivirus capability. This EDR can able to have the network access control capability together with some security posture in one single agent. So this agent can be installed in our PCs or terminals to have a better, security protection, from the terminal layer perspective. And it actually covers, the full total solution with the link security using the MACsec from the wired perspective and with the new Wi-Fi 7 shield to have a better data protection. And more importantly, it's actually from the digital intelligent defense response, whereby we can integrate it with this intelligent defense with Huawei AI firewall to have one single click of this security response to handle all those security events that actually happen into the network. So there are some key takeaways, and this is actually one of my last slides for today. So this is actually one of the typical framework architecture in order for us to have a better secured AI and high quality network. And as I mentioned earlier, one of the main key components over here is actually the iMaster NCE as one of the basic management have the capability to prevent the faults, to locate, and also to have the security analyzer to analyze your traffic from the LAN perspective. And of course, you need to have the AI firewall as one of the ZTNA gateway to connect it to the core network, to the access running on MACsec, and to have the new Wi-Fi 7 as one of the security features to protect from the Wi-Fi perspective. And lastly, we have this EDR, as I mentioned, as a total client security protection. And we have this traffic probe for us to analyze all your traffic from the LAN perspective and send the metadata back to the campus. So before I end my presentation, I would like to share with you a very quick demo on basically to show you how the Huawei iMaster NCE HiSec Insight can basically able to recover the ransomware and also to identify the threats, right, in our platform.
Hello, everybody. Now, let me demonstrate how HiSec endpoint detects and handles ransomware. We have some documents on our test machine, and these documents can be opened normally. To better present our presentation, we've prepared a ransomware virus. Now, let's run this ransomware virus. It's already started encrypting our desktop documents. When our HiSec endpoint detects this malicious behavior, it quickly automates the disposal of ransomware viruses, including the termination of the process, file isolation, etc. Let's now look at the encrypted document. Let's try to open this document. All right. Its file contents are already invisible. So let's look at how to restore these files. We can find a new threat event on the platform. It's a ransomware alarm after I ran a ransomware called WannaCry. Let's go click on the quick handle. We can see the information of all the encrypted files here. Let's go click on the restore. I'll now narrow the window. We can check the documents on the desktop after I click the restore. Now these documents have been restored, and we can see the document can be opened. Let's click to view event details. Looking up the attack path analysis, we can figure out which process initialized the ransomware virus and what specific actions the ransomware did. In our path analysis page, we can clearly view the entire attack path. Now let's demonstrate a real ransomware virus, Lockbit. We can download the Lockbit through this public virus sharing website. We can search the Lockbit family. Lockbit is also known as the world's fastest encryption of a ransomware virus. It can encrypt more than 25,000 files in a minute. Let's download a real virus. We are now copying it to our test machine. We can see that the virus we downloaded was uploaded on July the 14th. Let's take a look at HiSec endpoint. The version of the virus database is on July the 10th. According to AFTIST's testing practicals, the downloaded virus is recognized as a zero-day virus. Now, I'm trying to decompress the virus. As you can see, the virus has been quarantined. Our product conducted a batch of detection algorithms, such as AI detection, multimode matching to detect the unknown virus. It proves that we have the ability to detect zero-day viruses. Now let's turn off real-time protection. Let's decompress this ransomware again. The virus has been successfully decompressed. Let's run Lockbit. You can see the Lockbit has been successfully detected and isolated. We can see that the files on the desktop are changed. Let's check the alarm again. Let's go click on the quick handle. We can see that the ransomware virus has only encrypted 4 files. 3 of those files are our decoy files. This indicates that our reaction toward Lockbit is timely and effectively. Let's go hit restore. Now, it's recovered. In general cases, when we are encountering ransomware viruses, the first thing we think about is to isolate the target host in order to prevent further impacts. Therefore, we also provide a host isolation function. We can go and click Isolate Network. After I click, the network of this host will be disconnected. Now, the host network is disconnected. After we disconnect the host network, we can run virus scans and conduct emergency treatments on this host to make sure the host is secure. After all things clear, we can then do a recovery of the host network. To check the host network status, we can view isolated hosts on the platform. Then click Restore. The host network will be restored. Now I'm connected to our test machine again. And this is just a reminder when the host was isolated. That's all for today's presentation. Thank you, everyone.
So that's my sharing for today. Thanks for your time and thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Cho Wai Hong for the insightful presentations on developing trusted and resilient cloud framework for the ASEAN region. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had an insightful session from our event today. This wouldn't have been a success without our esteemed speakers just now. That being said, once again, I would like to invite Mr. Chin Kai, CEO of Sabah Net Sdn Bhd, to present a memento to our speakers as a token of appreciation for their valuable time and sharing here today. Let's give them another round of applause. For the category moderator for the afternoon session, please welcome Puan Oreni Arlina Yo binti Mad Arling, Principal Assistant Director Management and Human Resources Division. Alright, we're gonna move to the another session. The next category for the speakers and panelists. We have Mr. To Wai Hong from Senior IP Solution Manager from Huawei Malaysia. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. To. Next, please welcome Mr. Eric Hadi from Nusantara Academy, Indonesia. Once again, please welcome Puan Oreni Arlina Yo binti Mad Arling, Principal Assistant Director Management and Human Resource Division. Can we have a group photo first, Puan Arlina? Puan Oreni Arlina. All right, one official group photo. All right, thank you to Mr. Chin Kai, CEO of Sabah Net Sdn Bhd, and all the esteemed speakers. You may now return to your seats. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last show, and after the show, we're gonna have lucky draw grand prize. So please stay put with us. All right, without further ado, let's continue with another amazing performance of Tarian Sumaza from Nicara Wangsa Group. Round of applause for Nicara Wangsa Group. And now it's time for our last lucky draw grand prize of the day. Let's see who will be the lucky winners today. We're gonna announce the winner in one go, and the winner may come to our secreted table at the back of the hall to collect the prizes. Congratulations, Mr. Richard Junior, Madam Zarini, Chin Xiang, Elzer Mark Maluda, Alastair Fong, Mr. Ricky Teo, Mr. Kamal Tan, and Professor Dr. Awang Asri bin Awang Ibrahim. You may come to our secretary table at the back. And they informed me just now, for all the winners, please collect your prizes before 5:15, or else they will cancel the win. All right? Congratulations to all the winner. Congratulations once again to all the winner, and thank you for all staying with us through this exciting and insightful day. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Bimp-Eaga Cybersecurity Summit 2025. On behalf of the organizers, we extend our sincere appreciations to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, partners, and participation from your presence and valuable contributions today. We wish everyone a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing you again at our future initiative. Thank you and have a pleasant evening. My name is Yuduka Hamza. Bersama kita cemerlang. Sabah Maju Jaya.